In a certain coastal city, today is Lan Jiazi's birthday party. The head of the four great families in Suong. All the prominent families in Suong have come here. In the banquet hall, everyone wears a polite smile, except for one handsome young man who suddenly shudders. This is Duong Du, the rich and handsome young master, a Yale graduate. Duong Du frowns, his body flushing inexplicably. Damn it, what world is this? He wonders. A few days ago, he was still an ordinary guy who enjoyed reading power fantasy web novels. He was sitting at his computer, excitedly browsing a power fantasy website. Unexpectedly, he suddenly acquired a villain system. A system window appears before Duong Du's eyes. This system makes him the villain in a power fantasy novel. Every time he survives a scenario, he can earn rewards. If he survives until the grand finale, he can take a pile of rewards back to the real world. But every time it starts like hell, he thinks to himself. Behind him is the silhouette of a terrifying horn monster. In front of Duong Du, preparing for a fight, is Long Wong, the male protagonist, striking various poses. He thinks to himself, what book is the system using this time? Suddenly, a flash of light appears before him. The system window displays the following content. This book is War God Long Wong, Huadu Game, currently on page 57. He looks at it, surrounded by bustling people. The summary states that the protagonist is named Deep Than. He comes from a prominent family in Yinjing. His family suffered a tragic extermination when he was only 5 years old. Deep Than kneels, clutching his face and sobbing. After being taken abroad by an old man, he was trained to become a top assassin. An old man with white hair and a long sword saved him. There is also the appearance of a blue-haired girl. Furthermore, he single-handedly established the world's #1 mercenary organization called Long Han, earning him the nickname Long Wan. The mercenaries, fully equipped, all serve under Deep Than. He smiles smugly, holding a glass of wine. In addition, his medical skills are considered top-notch in the world. This is War God Long Wong, Huadu Game. This time, he returns to Hua, Xia Incognito, to investigate his family's massacre from years ago, while also gathering dozens of beautiful women for his harem, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life. And he, Duong Du, is the young master of the Duong family, with assets reaching trillions. This is the current situation. Duong Du cries, clinging to Moon Noyet, without you, how can I live? But he persistently pursues the woman that Long Wong, Deep Than, is also interested in for 3 whole years. After the Duong family elders can't bear it anymore, they decide on an arranged marriage with the Ta family, settling the matter between the two. 2 glasses of wine clink together. As Long Wong, after learning about this during the birthday party, Deep Than will take action and take Tamuk Noyet away. At the party, he wears a neat suit, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a glass of wine. He'll also casually kick someone like him into a vegetative state. After hearing the character setup, Duong Du furrows his brow, clenches his fists, and screams internally, is there a problem with this setup? It completely contradicts the core values of socialism. He wipes his sweaty hands, thinking, I have to think of a way. Suddenly, a voice calls out, young Master Duong, bringing him back to reality. Tamuk Noyet, wearing a provocative outfit, looks down at him seriously and says, please, stop clinging to me. Cancel the engagement. I won't agree to it. She speaks as she walks down the stairs. He turned back to look at her, hands in his pockets, and replied with a smile, I agree. All eyes were on him. Hearing this, Musi Noyet's eyes lit up like stars as she asked in a daze, you agree. Duong Du crossed his arms and sighed inwardly, I shouldn't have. Thank you, ancestors of my 18 generations, for your great kindness. I'll repay you in my next life. Run away with Deep Than, you idiot. His harem needs you. A voice echoed in his mind, and Musi Noyet, puzzled, looked around, wondering who's talking. Then, looking at him, she thought, it sounds like Duong Du. He closed his eyes and turned away, but then opened them again and looked back at her cheerfully, arms still crossed. Confused, Musi Noyet returned his gaze. She suddenly realized something, but he didn't open his mouth just now. Duong Du looked at her, standing beside him. What's wrong? Didn't you want to call off the engagement? Let's go talk to the elders. Musi Noyet was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Duong Du walked ahead, lost in thought. Good, now I can quickly cut ties with this foolish woman. That way, Deep Than won't bother me. I have to survive until the end of this novel. It's a pity the most beautiful woman, Ta Hong, will become part of Deep Than's harem and cause the family to go bankrupt. This brainless power fantasy. Musi Noyet followed behind him. Musi Noyet heard the strange voice again. Looking at him, she thought that voice again. It's just the two of us in this hallway. It must be Duong Du, she frowned, pondering his words. Bot Diep Tun. He's just the bodyguard I hired recently. Her brow furrowed in anger. Me, part of a bodyguard's harem, and ruin my family. What a joke. They stood before an ornate wooden door. Entering, they saw two men sitting on chairs. One addressed Duong Du. You've arrived just in time. There's something we wanted to discuss with you too. They looked at the pair with kind smiles. 2 cups of tea on the table between them. One of them spoke. I just spoke with Uncle too. We feel you and Musi Noyet are very well suited and have decided to arrange a marriage. Duong Du's father smiled as he revealed their plan. What do you think? Both Duong Du and Musi Noyet looked at the two men. Upon hearing this, Duong Du loudly and seriously objected. I don't think we're compatible. Duong's father pointed at him, frowning. Incompatible. Everyone in Dahong knows you've been pursuing her for 3 years. Duong Du raised his hand seriously. Elders, I've reconsidered. Forced relationships are pointless. Musi Noyet looked at him. Duong Du insisted, his voice rising. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. The choice should be ours. He added, thank you for your concern. Elder Tu, seeing his attitude, frowned. Xiao Du, I know why you're saying this. Did Musi Noyet pressure you? Don't worry, I'll take care of this for you. He spoke up for Duong Du. Duong Du's face paled. He thought in astonishment, Uncle, do you want me dead? His face turned even whiter. He stepped forward, waving his hands in denial. No, Unkla, itruli. Elder looked sternly at the two of them. He raised his hand to stop Duong Du's words, his face serious. No need to say more. I understand. Then, he raised his voice, frowning angrily at Tamuk Noyet. You tell me yourself, how has Duong Du treated you all these years? He's devoted to you. When you were sick and hospitalized, how long were you in the hospital? Xiao Du is there taking care of you for just as long. Tamuk Noyet, seemingly unaffected by his words, stood with her arms crossed, listening as he continued. Considering Xiao Du's background and appearance, how is he inferior to you? And you still forced him to say those things. You're going to be the death of me. Duong Du looked towards her, his mind racing. Say something. Why are you just standing there? Argue with your father. Let's end this. Go our separate ways. I'll go find other girls to play with. He urged her in his thoughts. If you don't say anything, I'm really screwed. Don't you want to run away with your Dragon King? Deep then, he wondered. Her face darkened with anger. Bastard. He keeps saying my deep then. What does he think I am? Why should I run away with a bodyguard? What is he? She fumed in her thoughts. He pursued me for 3 years, and now he changes his mind just like that. But outwardly, Tamuk Noyet spoke calmly. Father, I didn't tell him to say that. I support the marriage. Duong Du stared at her, tense, sweat beading on his forehead. Is she crazy? We agreed to break this off. Who wants to be in a relationship with you? Who wants to follow this ridiculous plot? The Dragon King's harem is where you belong. Please get a grip. Don't go crazy. Hearing his inner thoughts, Tamuk Noyet smiled. He's much more interesting now than his usual fawning self. This is rather amusing. Duong Du's father clapped his hands joyfully. Good. They both agree. Then we have nothing to worry about. Let's announce it to everyone. Hearing his father, Duong Du put his hand to his forehead. Her brain must be waterlogged. She's going to be the death of me. Deepton is definitely going to show up and cause a scene. I finally got to be a rich, handsome villain. Is it over already? Damn this cliché plot. Hearing his thoughts, Tamuk Noyet thought in surprise, is the story really going to unfold just like what this guy is thinking? In a luxurious, glittering room, nobles mingled and chatted. Dear friends, I have some happy news to share with you all today. Our Duong family has decided to join in marriage with a family. From today onwards, Tamuk Noyet will be the daughter-in-law of our Duong family. Hearing this, Deep then, holding a glass of red wine, frowned angrily. What? Tamuk Noyet is the woman I love. Anyone who touches her will die. Seng Jip Tun, Jung Ju Panik. Oh no, he's here. He's here. And he's radiating killing intent. Deep then, his brow furrowed in anger, walked towards Duong Du. Duong Du trembled. Why is this happening again? Am I destined to get beaten up today? Tamuk Noyet turned her head, thinking that a family didn't bring any bodyguards today, but Deepthan is here, just like that guy said. Deepthan scowled and shouted, I do not agree to this marriage. The father of someone angrily shouted, Who are you, a lowly bodyguard? This is the family's business. When was it your turn to interfere? Someone, get him out of here. Deepthan frowned, his eyes flashing coldly. Throw me out. He thought, I am the Dragon King, unrestrained and powerful abroad. Even European royalty wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Duong-du stepped forward to mediate. Don't get excited, he said, stepping forward. Let's talk this over calmly. Today is my grandfather's birthday. Getting physical isn't appropriate. The surrounding people murmured and gossiped. I can't believe young Master Duong is so composed. He's not stooping to this guy's level. If it were me, I'd have dragged him out and beaten him to a pulp. I think he's trying to compete with young Master Duong for the woman. A penniless wretch like him, how could he be worthy? Young Master Duong, just beat him up already. Hearing them, Duong-du broke out in a cold sweat. What are you all so noisy about? He thought, can't you be a little more polite? Making an enemy of this guy will only bring temporary satisfaction, but I'll be the one sent to the crematorium. Deep then stared intently at Duong-du, frowning. It's all because of this bastard, he thought. If it weren't for him clinging to Tamuk Noyet, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Noticing Yip Tunshestai Jungju Wadi. Damn it, why is he staring at me like that? He thought. I didn't tell anyone to attack him. I'm not even the one he has a problem with. If you want to steal her away, just do it. Don't drag me into this. Tamuk Noyet looked at them and smiled faintly. Deep then, seeing her smile, thought, see, Muk Noyet is definitely smiling because I stood up for her. As expected, I'm her only support. Deep then smiled and said, Muk Noyet, no one can sacrifice your freedom for their own benefit. With me here, you can go wherever you want. Anyone who tries to stop you will die. Hearing this, Duong-du's tension eased, and he thought with a smile, yes, that's right, just go. Elope, you too. As long as this guy takes Tamuk Noyet away, the rest won't have anything to do with me. Deep then extended his hand towards Tamuk Noyet. Muk Noyet, come with me. Tamuk Noyet brushed his hand away, frowning. What are you doing? Taken aback by her reaction, Deep then's eyes widened in surprise. Tomuk Noyet Ponda. After hearing that guy whisper for a while, I think I understand a little, she thought. This is like a world inside a novel. According to the usual plot, after this bodyguard, Deep Thin, takes me away, he'll make me part of his harem. She frowned angrily. Like hell. Deep Thin, standing beside her, said, Muk Noyet, I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry. With me here, the Duong family won't dare do anything to you. Deep Thin frowned and looked towards Duong. Do it must be this guy who threatened you. What's the big deal about the Duong family anyway? Hearing this, Duong-du thought exasperatedly, are you crazy? What does this have to do with me? I'm already leaving you and your bodyguard business alone. I'll give you $1 million. Just get out of here and don't torment me anymore, man. Tamuk Noyet looked at him. You're overthinking it. You're just a bodyguard for our family. As of today, you're fired. Leave this place immediately. Hearing this, Deep Thin smiled. She's deliberately saying this to protect me, he thought. She's truly worthy of the Dragon King's affection. Understanding, reasonable, and kind. Muk Noyet, I won't leave you. With me by your side, you won't have to worry about anything. The Duong family just. Before he could finish, Tamuk Noyet's father punched him in the face, yelling angrily, you bastard. Get out of here. The old man angrily said, stop clinging to my daughter. My only son-in-law will be Duong-du. If you continue to pester the family, I won't let you off. Deep Thin yelled angrily, old man. He thought, I must be patient. I can't reveal my identity as Long Wang. The most important thing is to learn patience. Deep Thin put his hands in his pockets and smiled. Well, if I'm not welcome here, then I'll leave. Looking at Duong-du, he frowned and thought, this kid is intentionally staying out of it, letting the family deal with me. Clever plan. Duong-du frowned and sweated, thinking, is he crazy? What does this have to do with me? Does he want to tangle with me? I know you two have deep feelings, but you can't do this. Please, Tamuk Noyet, go with your husband. He frowned again, thinking, this guy keeps calling Deep Thin my husband. I'm his fiancé. Tamuk Noyet looked at Duong-du and smiled, thinking, you don't want me near you. I'll do it anyway. She closed her eyes and leaned closer to his face, catching his attention, and placed her hand on his cheek. She kissed his hand, surprised by her strange reaction. He thought, damn, why is she so bold? She even wants to kiss me. Luckily, I was one step ahead. If she had succeeded, I would be dead today. The surrounding people shouted, ooh. Ooh, you two are so interesting. We thought we wouldn't understand this act. Are we part of your game too? Deep Thin gritted his teeth in anger. His woman was kissing another man. It's true, he thought. Tamuk Noyet had to compromise and do this. She's protecting me from the Duong family. He said sternly, the Duong family no longer needs to exist. After the party, Duong-du returned to the Duong family home. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he angrily said, damn system. Are you playing me? Why isn't today's plot like what you said? Covering his mouth, Do continued. In the original plot, Tamuk Noyet was supposed to look down on me. But today, she's clearly different. Her IQ has significantly improved. He said in surprise, to protect her Long Wong, she sacrificed so much. Could it be because the host changed the plot, causing a butterfly effect? Thinking this, he opened the system panel and said, "All right, system, give me my reward." The system announced, ding. The host has successfully survived the first plot. A Lamborghini has been added to your garage. Please check and claim. Du pointed at the sky and yelled angrily, "Damn it. All I have in my house is money. What use is this to me?" Suddenly, someone called out. Du turned his head to look. A bodyguard walked in, holding a gift box. He said, "Young master, madam asked me to deliver this." She said it's a gift for old Master Vaughn. It turned out he was Ha Tien, the captain of the Duong family's bodyguard squad. Du walked over and took the gift box from Ha Tien. "Thank you for your hard work," he said. Carrying the gift box, he walked inside, thinking, in the novel, the Vong and Duong families have been close for generations. Old Master Vong has been good to the male lead since he was young. But suddenly, one day, he became paralyzed. The image of a woman's back appeared in Du's mind. He thought it was Vong Yusi Tuet, the Wong family's granddaughter, and Du's ex-girlfriend. Hearing the news and rushing back to the Wong family home, Du exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, isn't this the plot from page 62? According to the original storyline, Old Man Wong was paralyzed and incurable. The Wong family searched far and wide for famous doctors to treat him, and Deep Thin, being the male lead of this power fantasy, a divine doctor with golden hands, was naturally very skilled. That tie-a divine needle thing was nothing special. This part of the story was the perfect opportunity for him to show off. Deep Thin saved Old Man Wong and gained the trust of the Wong family, paving the way for him to conquer Tahong. Du sat down and continued to think, damn it, am I going to offer myself up to be beaten again? Ha Tien spoke up, asking, "Young Master Duong, are you all right?" Du waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm fine." Ha Tien continued, "Good to hear, young Master Duong. I know you're still upset about what happened today. Don't worry, I've already sent people to cause trouble for that Deep Thin." Duong duesked suspiciously. Several question marks appeared in his mind. Ha Tien replied with a laugh, "I specifically sent over 30 men. This time, he'll definitely pay the price." Hearing this, Du's face darkened as if struck by lightning. He thought, "Great, you're really afraid I'll live to see the grand finale, aren't you?" Ha Tien, seeing Du's silence, asked, "Young master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Du replied, "I'm fine. But today I realized that you being a bodyguard captain is a waste of talent. Tell you what, our company has a mining operation in South Africa. You can go over there and oversee it for me." Ha Tien asked and surprised me. Du smiled and replied, "That's right. Leave tomorrow. I'll make the arrangements for you later. After you get there, your salary and bonus will triple." Ha Tien was so overjoyed that he cried, sob. "Thank you, young Master Duong, for your trust. I will definitely work hard." Watching Ha Tien leave, Du thought happily, excellent. Got rid of one guy, sent him to Africa. There's no way he can jump out and create more trouble for me, right? Du leaned back on the sofa happily and said, "I can go to the Wong residence with peace of mind, following the plot." 1 hour later, at the Wong residence, Du was walking down the hallway. Someone bumped into him. He blurted out, "Watch it." The girl's chest jiggled from the impact. Du thought to himself, "Who's so clumsy?" It turned out to be Vong Yusi Tuet. She was frowning and looking at him. He looked up in surprise and thought, referee. She's the one who committed a foul by bumping into me with the ball. The material of this outfit is really good. Probably high-end tailoring. If it were a dress shirt, it would have ripped open by now. Vong Yusi Tuet spoke up, annoyed. "What are you talking about?" He touched his neck awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "Nothing. Are you all right?" Vong Yusi Tuet said, "I misheard. Why are you at my house?" He replied, "I came to visit the old master." Vong Yusi Tuet said, "My grandfather is still resting. Please sit down and have some tea." He turned and followed her. Years ago, after Du's affair was exposed, the two broke up. They hadn't been in contact since. But this reunion made Vong Yusi Tuet unable to help but care about him. In a guest room, Vong Yusi Tuet leaned over to pour tea for Duong-du. Because last month, during your class reunion, she learned about what happened to Duong-du, how he was framed for infidelity. So, she feels incredibly remorseful. Vong Yusi Tuet looked at Duong-du with a sorrowful gaze. Regret filled her. Only now, seeing him again, did she understand. After all these years, she still hadn't let him go. He, in turn, looked at her with tender affection. While pouring tea, Vong Yusi Tuet thought, what's the use of not being able to let go? It's all too late. Duong and the Su family announced their engagement last night. But compared to Vong Yusi Tuet's inner turmoil, Duong-du wasn't overthinking things. He was focused on watching her pour the tea. Duong-du stared at her, thinking, wow, even pouring tea, she's this beautiful. Tamuk Noyet is supposed to be the most beautiful woman, but as I see it, Vong Yusi Tuet is the true beauty of Su Hang. Just look at her elegance, those tea-pouring movements. Tamuk Noyet is miles behind her, and that constant grumpy face, like I owe her money or something. Marriage my ass. I had to find a way to break off this engagement. Vong Yusi Tuet suddenly turned her head to look at Duong-du. Looking at him, she thought, that's definitely Duong-du's voice. Even though he hasn't opened his mouth, I can hear him clearly. A giant question mark appeared above his head. He anxiously asked her, are you all right? Annoyed, she replied, I'm fine. Then she thought, I seem to be able to hear his thoughts, and he thinks I'm the most beautiful. She muttered, humph, all these years, and he clearly hasn't forgotten me. Still simpin. Then, turning back to him, she said to him, I heard you and Tamuk Noyet got engaged today. Congratulations. You finally got what you wanted. He awkwardly replied, it's a long story. Anyway, this marriage isn't going to happen. Duong-du thought, marriage my ass. It's all Tamuk Noyet's fault. That woman is crazy. She has someone else in her heart and is using me as a shield for her little drama. Vong Yusi Tuet, hearing his thoughts, leaned closer and asked, what's going on between you two? Are you not getting along? She leaned in so close that he blushed and stammered. There are no feelings. Just friends. Why are you asking? He happily thought, why is she suddenly cursing me? She smells so good. Is that her natural scent? Her chest. So white. I mean, that outfit is really beautiful. She smirked. Is this how he compliments people when he's in love? Then she sat down and grabbed his arm. Why are you so mean to me? You were my first love. Can I even get close to you? He pulled his arm away. Keep your distance. We broke up years ago. This trick won't work. I don't like Tamuk Noyet, and I don't want to recycle you either. Inwardly, he rejoiced. Damn it, how could she be like this? Brushing up against me is one thing, but grabbing my arm. This is cheating. Please be normal. This isn't like you. Shouldn't you be rejecting all men except Deep Than? But hey, at least she admires my arms. It would have been better if she hugged my head, though. Interesting tactic. Reading his thoughts, Vong Yusi Tuet couldn't help but laugh. Confused, Duong-du's mind filled with giant question marks. She's beautiful, that's for sure, he thought, but there's something off about this woman. Duong-du frowned, puzzled. Something's not right with this woman. I'm practically dying of embarrassment, and she's just fine with it. Vong Yusi Tuet, with an understanding look, stepped forward and took his arm. Startling Duong-du, he quickly and awkwardly pulled his arm away, internally panicking. I'm afraid this woman. Wait, Tamuk Noyet acting strange is one thing, but is Vong Yusi Tuet going crazy too? He quickly made his escape. I'm going to the restroom, he muttered, thinking, I'm scared of you, lady. I'm going to the restroom. Just let me hide for a bit, okay? He stood up to leave, but Vong Yusi Tuet wasn't letting him off the hook. Hey, wait a minute, she called. He turned around, startled. She had fallen to the floor, her hand still reaching out to him. Duong-du couldn't help but sigh internally. As expected of the female lead in a cheesy novel. The classic fall. Vong Yusi Tuet frowned at him accusingly. I've already fallen. Can't you help me up? She sat up, pulled up her pant leg, and touched her knee, asking with feigned distress. Duong-du froned, groaning inwardly. Seriously, I can't even help myself, and I'm supposed to help you. And after helping you, I'm supposed to just run away. Is that it? In a small, secluded corner of the room, Duong-du and Vong Yusi Tuet sat on a couch. He tried to keep his distance, but she propped her leg up on his, pulling her skirt up to reveal her thigh. Duong-du, she said, my leg is cramping. Can you massage it for me? Duong-du frowned coldly at her and replied, I don't know how. He rested his hand on the sofa, thinking, today I just wanted to follow the plot, get the reward, and have some close contact with the female supporting character. This is life-threatening, he lamented internally. Vong Yusi Tuet, with a vulnerable, rabbit-like expression, kept her leg extended towards him. You're lying, she said. When we were dating, you massaged my leg when it cramped after I played tennis. You hate me that much. She looked heartbroken. Duong-du turned his head and replied, yes, so if you're really uncomfortable, I can call your family doctor. He continued his internal monologue. Right. Just think of it as me hating you. Just leave me alone quickly. We're not compatible anyway. You're Deepthan's future wife. My role is to be the villain's punching bag. He concluded. Duong-du frowned, his expression darkening. If he finds out about this, I'm dead. Seeing his expression and hearing his response, Vong Yusi Tuet frowned, thinking, I don't understand what punching bag means, but you're telling me to stay away. Dream on. She bit her lip. Outwardly, she threatened, you're not going to massage my leg, right? Fine, then leave. Later, I'll tell everyone that you took advantage of me. Duong-du clenched his fists, bewildered by her audacity. He thought frantically, don't do this. Can we be reasonable? If you spread rumors, Deepthan will definitely hold a grudge against me. He glanced around nervously, sweating. I've never read a cheesy novel where the villain successfully steals the female lead from the protagonist and lives to tell the tale. He hesitantly reached his hand towards her leg, grimacing. Fine, I'll massage it, but you can't tell anyone. Vong Yusi Tuet frowned at his actions. He touched her calf. Vong Yusi Tuet cried out, a moan escaping her lips. Her voice rose in a high-pitched whine. Seeing her reaction, Duong-du was astonished, thinking to himself, isn't it just touching her leg? What's with all the screaming? The sky gradually deepened into twilight. From somewhere within the room, suggestive moans continued to echo. He lifted his hand from her leg, furrowing his brow slightly. I'm done, he said softly. Her legs were draped over him as he sat on the sofa, feeling a little awkward. Vong Yusi Tuet pulled her legs back, tucked her hair behind her ear, and looked at him. But it still hurts a little here, she said, pointing to her leg. Duong-du seriously called her out. No, you're not in pain. Vong Yusi Tuet turned towards him, looking at him seductively and softly saying, all right, then next time I'm injured, I'll come to you. Duong-du looked at her coldly and asked, there's going to be a next time. She looked away indifferently and replied, why not? She had her own plans. Being able to hear his thoughts and knowing his weaknesses, she couldn't just let him go. Duong-du frowned angrily, cursing, damn system. Get out here. Why has Vong Yusi Tuet's image crumbled too? Seeing his angry, darkened face, the system couldn't help but display a mocking laughter. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. She picked it up, annoyed at the interruption. Hello. Yes, I know. The new energy conference will be delayed by half an hour. I'll be there later, she said curtly. Hearing her, Duong-du was stunned, thinking to himself, the new energy project. I remember now. Isn't this Vong Nu-long and Deepthan's scheme? To invest in this project, $500 million in cash from the Vong family was poured into it, putting the dang Vong Corporation at serious risk. Vong Nu-long took the opportunity to create trouble and seize power. Deepthan played the good guy, helping Vong Yusi Tuet resolve the crisis, successfully adding her to his harem. Then he had someone kill Vong Nu-long. In the end, didn't the Vong family still fall into his hands? She looked at him thoughtfully, puzzled. Duong-du, how does he know about this investment? This is the company's top secret. She smiled, realizing, moreover, the person pushing this project is indeed my cousin, Vong Nu-long. Could it be that he secretly cares about me and used Duong-du's power to help me investigate these matters? She quickly stood up, preparing to leave for the company. There's an urgent meeting I need to attend. I'll go to the meeting first and come find you later. Duong-du remained seated on the sofa, waving goodbye. Just focus on your work. Vung Nu Duit Thawen and Let Ting Do Ho Sao Anzai Vung Nu Long Andai Deepthan. If I find out the truth, neither of you will survive. Back in the office, Duong-du thought, Master, I've got it. He sat on the sofa, gleefully watching the drama unfold in his mind. Vong Yusi Tuet not standing up doesn't affect the plot. Later, Deepthan will return to the Vong family, exuding his domineering aura, and he'll definitely win Vong Yusi Tuet over. He closed his eyes contentedly. This time, I can definitely live to the end. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching his attention. Excuse me, Mr. Duong-du. He looked around in confusion, asking, who's there? A Lolita-dressed girl entered, replying, it's me. She walked over gracefully, placed her handbag in front of her, and greeted him politely. He replied, "Hello." Duong-du blushed with excitement. Oh, he exclaimed. Xiaoya, long time no see. He remembered. She was the goddess Yijiang Xiaoya, the most famous of Suong. Only 20 this year, her medical skills ranked among the top 10 in Huaxia. Her grandfather was a leading figure in traditional Chinese medicine, known as Jiang Tianyi, a lifetime medical saint with extraordinary skills. Such a divinely beautiful and talented woman naturally belonged to Long Wang Yishun's harem. She touched her face and smiled. Duong-du rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. After returning to the country, Yishun would choose Suong as his first stop. It was also where the most beautiful women were. He would come here to gather his harem and conquer the great families of Suong, making them his backing and helping him rise step by step in Huaxia. Back to reality, Xiaoya looked at him and asked, "Young Master Duong, how has Elder Duong been lately? Did he take the medicine I prescribed last time on schedule?" Duong-du frowned at her, then replied warmly, "Of course. To be honest, thank you. My grandfather is much better after taking the medicine you prescribed." Jiang Xiaoya put her hands on her hips, looking at him quizzically. "Young Master Duong, you don't have to be so polite with me." Hearing her words, Duong-du smiled. As they walked, he said, "All right, I won't be polite with you anymore. Why don't you come in and rest for a bit?" Jiang Xiaoya followed him gracefully. The Jiang family had practiced medicine in Suong for generations and were a prominent family. For the past 100 years, they had been quite close with the Duong family. Because of the Duong family's protection in Suong, no one dared to cause trouble for the Jiang family. At the same time, if anyone in the Duong family fell ill, the Jiang family would help treat them. She and Duong-du had known each other since childhood. Their relationship was no different from siblings. He thought gloomily, if I weren't polite to her, I'd be in trouble today. Everyone says she's part of Yishun's harem. That damn dog is truly out of his mind. My two lovely little sisters, Xiaoya. What a waste to give them to him." He sighed. Noticing his thoughts, Xiaoya was stunned. "I'm part of Yishun's harem. Who is Yishun?" She wondered to herself. She turned to him, puzzled. "Young Master Duong, what are you talking about?" He turned back, gloomily replying, I didn't say anything." He thought, why are these women so strange today? Something doesn't feel right. She followed him, puzzled, pouting her lips thoughtfully. That was clearly young Master Duong's voice. A servant spoke up, bowing to her. "Divine Dr. Jiang, you're here. Elder Wang has just woken up. Would it be convenient for you to treat him now?" Duong-du walked behind, Xiaoya in front. He replied to the servant, "Yes, it's convenient." Xiaoya added, "I'll go too." They arrived at a room. Elder Wang, lying in bed with white hair, called out, "Xiaodu, you're here." He smiled at him. Duong-du waved back with a bright smile. "Grandpa Wang, just lie there. After Xiaoya finishes treating you, I'll come play chess with you." Yishin stood to the side, frowning and crossing his arms with annoyance. Why is he here again? He wondered. Someone approached him and asked, "Brother Yi, are you confident about treating my grandfather's illness?" Yishin's face was filled with smugness. Yishun held up 5 fingers. He seemed puzzled, muttering that a 50% certainty wasn't high enough. This was Wang Rulong, the only son of the second Wang prince. Because his talent wasn't on par with Wang Yusi Tuet's, he felt undervalued by his family. He chose to collude with Dragon King Yishun to seize control of the Wang family. Yishin clenched his fist, angrily reaffirming his point. "I'm going to have it firmly in the palm of my hand." Wang Rulong smirked, thinking derisively, these rich young masters are all so naive. He mused that a successful leader must be willing to step on thousands, tens of thousands of skeletons. They were merely stepping stones to his success. As for Yijiang Xiaoya, sooner or later, she would be a woman in his harem. He was certain of it. Yishin gloated. Yijiang Xiaoya wasn't just beautiful and talented. She also had the vast network of the Jiang family. He watched as she treated Elder Wang, acknowledging the divine doctor status. She had saved countless important figures. With the Jiang family support, dominating Suong was only a matter of time. Wang Rulong anxiously asked, "Divine Dr. Jiang, how is my grandfather?" Yijiang Xiaoya replied seriously, "A blocked meridian caused by wind, coupled with other ailments, has resulted in hemiplegia. But it's not a major issue. I've used the 13 ghost needles to clear the meridian." Her serious expression softened as she turned to Duong-du, "Could you come here and hand me the small poison needles?" Duong-du pointed at himself, flustered. "Me? I can't do that." Yijiang Xiaoya wouldn't let him refuse. "Come on, Hurry up. Weren't you very proficient before? You're the only one here who knows how to handle my special needles. Yishan glared at Duong-du with disgust, thinking, damn you, Duong family. You always try to compete for the women I like. Duong-du thought, exasperated, what the hell? How is this my fault? Someone noticed the open window and called out, close the window. Everyone, please step back. Don't crowd around. Yishun stood with his hands in his pockets. His entourage asked, Divine Dr. Jiang, are you planning to use the 13 ghost needles to treat Elder Jiang's hemiplegia? Jiang Xiaoya frowned, replying, yes, why? Yishan Simivkit. I don't think that's wise. I'm afraid you haven't identified the true cause of the elder's condition. Acupuncture might clear the meridian, but it could also harm the patient. He offered, if you're not certain, I suggest you let me handle it. The surrounding crowd started murmuring. Who are you to tell Divine Doctor Jiang Xiaoya how to treat a patient? Another person said, this is ridiculous. This is the first time I've seen someone try to teach Divine Doctor Jiang Xiaoya how to practice medicine. Their mockery continued. Who brought this guy here? Throw him out. Duong-du observed them, thinking, haha, here come classic moves. First, step forward and draw their hatred. After drawing their hatred, wait for the bet. Then, let Xiaoya continue the treatment. Hearing Duong-du muttering to himself, Jiang Xiao looked up and asked cluelessly, what's wrong? Wang Rulong hurriedly spoke up, elders, Yishun is someone I invited. He's also skilled in medicine and is here to treat grandfather. Could we give him another chance? He raised his hand in suggestion as everyone continued to watch them. One of them spoke up, pointing at Yishun and scolding, impudent. Your grandfather's health is not a game. You can't just bring anyone here to experiment on him. What good is this wet behind the ears brat? Yishun sneered, humph, Divine Doctor Jiang. She's young. Is she really better than me? How do you know my medical skills are inferior to hers? He questioned the man. After a moment of silence, Yishun spoke. How about we make a bet? The elder snapped, bet on what? Yishun's face was full of smugness. If Divine Doctor Jiang can't cure him, I will treat Elder Wang. But you all have to apologize to me. The elder stared at him and retorted, and what if Divine Doctor Jiang succeeds? Yishun pointed confidently. If she succeeds, I, Yishun, will leave the Wang family. He repeated his arrogant declaration, pointing at himself. If she cures him, I'll leave the Wang family. The elder's anger finally subsided. All right, a deal's a deal. Yishun lifted his chin, ran a hand through his hair, and smirked. Divine Doctor Jiang, you can also bet with me. Anything you want. I, Yishun, never go back on my word. Jiang Xiaoya replied coldly without turning around, still focused on her acupuncture. I'm sorry, I don't gamble. As a physician, how can I gamble with something as sacred as healing? Please be quiet and don't disturb my treatment. Jiang Xiaoya had overheard Duong-du's inner thoughts and understood the situation. She had no positive feelings towards Yishun at this point. She even found his smile incredibly greasy. Jiang Xiaoya frowned slightly, her expression changing a bit. She scoffed, ridiculous. How can a physician gamble with the sacred act of healing? Yishun remained arrogant, his chin held high as he folded his arms smugly. Humph, just wait until I display my medical skills. She'll be completely captivated. Women are naturally drawn to strength. Wang Rulong worried, wondering if Yishun could actually pull this off. But seeing Yishun's confident smile, he figured everything was under control. Duong-du pondered, thinking, it seems I remembered correctly. After Elder Wang's treatment, there will be undissolved blood clots in his body. Xiaoya's treatment has a slight flaw. He recalled the storyline. In a few minutes, Yishun would show off his skills, earning Xiaoya's favor and eventually adding her to his harem. Jiang Xiaoya, a medical genius, continued her treatment without a second thought, asking Elder Wang how he felt. She inserted a needle into Elder Wang's wrist. The ailing man said he felt much better and could speak again. The Wang family was overjoyed. Wonderful. Elder Wang has finally recovered. They exclaimed, as expected of Divine Dr. Jiang. Her medical skills are truly remarkable. Divine Dr. Jiang is indeed impressive. Some people were boasting a bit too much. What a joke. Yishun, still brimming with confidence, held up 3 fingers. Are you sure he's recovered? Tell you what, I'll count to 3. If Elder Wang is still fine after 3 minutes, I'll kneel and apologize. Jiang Xiaoya, unfazed, checked Elder Wang's pulse. She thought to herself, just as Duong-du had implied, that she had initially considered Elder Wang's weak constitution and planned to use traditional medicine for a gradual recovery. Now, with the change in his condition, she needed to adjust her treatment. She turned to Duong-du. Give me another sterilized needle. Duong-du furrowed his brow in surprise. What does she need another needle for? Could she have discovered the underlying issue? Jiang Xiaoya smiled slyly, thinking, this is my way of thanking you. Duong-du, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known. After receiving the needle, Jiang Xiaoya immediately turned back to Elder Wang and inserted it into his ankle. Yishun froze, utterly shocked. Impossible. How could this woman have discovered the underlying condition? If her medical skills were truly that advanced, she could have cured him in one go from the start. This doesn't make sense. He scowled, furious. How could this happen? Anelder adresistit Yishen. Doctor, the 3 minutes are up. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? The elder reminded him again. Doctor, the 3 minutes are up. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Yishun rubbed his face anxiously. He had intended to pose as an expert, impressing both the Wang family and the beautiful Jiang Xiaoya. Now, he was utterly humiliated. As the Dragon King, kneeling to apologize was absolutely unacceptable. But after a moment of thought, a smug grin spread across his face. Jiang Xiaoya will be mine eventually. Bowing to my future wife is tolerable. Yishan Shuruk, Chaklin Sumugli. Haha, the Ghost Gate 13 needles truly live up to their reputation. It seems they're no less impressive than my Tai Divine needles. He then quickly produced an acupuncture needle. Duong-du immediately understood his intention. He's starting. Changing the subject quickly, isn't he? But showing off his Tai Divine needles like this, Xiaoya might fall for him. He's Long Wang for a reason. His flirting game is strong. Unlike Duong-du's assumptions, Jiang Xiaoya frowned angrily. What? This guy wants to flirt with me. He has no medical skills, no medical ethics. He's supposed to be treating a patient, but instead he's making bets about it. Someone like him is trash. Does he think he's worthy of pursuing me? Jiang Xiaoya smoothed her hair and coldly remarked, so impressive. Then you must be a man of your word, right? Weren't you going to kneel and apologize to me? Duong-du was stunned, countless question marks appearing on his face. He thought in shock, Xiaoya, you're doing it wrong. What kind of stupid move is this? He's already revealed the Tai Divine needles. You should be discussing medical techniques, building a connection, right? Hearing this, Yishun's face darkened. He grimaced, thinking irritably, a woman dares to insult me. Gripping the needle tightly, he thought, if it weren't for her connections and her family, she'd be a corpse by now. Wang Rulong, flustered, intervened between the two. Haha, that was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. You're both renowned physicians. Naturally, you should exchange knowledge and learn from each other. Yishun, still fuming, sarcastically replied, what I said earlier was in a moment of anger. But I admit I was somewhat disrespectful today. If Miss Jiang doesn't mind, perhaps we could have dinner together tonight. Consider my apology. Duong-du was even more surprised. He clicked his tongue. Long Wang, you truly live up to your name. Can't get the girl with charm, so you resort to tricks. You're a natural-born player. I am impressed. But Jiang Xiaoya snapped off. I do mind. Jiang Xiaoya scowled, thinking, after listening to Duong-du's nonsense all day, I already know what kind of person this Yishun is. Yishun, repeatedly attacked, felt a heavy blow. His face darkened with anger at the insult. He growled, what did you say? But just then, a voice called out, Grandpa. Grandpa, is your body feeling any better? A pink-haired girl rushed out. She wore a white, form-fitting cheongsam and looked like Wang Rulong's sister. It was Vong Yusi Tuet. Her worried face was lovely and radiant. Coupled with her alluring curves, especially her ample bosom, Yishun's lecherous desires intensified. He smiled with ill intentions. Yishun smirked, trying to appear charming and attract the beauty's attention. He thought excitedly, she's truly a woman worthy of my attention. Soon, she and the Wang family will both be mine. But contrary to his expectations, Vong Yusi Tuet turned and walked away without even glancing at him, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. She was preoccupied with her own thoughts. After returning to the company, I discovered that my cousin, Wang Rulong, has been pushing the new energy project. There's definitely something fishy about it. Wang Yusi Tuet's face was cold as she pondered. She needed to investigate the situation further. Without sufficient evidence, she could only stir up trouble. Wang Yusi Tuet approached Jiang Xiaoya, who was checking her medical equipment. Oh, there's no need for thanks between our families. She glanced at her watch. Oh, it's already 3 o'clock. I have to go to the Tran Hoi. Wang Yusi Tuet happily saw her off. Take care. Divine Dr. Jiang. Please come visit again when you're free. Yi Jiang Xiaoye stood, smiled, and left with her black handbag. She walked over to Duongdu, who was blushing. She asked softly, Duongdu, why didn't you say goodbye to me? A flustered Duongdu waved goodbye, his face red. His mind was in turmoil. Two younger sisters. It's not that I didn't want to say goodbye, but I didn't dare. That idiot Yi Shun considers you his woman. If I get too close to you, he'll kill me. Duongdu forced a smile, sweating nervously. Yi Jiang Xiaoye frowned in disgust. Considers me his woman. Makes me want to vomit. Seeing their close interaction, Yi Shun was irritated. How can the woman I like call him brother so affectionately? She said loudly and firmly, her face full of disdain, it's not convenient. You're not welcome. Don't come. Yi Shun was frustrated. This was the first time his romantic pursuits had been so unsuccessful. But he couldn't get angry now. His plan wasn't over yet. Wang Yusi Tuet was still there. He looked at the beautiful, radiant woman with pink hair. Yi Shun nudged Wang Rulong with his elbow, startling him. Then, remembering his purpose, he turned to his cousin. Right, cousin, let me introduce you to a talented young man. This is Yi Shun. He forced an innocent smile, his face bright. He's exceptionally talented, a rare find. Wang Yusi Tuet glanced at him, her expression unchanged, showing no interest. Wang Rulong enthusiastically introduced him. This is Divine Dr. Yi Shun. His medical skills are no less than Divine Dr. Zhang's. Hearing the praise, Yi Shun's face swelled with pride. He extended his hand. Hello, Miss Wang. Wang Yusi Tuet scoffed. Has anyone ever told you something? A hopeful Yi Shun innocently replied, What? Wan tweets no. Your smile is disgusting. She crossed her arms, her demeanor haughty. Stunned by the insult, Yi Shun froze. He thought incredulously, my smile. The thing I'm most proud of, my irresistible charm. Yi Shun stammered. Miss Wang, there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps we can talk again later. He bowed slightly as Wang Yusi Tuet turned and walked away. Yes, Wang Rulong, right away. Escort Yi Shun to the door. Let me see you off, Mr. Yi. It's late, and it's pitch black outside the Wang estate. Only the lights inside are on. Wang Rulong led Yi Shun outside, and then reassured him what happened today was a bit unexpected. Don't take it to heart. But Yi Shun, hands in his pockets, remained upset. He frowned angrily and asked my smile. It really looked that disgusting. Wang Rulong answered honestly, it's normal, just a bit unique. Yi Shun pressed further, what's that Duong kid's relationship with your family? Wang Rulong replied as they continued walking away from the estate. Our families have been close for generations. Young Master Duong is very close to us. He's also my older sister's ex-boyfriend. Yi Shun stopped short, exclaiming, ex-boyfriend. Wang Rulong, you're good. You're determined to go against me, aren't you? Furious, his thoughts darkened. The woman I have my eye on. You won't even let her go, will you? Outside the Wang estate, Yi Shun stood under a tree as if waiting for someone, his expression still bitter. He took out his phone and made a call. The voice on the other end asked, Long Wang, what are your orders? Yi Shun asked, Chim Mo, how's the infiltration of Duong Corporation going? Chim Mo replied, successfully completed. My current identity is the director's secretary. Yi Shun was satisfied, but still angry. He ordered, very good. You have 1 week. Get what I need. In 1 month, I want Duong Corporation to have no way out. Meanwhile, Duongdu sneezed and rubbed his nose. Who the hell is thinking about me? He wondered, frowning as he looked at the system interface displayed in front of him. Damn system, he cursed under his breath. The plot point is finished. Where's my reward? Ding. Host has successfully survived plot point 2. Reward, impervious to all poisons. Duongdu was overjoyed. This reward is pretty good. I can deal with someone who's skilled with poisons, like that Yi Shun. Looks like my chances of surviving to the end just increased a bit. Just then, Wang Yusi Tuet rushed out of the house and stopped him. Stop, she shouted. He jumped. Duongdu responded coldly, what is it? He was inwardly annoyed. Why are you blocking my way? I know you have a crush on me, but this isn't appropriate, because I'm the man you'll never have. Wan Lu Duits my Nawin Li, the man I can have. This lady wants to have him even more. She frowned and rubbed her face, asking, can I even talk to you? Do you hate me, your ex-girlfriend, that much? Duongdu crossed his arms defensively. Why ask when you already know? Inwardly, he thought, if I didn't hate you, I'd be in trouble, little sister. This is what you call fate without destiny. You know, you shouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. You couldn't get me then, and you definitely can't get me now. He wondered anxiously. Wang Yusi Tuet frowned and pouted. Fine, I get it. I won't force you anymore. Suddenly, she pointed behind Duongdu angrily. Yi Shun, Who told you to come back? Duong-du's face flushed with surprise and worry. He spun around in alarm, but strangely, there was no one there. He frowned, confused. There's no one there. Immediately, Wang Yusi-Tuet darted to his side with lightning speed. She raised her phone, capturing Duong-du's unguarded expression. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Wang Yusi-Tuet playfully teased him, feigning annoyance. "Oh, young Master Duong, why are you like this?" she asked, clutching her phone. "Saved it," she declared cheerfully, her fingers dancing across the screen as she saved the unflattering photo of Duong-du with mischievous glee. Duong-du was naturally furious. Thunder and lightning raged within him. He pointed at her. "You tricked me." Confused, he rubbed his face, thinking, damn it, is she even the female lead? Why is she recording this? I'm dead. If that idiot Yishin sees this, won't he kill me? One night, as husband and wife, equals 100 days of obligation. Though we didn't have the days, we at least had that initial spark. 10 days of affection still counts, right? Why did you trick me? Wang Yusi-Tuet, having successfully teased her first love, giggled happily. Tricked you. Would a girl like me really take the initiative to, with you? Young Master Duong, stop being so full of yourself. Duong-du, still fuming, pointed at her and said bluntly, delete the video. How much do you want? Luckily, I'm a rich villain now. I can use money to solve this. He thought, figuring this would also reinforce Wang Yusi-Tuet's perception of him as materialistic, obsessed with money. Duong-du, sweating nervously, calculated his next move. But Wang Yusi-Tuet refused the money. I have plenty of this at home. It's not really something I need, she said, pointing at him with a sly grin. Duong-du, frustrated, put his hands on his hips, unsure what to do. As a business genius with exceptional intelligence, Wang Yusi-Tuet, after listening to his inner thoughts for a while, finally understood the world she was in. It was the world of a novel. According to the original plot, Duong-du was the villain, and she was part of Yishun's harem. Folding her arms, she lifted her chin haughtily. Harem, please, given a chance, that Yishun won't leave Swung alive. Duong-du, red-faced and indignant, pleaded, all right, stop being unreasonable. Delete the video, or don't blame me for turning nasty. His pleas falling on deaf ears, Duong-du's anxiety spiraled. What do you want? You don't want money, so what do you want? Do you want this pristine body of mine? I don't understand. Besides being somewhat wealthy, handsome, 6 feet tall, having an 8-pack, and an outstanding aura, what else could possibly attract you? He pouted miserably. Having had her fun, Wang Yusi-Tuet said, fine, turn nasty then. If you do, I'll post it online. Duong-du, enraged, retorted, does it make you happy to see me this angry? Do you really think I wouldn't hit a girl? He held up his fist. See this? Hard as a rock. A delicate person like you. If I punched you, you'd be crying for a long time. Duong-du narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them, as he threatened, delete the video. This isn't something a female lead should do. Understand. Wang Yusi-Tuet remained defiant. Then hit me. Let's see where you hit me. Exasperated, Duong-du lowered his voice. Stop it. What do you want? Just tell me. He frowned, pleading, just tell me what you want. Wang Yusi-Tuet snapped her fingers, cheerfully stating her demand. Come to my room with me. Duong-du, taken aback, recoiled, flatly refusant. No, absolutely not. Wang Yusi-Tuet, irritated and pouting, yelled, you really want to fight me, don't you? Follow me my room. Duong-du remained silent, lost in thought for a long moment. Fine, fine. It's just going to her room. It's better than the video getting out. If she really causes a scene, I'd rather die than have my reputation ruined. As a villain, how can I let the female lead manipulate me? Duong-du finally agreed to go to Wang Yusi-Tuet's room. Opening the door, he saw an incredibly messy scene. Duong-du couldn't help but sigh. This woman's room is such a mess. Things are scattered everywhere. But then he glanced at the pile of socks lying on the bed and floor. These black stockings aren't bad. Almost like thigh highs. I could totally. Wait, there are even fishnets. These white stockings are more interesting. Facing his ex-girlfriend's room, Duong-du crossed his arms sternly. Why is your room so messy? Can't you hire someone to clean it? Wang Yusi-Tuet smiled, looking at the messy room. Duong-du, puzzled, wondered, I can't believe it. Even a dog in my hometown would walk around me. Is it that hard for a haughty beauty like you to create a little bit of order? Wang Yusi-Tuet asked with a sly smile. Aren't you about to offer to clean it? Duong-du immediately understood the implication. He reacted strongly and angrily. You wanted to clean your room? Yes. Wang Yusi-Tuet waved her hand. Hurry up. Other people would kill for the chance to clean my room. Besides, it's not like you haven't cleaned for me before. Back in college, you cleaned for me several times. Duong-du sighed in defeat. Fine. I'm overthinking this. It's just cleaning a room. It's better than other things, I guess. But will the socks smell? What if the smell gets on me? I'll have to wash my hands thoroughly afterward. Wang Yusi-Tuet, overhearing his inner thoughts, felt annoyed. Damn it, he's the one with foot odor. She then asked, Hey, in the years since we broke up, besides chasing after Tu Mu Noyet, have you been with any other girls? Duong-du, while making the bed, replied, bending over with a pained expression, I'm not chasing after Tu Mu Noyet. That's just an act. It's just so I can play around with other girls in private. To be honest, I have 4 girlfriends right now. That's obviously fake. Damn, these past few years I've been so busy chasing after you that I haven't even touched another girl's hand. As if Wang Yusi-Tuet knew he was lying. Hearing his true inner thoughts, she chuckled. What a hypocritical man. She frowned playfully. You scum. Duong-du smiled with satisfaction. This woman can't resist me. I need to find a way to provoke her a little more. So she gets angry and kicks me out. Embracing his lecherous, despicable male persona, he thought, I don't believe you won't be disgusted by me. Just watch. Duong-du resolutely grabbed her white bra. He held it up high, dangling it while teasing her with a smile. Yours aren't very nice. I'll personally pick out a few for you some other time. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Wang Yusi-Tuet raised her phone and snapped a picture of the stunned Duong-du. God again. Damn it. Duong-du, realizing what happened, froze. Wang Yusi-Tuet laughed triumphantly, waving her phone provocatively. Oops, I accidentally took a picture. Now I have evidence of your crime. Kissing me and doing this. What's a girl like me supposed to do? Duong-du, caught off guard, blushed and stammered, unsure how to react. Highly suspicious, he asked point blank, Why aren't you acting normal? Why did you sneak a picture with your phone? Normally, shouldn't you be calling me a pervert and telling me to get out? Wang Yusi-Tuet, far from being disgusted, smiled with amusement. What am I supposed to do? My ex-boyfriend is harassing me like this. It would be really awkward if I moved out. Duong-du, frustrated and speechless, thought to himself, this is definitely not something Wang Yusi-Tuet would do in the original story. Resigned, he conceded, I'm just kidding. Don't be like that. He then put the white bra back down on the bed. Seeing his obedience, Wang Yusi-Tuet was delighted. She thought, with this in my hands, I'm not afraid he won't be obedient from now on. Hee, there's no escape. Softening her tone slightly, she asked, by the way, let's talk about something serious. Duong-du, who was folding clothes, stopped. Wang Yusi-Tuet continued, I've been thinking about investing in new energy recently. What do you think? She propped her chin up on her hands. Seeing her confident demeanor, Duong-du smiled, thinking, here we go, she's starting to fall for it. Grinning, he thought, even though Yi Shun is an idiot, it doesn't change the fact that I've played matchmaker for him today. That's right, I'm the ultimate villain who repays kindness with evil. He gave a thumbs up, praising her profusely. New energy is a great investment. I think you should go for it. Trust yourself. This project will definitely make you a lot of money. Fast is a reliable partner. No problem. He laughed inwardly. Fast is a trap. When this project fails, that's when Yi Shun will make his entrance. A devious smile spread across his face, radiating smugness. Wang Yusi-Tuet beamed, but maintained a cunning look as she continued. Since you think so highly of this project, I'll invest. But I'm still hesitant. The potential partner, Fast, a French company, seems promising, but I have a feeling they're not entirely trustworthy. Duong-du immediately denied it. You're overthinking it. I've dealt with them before. They're very skilled in new energy research. Partnering with them will give you access to the latest technology. You won't have to worry about money anymore. Despite his words, Duong-du was worried. This silly girl's intuition is pretty sharp. Fast does have some problems, but Yi Shun has covered them up for now. Their fraudulent invoices and tax evasion won't be exposed for a while. Frankly, they're a scam. Duong-du's thoughts were transparent to Wang Yusi-Tuet. She covered her mouth, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Haha, I've completely figured out how to handle Duong-du. It's like I have a remote control. One push of a button, and he reacts. Wang Yusi-Tuet placed her hands on her hips. All right, Fine. Even you agree. So there shouldn't be any problem. I plan to hand over management of this project to Rulong. Do you think he has the ability to succeed? Duong-du immediately jumped to his defense. Rulong is intelligent. He's well known in our Suzhou branch. With his talent, there definitely won't be any issues. Inwardly, Duong-du was ecstatic. It's back. Everything's back to normal. Letting Wang Rulong take over the Jack project. Perfect. If she hadn't let him take charge, how could he have covered up the problems with the project? Deputy Manager Li and Wang Rulong were in cahoots. He'd received a lot of benefits, intentionally creating a smokescreen. Wang Yusi-Tuet, aware of this truth, stroked her chin thoughtfully. Manager Li has been constantly pushing this new energy project. He's even spoken to me several times, saying this project is enough to support the Wang family's development for the next 25 years. Duong-du pointed to the neatly organized pile of items. I've finished cleaning up. Can I go now? Wan nuk tweets my tao wu fun. About that, she picked up her phone, tapped a few times, then smiled. All right, you can go. Duong-du felt a mixture of relief and suspicion. Did she delete the video and photos? He glanced at her. Wan nuk tweet feigen ano yan. What are you looking at me for? The photos and videos are deleted. If you don't believe me, check. Do you think I'd be proud to keep something like that? Duong-du immediately brightened. He beamed. Right, of course you deleted them. I absolutely wouldn't allow a beauty like you to have her reputation ruined because of a wretched man like me. He opened the door and left, elated. Thank goodness, I finally escaped Wang Yusi-Tuet's clutches. He hurried out. The world outside is so beautiful. He skipped along, humming. The most beautiful flower on the prairie is the dazzling sunflower. After a whole day of hard work, I finally got the plot back on track. Meanwhile, at Donghai Corporation, Su Mu-yu was working diligently, meticulously reviewing documents. After a while, she looked up, puzzled. It's already 6 o'clock. Aren't you off work yet? She questioned her secretary, who replied, I didn't hear a knock, so I assumed it was still early. Usually, at 6 o'clock, young Master Duong of the Duong family knocks on the door to invite Director Su to dinner. It's been a routine for 3 years. As long as they're not on leave, young Master Duong always comes. The secretary's casual words made Su Mu-yu feel a pang of disappointment. Su Mu-yu frowned, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Right? He usually knocks on my door. I used to find it irritating, him always clinging to me like a leech. But today, not hearing it feels strange, like something's missing. Su Mu-yu's secretary smiled. Director Su, I'll head home now. Su Mu-yu responded with a cold She felt a twinge of sadness and frustration. How could he just stop liking me after 3 years? Just like that. Su Mu-yu suddenly felt her reaction was a bit strange. She rubbed her head, wondering what was wrong with her. Whatever, she thought, I'll just go home first. Su Mu-yu left work and went down to the Donghai Corporation parking garage. In the car, Su Mu-yu felt uneasy. She took out her phone and called Duong-du. Are you free tonight? I want to talk to you. Duong-du, upon seeing the incoming call, felt annoyed. Damn it, what does Su Mu-yu want from me? He picked up the phone and answered, assuming it was about breaking off the engagement. Why didn't you say so from the beginning? Let's quickly figure out how to explain this to our families. Hearing the words break off the engagement, Su Mu-yu remained silent, lost in melancholy and disappointment. Then, she said irritably, who wants to talk about breaking off the engagement? In truth, she didn't understand what she wanted to talk to him about either. Su Mu-yu frowned, annoyed with herself. Staring at him through the phone, she realized that perhaps she simply wanted to see him. Duong-du responded through the phone, confused, just say what you want. If there's nothing, then get lost. Contact me when you're ready to break off the engagement. Su Mu-yu angrily pressed the phone closer to her ear. Do you hate me that much? Duong-du laughed and replied, all right. I still have to go drinking with some girls. If you want to break it off, just say it. If there's nothing, don't contact me. He chuckled smugly. I'm already using this attitude. Why aren't you being honest and playing your part as the female lead? Su Mu-yu yelled into the phone in frustration, cursing him. You're despicable. I'm not breaking off the engagement. I'm going to marry into your Duong family. Just you wait. Duong-du, annoyed and furious, retorted, what the F *CK? Are you crazy? Before he could continue, Su Mu-yu unilaterally hung up. Duong-du, enraged, gritted his teeth. I'm screwed. Is this woman actually going insane? He stared at his phone for a moment. Then he tossed the phone aside, focusing on driving. He thought to himself, it wasn't easy to feel like the plan was finally about to succeed. What is Su Mu-yu doing now? Suddenly, An unknown number called. Duong-du picked up the phone and checked. He saw an SNS message that said, "Big bro, what have you been up to lately?" Duong-du felt like he'd found a lifeline. That's right, I still have backup. I'm the villain. I have to use the villain's advantages to solve my problems. Scene change. Duong-du drove to a high-end entertainment venue. His white car caused a stir. Whoa, isn't that the Veneno? I heard there are only two in the country. Which rich second generation is this? Driving such a cool sports car. Oh my god, when will I be able to reincarnate into a rich family like that? Duong-du stepped out, looking both poised and smug with a wide smile. Excellent. This is the feeling of being a rich second generation. A young man with blue hair waved and called out, "Big bro, over here." His name was Qin Ming, the young master of the Qin family, one of the four great families in Suong, and a loyal underling of Duong-du. He was the prince of the club scene. Qin Ming, sitting on the sofa, asked curiously, "Which woman?" Duong-du replied, "Su Muyu." Qin Ming grinned. "Whoa, big bro, you're finally not chasing her anymore. Simple. Just learn from me and become a playboy." Duong-du, feeling impressed, asked for the secret. The master speaks wisely. If you're a piece of sh*t, won't the dogs, the women, leave you on their own? Qin Ming gave him a thumbs up. Now, Qin Ming chuckled, pointing, "You'll see. When the time comes, you can take her to work, and Su Mu, you will be furious." Just then, a beautiful woman walked in. This woman had dark hair, dressed sensually and maturely, her curves prominent. She greeted young Master Qin. "Finally, Ling Han has arrived. Let me introduce you. This is Duong-du, my good brother." Qin Ming introduced the man in the white suit beside him. Ling Han walked over and sat down in the chair next to him, enthusiastically greeting young Master Duong. "You're very handsome. I'm Ling Han. It's a pleasure to meet you." Duong-du, elegant in his white suit, replied, "The pleasure is all the more mine to meet such a beautiful woman as Miss Ling." A sudden thought crossed Duong-du's mind. He thought to himself, isn't this the jade-faced vixen? That dog Yishan moves so fast. She's already been arranged here. That's not right. Her target shouldn't be me. It should be Qin Ming. Across from him, Ling Han was thinking, what's going on? Is he talking to me with his stomach? No, that's definitely not his stomach. According to her information, Ling Han's true identity was the top elite of the Long Han organization, their strongest assassin. In a quiet atmosphere, Qin Ming thought in the opposite direction. Big brother is really handsome. Women can't help but be drawn to him. So, big brother, are you feeling generous? He turned to Duong-du, but Duong-du didn't respond, his mind preoccupied with other thoughts. Duong-du Kirstanwadli, Junhumai, ASS. This is an assassin, and her target is you. And you're pushing her onto me. I thought we were brothers. How could you do this to me? Ling Han seemed certain of her guess. It really wasn't his stomach. She was hearing this man's thoughts. But she didn't reveal any unusual expression on her face, remaining calm. First, don't act rashly. Duong-du tried to calm himself. Stick to the old plan. Make her dislike me and leave me. Contrary to his earlier surprise and apprehension, Duong-du now switched to flirtation mode, flashing a dazzling smile. Such a beautiful lady, Miss Ling. I wonder if you have a boyfriend already. Ling Han was equally adept. She moved closer, replying flirtatiously, "Not yet. Would young Master Duong like to introduce me to someone?" Ling Han had grasped Duong-du's train of thought. "You think you can get me to leave?" "No way. I want to see just how much you know about the organization." After this probing, Duong-du began to understand. Her approach is different. If her target is Qin Ming, shouldn't she be looking at him? Unless she knows Qin Ming likes substitutes, so she's putting on an act for him. Fine, let's play along. Life is a stage, and we're all actors. I can use her to deal with that foolish woman, Su Muyu. Duong-du continued to probe. "Miss Ling, do you have any hobbies? Perhaps we share some common interests." Ling replied confidently, "Hobbies. I enjoy dancing and music." "What about young Master Duong?" Duong-du smiled cheerfully, raising his glass. "Well, we're quite similar then. I enjoy listening to music and watching adult films." Hearing this, Ling Han feigned shyness and leaned against Duong-du. "Young Master Duong, you're so bad," she simpered. Outwardly, Duong-du played along, indulging her, but inwardly he thought, cut the act. I've had my fill of sugar-coated bullets. Women only interfere with my enjoyment of life especially Yishun's woman. But this Yishun is quite convenient. He doesn't even spare the women from his own organization. He gives them dangerous, impossible missions, then swoops in to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress. Everything falls right into his hands. Duong du estoigt surpriset Linghan. How did this man know all this? Over the past 2 years, she had indeed failed 2 missions, both times rescued by Long Wan. Beside them, Qin Ming spat out the beer he was drinking. Seeing this, Duong Du grabbed him. "What are you doing?" Qin Ming stammered nervously. "BB boss Su Muyu is here." Su Muyu entered the room, her face and voice radiating anger. "Duong Du," she called out. Duong Du, sitting opposite her, looked gleeful and energized. He draped his arm around Ling Han and replied, "What's up?" "Here to talk about breaking off the engagement." Duong Du inwardly gloated over his performance. "See, did you see that? I'm openly embracing a beautiful woman, and you're still holding back. Don't hesitate. Go crazy. Today, I give you permission to throw this drink in my face. Don't go easy on me, just because I'm a pretty boy. Show me your female lead pride." So Moying understood. He was deliberately putting on this act to provoke her, trying to force her to call off the engagement. I won't play your game, she thought. Her expression softened slightly. Su Muyu sat down, her demeanor calmer than before. "What's this about breaking off the engagement? We've worked so hard to get to this point. What are you thinking? I just saw you drinking alone and wanted to join you." Duong Du was stunned, his plan derailed. Qin Ming, having witnessed the exchange, finally understood. "I finally get why boss said Su Muyu is acting strange. That incredibly arrogant and cold Su Muyu is actually tolerating her fiancé embracing another woman, and she's speaking so calmly. This isn't going according to plan. Duong Du was suspicious. Why aren't you reacting normally? Girl, you've been cheated on. Come on, I give you permission to slap me and then call off this engagement, okay? Don't do this to me. Otherwise, Ling Han will have to report to Luong Van that we're completely innocent." Duong Du continued, "Well then, why don't you go drink somewhere else? You're disturbing Ling Han and me." He waited for another opportunity, thinking, see what a shameless scoundrel I am. If you can't take it anymore, just leave. Don't force me to become even more shameless. My moral boundaries are very flexible. I'm capable of anything. Ling Han, sitting beside him, was equally furious but kept her anger bottled up. "This bastard. He's taking advantage of me and using me for his schemes." Sumu, you seem to see right through Duong Du. With a knowing look, she thought, "Terrible acting. Do you think I'm stupid? You want to force me to leave? No chance." Sumuyu continues to pretend like she understands you guys. "Just drink up. I won't bother you. After you're done having fun, we'll go home, okay?" My God, how can a woman say such things? Where's your pride and your position? Calm down. Duong Du felt like 1,000 thunderbolts were exploding in his mind. He was truly speechless in this situation. Don't. Duong Du desperately tried to steer the conversation in the right direction. "These simpering lines are mine. Don't mess up the roles anymore. Just finish this drink and be yourself again." Su Muyu remained calm and graceful, as if nothing was amiss. "Don't look at me like that. I understand everything now. For the past 3 years, I've put you through a lot to test you," Su Muyu said firmly. "But starting today, I want to make you the happiest man in the world. You can do whatever you want. I won't blame you." Duong Du quickly seized the opportunity to adjust his plan. "Fine, whatever. Just take your time drinking. Ling Han and I are going to the restroom. Don't disturb us." Duong Du stood up and put his arm around Ling Han's waist, helping her up. Qi Ming watched from the side, gossiping. "Wow, what a sudden physical development. You guys are all acting crazy today." Su Muyu watched them leave, filled with questions. "I know he's putting on an act, but this extreme attitude. Could it be that his affection for the past 3 years was all fake?" The scene shifts to the restroom at the club. Duong Du led Ling Han inside. Ling Han asked curiously, "Young Master Duong, what are we doing here?" Duong Du handed her a small, exquisite gift box. "This is a gift for you. I really like understanding girls like you, who don't constantly talk about money." Duong Du continued, "Women like Su Muyu, who throw themselves at me for money. I'm sick of it." He confided in Ling Han. "I'm going back to break up with her. We can have drinks together again later." Ling Han's intuition told her something was off. "Why does this feel so strange?" "Forget it. I should report to Long Wang first." The scene changes to a spacious underground garage with a few cars parked. Ling Han got into the car and immediately called her ally, Long Wang. Yi Shun answered quickly. What's the situation, Han Ni? Is the mission going smoothly? Ling Han remained silent. Before, hearing Yi Shun call her Han Ni would have made her happy. But after hearing Duong Du's inner thoughts and learning about Yi Shun's deception, the intimate nickname felt repulsive. She even felt he was being fake. Composing herself, Ling Han reported, I've made contact with the target. But when I did, I ran into Duong Du and Su Muyu. Yi Shun exclaimed in surprise. Duong Du, what was he doing with Su Muyu? Ling Han replied, they were drinking at a bar. Thinking 1,000 steps ahead, Yi Shun angrily asked, is he trying to get Su Muyu drunk and then take advantage of her? Ling Han felt helpless at this kind of thinking. They weren't drinking much, but they kept hugging and touching each other. Su Muyu seemed very proactive. Yi Shun still didn't believe the report from his allies. It's impossible, he countered. Su Muyu only has eyes for me. How could she be intimate with another man? Keep an eye on Su Muyu for me. Protect her well. Understood. Ling Han suggested a new plan to Long Wang. How about I change the plan and infiltrate Duong Du's route to approach him? That way, I can also protect Su Muyu better. Ling Han sat still in the car, her eyes staring blankly in no particular direction. She was no longer in the mood to continue the mission. She only wanted to approach Duong Du to get more information from him. He even knew the secrets of the Long Han organization. Ling Han thought that perhaps he could provide answers to the information she had been seeking. Yi Shun agreed because, ultimately, it was beneficial for this man he secretly loved. Han Air, you change the plan first. The Qin family matter isn't urgent. Remember, absolutely do not let him touch my woman. Hey, a manager shouted from behind, startling even Yi Shun. Newbie, is your head full of dirt? Who allowed you to make phone calls during work hours and so loudly at that? Yi Shun was furious. He felt insulted by someone like the other party. A lowly security manager dared to raise his voice to me, Long Wang. If this weren't within the country, the moment he acted, he'd be a corpse. The angry manager wanted to fire Yi Shun. Don't want to work. Get out. Hearing this, Yi Shun was enraged. He clenched his fists, trying to prevent the situation from escalating. Inwardly, he cursed, wishing he could kill them all. Just wait until I complete my plan to woo Su Muyu, then I'll slaughter every single one of you. After being at the party for a while, Duong Du turned around and saw Su Muyu, drunk, sitting on the sofa. His close underling praised him. Damn, bro, you finished in 3 minutes. Finish my ass. Duong Du retorted angrily. I just sent her away. This woman is dangerous. Don't mess with her again, understand? After Duong Du transmigrated into this body, his memories merged, and he felt a strong bond with his brother, Qin Ming. Qin Ming cheerfully obeyed. All right, I'll listen to whatever you say, bro. After the two joked and chatted for a while, Qin Ming, the underling, pointed at Su Muyu and asked, what should we do now? Duong Du sighed, holding his head in mock pain as he thought. I guess I'll take her home. The scene then shifted to a vast space. Darkness enveloped the skyscrapers, even their tops obscured by clouds. People had begun turning on lights in the buildings, illuminating the bustling city. Duong Du was sitting with Su Muyu. A middle-aged man was driving them. He said as he drove, don't drink and drive. Duong Du recalled this slogan as he sat in the car, with Su Muyu leaning on his shoulder. He thought, asterisk to survive until the end, I must be safety conscious. Only then can I live through this protagonist's story. Asterisk. Then, Duong Du saw the luxury of the super VIP convertible and exclaimed, being rich is truly amazing. If only this world didn't have Yi Shun, it would be even better. Lost in thought, he was startled by Su Muyu's sudden hey. As she leaned closer, making him jump. He thought she would enchant him with her beauty. After all, he had a secret crush on her for 3 years. It was impossible not to be moved when she leaned on his shoulder. But there was a difference. This wasn't the original Duong Du. This one had been taken over by someone from another world. This guy wasn't interested in women. He preferred a peaceful, leisurely life of enjoyment. So, he reacted by pushing Su Muyu away. The chauffeur saw Duong Du push away Su Muyu, the woman he'd secretly loved for 3 years. Surprised, he blurted out, good heavens, is this even the same lovesick young master? One surprise followed another. The usually haughty young lady, who never acted spoiled with anyone, suddenly leaned on him playfully. Even the driver was startled by this unexpected turn of events. The scene before him was truly baffling. She just kept wanting to lean on him. Then, he looked at her as if remembering something. Duong Du looked at her with sympathetic eyes as she leaned gently against his shoulder. He chuckled to himself. Oh, I remember. When this woman was very young, her mother passed away from cancer. Her father, Su Trong's son, was very strict with her. In that lonely and helpless environment, she developed a strong and competitive personality. She gradually became cold and independent. But when she's drunk, she drops all pretense, revealing her vulnerable and clingy side. Like a little puppy, unconditionally trusting. He thought Su Muyu, the haughty young lady, was just leaning on his shoulder. Who knew she would start making moves with her hands? Startling Duong Du, he asked in a panic. Why are you getting so handsy? Then, he wasn't sure if she was genuinely drunk or just pretending, but she put her arms around his neck, leaving Duong Du blushing and unsure how to handle this passive situation. After all, this was the first time a girl had been so forward with him. Without any hesitation, she said, "Come on, kiss me." Before Duong Du could react, this aggressive young lady moved her lips closer to his. They were almost touching. Duong Du recoiled in disgust, yelling, "Damn it, don't come any closer." Lao Wang pulled her away. Lao Wang looked back, practically bouncing in his seat, but he remained calm, saying, "Young master, I'm driving, and we're on an overpass. I can't help you." After hearing Lao Wang's words, Duong Du knew he had to take matters into his own hands. So, when she lunged, he dodged. One attacked, the other evaded. But for some reason, the car suddenly braked hard, causing both Duong Du and Su Muyu to lurch forward, their faces close together. Their lips brushed lightly, leaving Duong Du beet red. "I kissed you so much. Why don't you kiss me back?" Su Muyu, her cheeks flushed with drunkenness, still didn't understand what she was saying. She hiccuped, the taste of alcohol on her breath, and spoke pathetically. "Damn, she's so forward." Duong Du looked at Su Muyu acting coy with him and couldn't help but feel bewildered. Who Gwyn Hung? Duong Du thought to himself, a contemplative look on his face. This isn't Su Muyu. This is a damn starving succubus. Who told you to stop pursuing me? Didn't you say you'd chase me for the rest of your life? Why don't your actions match your words? Su Muyu appeared with long, light blue hair and alluring attire. Her eyes held a mixture of sadness and disappointment. She stood with her shoulders slightly slumped, her gaze unfocused as if lost in thought. Her lips were slightly pursed, creating an expression of dejection and dissatisfaction. Muyu's facial expression clearly reflected deep disappointment and disbelief. She was reproaching someone for breaking their promise to pursue her for life, emphasizing the betrayal and broken vow. Overall, Muyu's expression conveyed not only sadness, but also weariness and helplessness in the face of the current situation. Duong Du appeared with short black hair, dressed in formal and elegant attire. He had a tense and tired expression, his sharp eyes holding a hint of desperation. He turned his head to the side, his mouth open as if speaking with determination. His expression showed persistence and effort over 3 years, yet he still hadn't achieved his goal. Duong Du's overall expression was a mix of determination, helplessness, and a touch of resignation, evident in his strained eyes and the anguished words he spoke. He was clearly going through a difficult time, grappling with strong emotions regarding his unrequited love. "But I pursued you for 3 years and haven't succeeded." Muyu heard the frustrated words erupting from the depths of Duong Du's heart, yet he still had the audacity to ask, "Why don't you try pursuing me for another 3 years?" Hearing Muyu's sincere words, spoken in a moment of vulnerability, Duong Du, half doubtful and half understanding, curiously asked, "And what if I do?" Muyu abruptly turned 180 degrees, ignoring Duong Du's blunt words. She spoke teasingly, even finding humor in his pain. "Then you'll turn to a big dog, hee hee." Duong Du's face paled upon hearing this. He didn't know if Muyu was serious or joking, but her words extinguished his already faint hope. While Duong Du was pondering this, Muyu suddenly lunged towards him, as if intentionally falling into his arms. Then, in a coquettish voice, she said, "I'm sorry, I know you're upset. How about I pursue you now? Please don't ignore me." After Muyu's inexplicable outburst, leaving Duong Du bewildered, he angrily started to say, "Hey you," but was interrupted by the sound of soft snores. Looking down, he realized Muyu was nestled in his arms, sleeping soundly with a peaceful expression, seemingly oblivious to her previous words. He hoped she wouldn't remember anything upon waking. Otherwise, it would be mortifying. Phew, he thought. This woman finally stopped. Duong Du sighed in relief. The scene shifted to the Duong family mansion. Duong Du didn't take Miss Su Muyu home. She was already like this, and taking her back wouldn't be easy to explain to the Su family. Anyway, the Duong family was large. They weren't short on places for her to sleep. Out of nowhere, Duong Du's father appeared at the entrance of the Duong family mansion. Seeing him bringing a girl home, he roared, "Not bad, kid. Now that the marriage is settled, you're starting to show your true colors, aren't you? Bringing women home already." Then he pulled out his belt, saw that I wasn't dead yet, and gave me a few lashes. Duong Du exclaimed in a panic, "Oh my God, Dad. Calm down. This isn't just anyone. This is Su Muyu. How much alcohol did you give Muyu? How about you be this drunk? I know you've liked her for years, but some things can't be rushed. It has to be consensual. Don't make her suffer." "Oh, Dad, you're overthinking it. I don't have any intentions towards her, really." "Then who do you have intentions towards?" "That Wong girl, or Ka Xin from the Chin family." "Enough, Dad, stop guessing. I'm not interested in anyone." Duong Du's expression was a mixture of exhaustion and boredom. He closed his eyes, raising a hand as if to stop his father or express his helplessness. His mouth opened slightly as he uttered his denial in a disinterested tone. His closed eyes and relaxed face indicated he didn't want to continue the conversation or discussion. This clear lack of interest and determination not to engage further highlighted his apathy towards the current situation. His white suit with black lapels emphasized his aloofness and detachment. "I want to go back to my room and sleep in my $100,000 bed." Duong Du's expression continued to convey fatigue and indifference. He closed his eyes and put a hand to his mouth, as if yawning, projecting an air of sleepiness and lack of energy. His words further emphasized his boredom and desire to rest. Standing behind Duong Du's father, dressed in a black suit with his back turned, was a figure exhibiting a stern and somewhat disapproving demeanor. The interaction between the two highlighted their differing viewpoints and attitudes towards life, with Duong Du appearing nonchalant while his father remained serious and firm. Duong Du's expression had completely changed from before. He now appeared cheerful and confident with a bright smile on his face. His eyes were wide and sparkling, conveying optimism and excitement. He placed a hand on his chin, a posture suggesting contemplation but tinged with humor and ease. The background, with its pink hues and round bubbles, further emphasized the joy and freshness in his expression. His thoughts reflected pride in his wealthy, yet simple life, underscoring his contentment and relaxation. The life of a rich person is just this simple, not ostentatious and boring. The next morning, in Muyu's room, she sat in her room, panting, blushing, and embarrassed as she thought about what she had done the previous night. It made her unable to calm down. Muyu covered her mouth with her hand, her expression one of embarrassed disbelief. "I clearly just wanted to talk to him, so why did I kiss him? I was drunk, but I still had my senses." But under the influence of alcohol, she hadn't wanted to maintain her reason. She had wanted to act on instinct, to say things she wouldn't normally dare to. She tossed and turned, thinking, "I can't face anyone anymore." From outside, a deep, warm male voice called, "Muyu, it's late, come out for breakfast." Hearing this, Muyu immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Then she put on her 10-centimeter high heels. Yishun stood outside, awkwardly saying, "Good morning." He rubbed his head. Muyu walked past him coldly without saying a word, as if they were strangers. This made Duong Du happy. He thought, this is the reaction she should have. Be cold to me. You know, the female lead should have the demeanor of a female lead. I reluctantly forgive you for last night. Later, during breakfast, the three of them were eating together. Duong Du's father asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Just keep piling food on a Muyu's plate. Why don't you?" Duong Du sat across from her, frowning. He grumbled as he ate, "She can get it herself if she wants something. She's not a child." Inwardly, he thought, "I'll never pick up food for her. Not in this lifetime. Whether she eats or not is her own business." Then, Duong Du looked directly at Muyu, furrowing his brow and complaining silently, "I'm not some servant. I have no interest in managing someone else's harem. Women will only distract me from the bigger picture." Muyu, having heard his inner thoughts, cursed him fiercely, "You bastard. It's just picking up some food, not like I'm asking you to give me your flesh." Muyu then put on a pitiful, understanding facade in response to Duong Du. She said sadly, "It's okay, uncle and aunt. I can get it myself. I accidentally drank too much last night and caused you trouble. I'm very sorry." Seeing her act pathetic, Duong Du thought with annoyance, "Fake it till you make it." He then angrily explained, "I really didn't take her out drinking. If you don't believe me, you can ask that Chinmin kid." Muyu wouldn't give in, saying, "That's right, it was me who insisted on going with him. It's all my fault. Please don't scold him, uncle." Both sets of parents saw it. Actually, Duong-du started were not compatible. This arranged marriage should still. What was I saying? Mu-yu, a girl with an elegant and gentle appearance and light blue hair, wore a look of sadness and worry. She said, "Dad, don't hit him. Maybe I haven't been good enough, which is why he's unhappy. I'll fix it." In this dialogue, although her words were apologetic and reassuring, Mu-yu's eyes and expression revealed anxiety and tension. She stood facing her father, listening to words that might hurt or make her feel guilty. Her blue eyes looked distant, as if blaming herself and reflecting on what had happened. Despite the brief dialogue, Mu-yu's demeanor and gaze conveyed complex and profound emotions. She sensed her father's disappointment and was struggling internally to find a way to make amends and please those around her. Duong-du's father looked at her with great pleasure. Mu-yu is so understanding, unlike this rotten brat of mine. Duong-du, with a sharp gaze and stern expression, was experiencing complex emotions. His demeanor showed determination and tension, but also helplessness and confusion. His lips were tightly pressed together, and his gaze was directed into the distance, as if contemplating his words and actions. The silence in this frame highlighted the emotions welling up inside him. Duong-du might have been trying to control his feelings, not wanting to reveal vulnerability or weakness in front of others, especially in front of Mu-yu and her father. Duong-du's mother then called the three of them to eat. Come, you eat more." She then picked up some appealing pieces of meat for her. The meal eventually ended amidst the chatter and laughter of Duong-du's father, mother, and Mu-yu. Duong-du was like an outsider, under the implicit threat of his father's disapproval, not daring to utter a word. At Tung Wong Corporation, Wang Yusi-tuet sat in her office, lost in thought. After overhearing Duong-du's inner thoughts last time, the information she held grew more substantial each day. After several days of investigation, the truth lay before her. Fast Company indeed had serious problems. But compared to Wang Rulong, she had to pay more attention to others, especially Yishan. He was shrouded in a veil of secrecy, harboring too many unknowns. Currently, the only lead she could investigate was an investment firm called Huajin. Half a month ago, this company had invested a large sum of money in Fast Company stock, becoming its largest shareholder. However, this company wasn't under Yishan's name. She would have to lure the snake out of its hole. Having formulated her plan, Wang Yusi-tuet picked up the phone and called Anna. "Anna, go find Wang Rulong. Tell him I agree to the collaboration. Finance will transfer the funds within 4 hours. One more thing. Tell him to quickly contact Fa Company and transfer the money there to expedite the project." In Wang Rulong's office, he was overjoyed by the phone call. He couldn't help but think to himself. Wang Yusi-tuet finally agreed. Once the plan succeeds, the CEO position will soon be mine. As for my cousin, she can just obediently get married. What's a woman doing fighting for power with me? After hanging up, he immediately thought of Yi Shun and blurted out, "I have to inform Mr. Yi." Outside the building, Yi Shun, having overheard the call through his subordinate, said sternly, "I know. Just get ready to take over Tung Wong Corporation." He then hung up, laughing arrogantly. The Wong family's $100 billion fortune will soon be all yours. He then stood in the parking lot with his hands on his hips, striking a heroic pose like a madman. Suddenly, someone approached and berated him. It seemed to be the person he worked for. The man yelled, "Hey newbie, is your brain made of tofu? Will you die if you don't show off for a day?" He pointed at Yi Shun's face and continued, "I'm warning you for the last time. If I see you boasting while working again, I will punish you." Yi Shun suppressed his anger. After all, once he was rich, these guys would be nothing. Yes, I understand, Captain. The CEO of Fast Company has received the $30 billion. They finally took the bait. Once this money is transferred to Fast Company, it'll be difficult for them to withdraw it. Wang Yusi-tuet stared at her phone screen, seemingly deep in thought. Then she started texting Duong-du, "Let's go out for dinner. There's a business matter I need to discuss with you." Duong-du replied without hesitation, indifferently, not free. Wang Yusi-tuet, suppressing her irritation, texted back, "Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do. Last night, while cleaning up my phone, I found a photo I forgot to delete earlier. You know what would happen if it were posted online, right?" With a single tap, Wang Yusi-tuet sent him the picture of him in her room. Seeing the photo on his phone, Duong Du showed clear signs of panic and anxiety. His eyes widened, filled with surprise and tension evident in the beads of sweat on his face and hands. This reaction suggests he'd just seen or received shocking information via his phone. The purple background and the light rays behind him further amplify the feeling of tension and unease. This expression hints that Duong Du is facing an unexpected and challenging situation, making him unable to maintain his usual composure and confidence. Damn it, isn't this the picture of me in her room? If anyone else sees this, they'll think I'm some pervert who steals women's underwear. Duong Du appeared to be in a state of panic and confusion. Sweat dripped down his face, his eyes wide with fear and bewilderment. It seemed he had just experienced a stressful situation. His words were filled with reproach and disappointment. Duong Du felt hurt by the betrayal of someone he trusted deeply. The tears he held back only added to his feelings of helplessness and pain. All these signs indicated that Duong Du was in an unstable mental state and needed comfort. Damn it, I deleted it, didn't I? Is there no basic trust between people anymore? Wang Yusi Tuet. Wang Yusi Tuet in the image exuded confidence and arrogance. Her half-closed eyes and the slight smile on her lips suggested she was pleased or smug about something. Her relaxed posture while holding the phone, along with her confident expression, hinted that she might have just received good news or achieved something she was proud of. Later that evening, at Shanghai restaurant, Wang Yusi Tuet waved to Duong Du. She waved cheerfully and said, "Over here." Seeing her, Duong Du walked over to the table. He pulled out a chair and asked irritably, "We have to discuss business matters out here." "Yes," Wang Yusi Tuet replied playfully. "It's very romantic here." Hearing Wang Yusi Tuet's words, he looked around and exclaimed, "It is romantic. A lot of people have booked private rooms here. Dinner hasn't even started, but people have already started eating each other." Then, as if he'd realized something, he said cheerfully, "Even a private room is useless. I won't be subdued. Ever heard the saying, a sparrow isn't worthy of a dragon? Although, you can't really be considered a sparrow." Hearing his inner thoughts, Wang Yusi Tuet gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, "I'm not worthy of you. Today, I'm going to be worthy. Let's see what you do." Having just thought about getting even, Wang Yusi Tuet changed her expression and asked Duong Du, "Honey, what do you want to eat?" Duong Du raised his hand, his attitude clear. He wanted to be indifferent to her, letting her do whatever she wanted. He even seemed to harbor a hint of disgust towards Wang Yusi Tuet. "Whatever. Eating with you doesn't seem appealing. And also, don't call me honey." Having said that, Duong Du gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Ugh, this woman is so strange. Aren't we here to discuss business? What kind of business is this? I'm not selling myself, Ms. Wang. Don't be like this. We're not compatible. You're a good person. You're not worthy of me." Hearing his inner thoughts, Wang Yusi Tuet chuckled mischievously and teased, "Oh, then let's order a lover special. What are you doing? I'm about to die from exhaustion. Hurry up and massage me. How can you physically do this? Damn it, try sticking your foot over here again and see if this is still about eating." Knowing this beforehand, I would have rather gotten a private room. I'm so embarrassed to be seen like this. You can call a waiter over to massage you. Why are you touching my leg? You're such a pervert. Why am I acting like a lecher? Duong Du looked directly at Wang Yusi Tuet, who was putting on an act. He scratched his head, a sheepish expression on his face, and cursed under his breath. Then he started thinking to himself, knowing that it was because he was too kind that she teased him like this. He glared at her. No, he was being too passive. He kept trying to avoid her, so she felt he was easy to bully and wanted to make fun of him. As long as he took the initiative, could her face be as thick as his? Damn it, he was the thickest skinned person in the village. Even dogs would run away after a few glances, so why would he be afraid of her? After Duong Du finished planning, with a wicked smile, he spread his 5 fingers and raised his hand. Then, excitedly, he said, "You really want me to massage your legs for you?" "Yes." Wang Yusi Tuet on the other side was extremely excited. In fact, she had already read all his thoughts from just now, so she was also very excited. After all, she had the upper hand. Duong Du didn't know what hit him. Then, in a provocative tone, she started to say, "Do it." After hearing Wang Yusi Tuet's provocation, he began to run his rough fingers over her soft, delicate legs. Wang Yusi Tuet pretended to tremble, acting extremely weak. Seeing her like this, Duong Du laughed to himself as if he had won the lottery. Then he started to mock her, Knew it. This woman is all talk. When it's time to face the music, she's no match for me. Then, with his incredibly thick skin and the momentum of thinking she was bound to lose, he pressed harder on Wang Yusi-Tuet's delicate, white legs. Embarrassed now, are you? Want to play with me? This is your retribution. What was it? You started the fire. Now, put out yourself. Then, with his skillful hands, as if he had been in the massage business for years, he made Wang Yusi-Tuet, sitting opposite him, extremely comfortable. On this side, Duong-du was still extremely pleased, thinking that Wang Yusi-Tuet would surrender and admit defeat. But after 10 minutes of struggling, he still didn't see any reaction. Then, his resolute attitude turned into discouragement. He started cursing her silently. Damn it, why are you still not reacting? Even a piece of wood would have burned by now. Are you kidding me? Why are you still holding on? Quickly abandon your last bit of resilience. Surrender to me now. Apologize. Don't make me. Wang Yusi-Tuet, sitting opposite him, seeing his frustrated look, couldn't help but smile sarcastically and gloat. I'm definitely not losing. I'm just pretending to be embarrassed. He's given me a free foot massage for so long. Ha ha ha. Then, because his hands were too tired, Duong-du gave up. He leaned back, dejectedly saying to Wang Yusi-Tuet, not massaging anymore. I am tired. Seeing him so discouraged, Wang Yusi-Tuet couldn't help but dance with joy in her heart. Hee, little Duong-du is so cute. Seeing Wang Yusi-Tuet constantly staring at him like this made Duong-du extremely uncomfortable. He furrowed his brows in a mixture of anger and embarrassment at having been defeated. He said curtly, what are you looking at? Seeing him bristle, Wang Yusi-Tuet didn't let up, instead teasing him further. Ah, you're blushing. Let me see. Duong-du, mortified by her teasing, raised his hand in exasperation. Sarcastically, he said, eat your food. Aren't we supposed to be discussing business? What business? Hearing him mention business, she finally turned serious. I'm planning to invest in a project, and I'm still short 30 billion. Why don't you invest with me? 30 billion isn't a small amount. Tell me what project it is first, Duong-du replied. The new energy source we talked about last time. Didn't you think it was promising? Hearing this, Duong-du said, oh, all right, I'll invest in this project, but you have to agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, don't bother me in the future. Men and women shouldn't be too close, you know. Second, give me your phone. I need to delete my photos and videos. Wang Yusi-Tuet said cheerfully, sure, go ahead and delete them. A promise is a promise. Of course, Duong-du replied. After opening her phone, he saw a picture of her in a sexy outfit. Wow, this is a bit much. I didn't expect you to be so bold. It's a shame we're not on the same side. I can't take pictures like this for you. He stared at the photo, a puzzled look in his eyes. Which jerk took this picture for you? Don't tell me it was a guy. Just the thought of it makes me uncomfortable. Seeing Duong-du's displeasure, Wang Yusi-Tuet was secretly delighted. She puffed up her chest proudly. Hee, I took them all myself. No one else took them for me. But it's good that you're jealous. Then, feigning innocence, she asked, are you done deleting them? Duong-du's eyes were still glued to the phone screen, but his voice was filled with annoyance. Yes, I'm done. Don't do anything this silly again. Wang Yusi-Tuet cheerfully teased him. All right. Now hurry up and transfer the money. I'll let you know when the project is successful. Although Wang Yusi-Tuet knew Duong-du didn't care about the male lead, Yi Shun, she still held a grudge against him. Her brow furrowed as she thought to herself, this time, I'll make it big and make that Yi Shun suffer a huge loss. He's the protagonist, and Duong-du is the antagonist, huh? I'll ruin him. Let's see how he plays the protagonist then. A breaking news headline flashed across her phone. French company, Fast, accused of tax evasion. All accounts frozen. A panicked message popped up. Dragon King, it's bad. Fast is involved in tax evasion and facing massive fines. The 30 billion we transferred to them from Huajin won't be enough to cover it. Their stock price has already dropped by more than 50%. Yi Shun sat fuming, staring at his phone, his mind racing. Why was the tax evasion investigation launched? Who leaked the information? This Yi Shun is so strange. Always holed up in the bathroom. Fast as a ticking time bomb. He raged. My plan to win over Wang Yusi-Tuet is ruined. That 30 billion from Huajin is gone, straight into the French government's pockets. 30 billion. For Yi Shun, walking past a drop coin was a loss. He'd taste manure just to see if it was worth something. Profit was his only sleep aid. A loss this big, his team was hemorrhaging money. Huajin's investment in one of Long Hun's companies, worth around 500 billion, was now decimated by the stock market crash. They'd lost nearly 100 billion. A call came in. Dragon King, we have an urgent intelligence report. The biggest blow isn't just the direct loss, but someone took advantage of the situation and cleaned us out. They invested 80 billion yuan. We've traced it back to Dang Quang and Duong Tea corporations. Why would they do this? Where did my foolproof plan go wrong? Yishan scratched his head, countless schemes swirling in his mind. Then, his face darkened, his jaw clenched. Wang Rulong wouldn't betray me, and Wang Yusi-Tuet couldn't possibly know anything. His brow still furrowed, but a cunning glint entered his eyes as he regained his composure. Could that useless Duong Du have figured something out? Was it him? Having seemingly identified his culprit, he spoke softly into the phone. My identity hasn't been exposed, has it? The voice on the other end, sensing his suspicion, quickly reassured him. No, Dragon King, your identity is absolutely secure. Yishan's doubts seemed to vanish, replaced by a triumphant grin. Good, it's just 100 billion. Once I control the 4 great families, I'll recoup that tenfold, 100-fold. His laughter was cut short as his expression hardened, eyes burning with a predatory gleam. As long as my identity is safe, I'll just change my approach with Wang Yusi-Tuet. There are 1,000 ways to conquer a woman. The mention of women brought a lecherous smile to his face, but it quickly turned venomous as he spat out. As for Duong Du, he'll pay for the money he made this time with his life. I want Jean to dig up everything on Duong Tea Corporation. Within 2 weeks, I want him ruined. Meanwhile, sunlight streamed through the windows of Duong Du's opulent mansion. A familiar system notification chimed. Beep beep. Congratulations. You have successfully survived the plot point. Reward. Mingyu Hotel transferred to your ownership. Duong Du stared blankly at the message, utterly bewildered. What? I survived a plot point. Which one? The system continued its notifications. Host has successfully survived the plot of Chapter 88. In this chapter, Dragon King Yishan's scheme succeeded, driving Wang Yusi-Tuet into his trap. Tung Wang Corporation's 50 billion in capital has been frozen. Duong Du, having just rested, saw the success notification. He hadn't even lifted a finger. He chuckled inwardly. All that painstaking acting finally paid off handsomely. But the Manhwa Hotel.it sounds rather ordinary. Even though it's a 7-star hotel for someone as rich as me, getting another hotel is a bit boring, don't you think? Duong Du yawned as he spoke, stretching on the bed. Then, his eyes fixed on some distant point, and he muttered, "Damn system, why didn't you convert the reward into life-saving cultivation techniques? Is there something strange about this hotel?" The Su family is one of the 4 great families of Suong. Back in their heyday, they were similar to the Duong family, but in recent years, they've declined. They're even on the verge of losing their status as a great family. If it weren't for the outstanding performance of the younger generation, especially Su Muyu, everyone would think it's only a matter of time before they fall from the ranks of the 4 great families. Yishan saw Su Muyu. Oblivious to her feelings, he greeted her warmly. "Muyu, long time no see." Su Muyu showed no such warmth. Arms crossed, she retorted, "What are you doing here?" Seeing Su Muyu, Yishan's mind raced. He calculated that to protect himself, he needed to feign indifference to push her away. Then, putting on a pathetic puppy dog expression, he groveled, "I missed you, so I came to see you." Su Muyu remained cold, her voice firm and devoid of any warmth. "Don't say things like that. We're not close. Please have some self-respect." Thick-skinned, Yishan continued to try and take Su Muyu's hand. "Don't pretend, girl. Your eyes can't lie. You care about me. You're just afraid the Duong family will hurt me." He then declared with misplaced confidence, oblivious to her utter disdain, "Let me tell you, the Duong family is nothing to me. I'm more powerful than you think. You'll soon see who I really am." Hearing his arrogant words, Su Muyu's anger flared. Her beautiful face darkened. She looked at him with disgust, as if he were a repulsive insect. "You." Suddenly, a man appeared, Su Muyu's father. Seeing Yishan, he erupted in fury, pointing at him. "It's you again. Last time you humiliated our Su family. How dare you show your face here again?" That idiot Yishan still has his nose in the air, arrogantly proclaiming his dominance. "I originally wanted to be humble. Today, I want to tell everyone, even the Duong family is nothing but ants before me." Then, dressed in a black suit, Yishan put his hands in his pockets. He thinks he can act all high and mighty just because he has the male lead's halo, carelessly boasting without considering the consequences. What will he do if he fails? Muyu's birthday is in 3 days. I'll organize her birthday party. With that arrogant arrogant attitude, his account is drained, his investments are exposed, yet he still has the audacity to boast like this. Isn't he afraid of the embarrassment if he fails? Or does he think his protagonist status can carry him through any disaster? I, on the other hand, want to book the entire Mingyu Hotel to give her the best birthday party. I've never met such a braggart in my life. Booking the entire Mingyu Hotel. You think you're worthy. Mu Yu's father scoffed at Yi Shun with his arms crossed. Neither the Su family nor the Duong family could do it. If you can, I'll lick your shoes. Mu Yu's father smirked, recalling Mu Yu's birthday last year. Duong Du went to negotiate with the owner of the Mingyu Hotel, offering 300 million to book the top floor for Mu Yu's birthday. The image of Duong Du negotiating with the owner appeared in his mind. He continued to smirk, lost in thought. Even with the Duong family's influence and such an extravagant offer, the owner refused, clearly stating their unbreakable rule. Unless the Duong family bought the entire hotel. He then continued to mock Yishan, something the Duong family couldn't do. What makes you think you can? Yishan smirked confidently, crossing his arms. It seems I need to show you my true capabilities. He turned and called for Long Na, still with his arms crossed and a smug look on his face. The burly Long Na responded with a serious expression. What are your orders, Long Wang? Long Na walked towards him, his serious face and large, muscular build prominent. This man, Long Na, is one of the 8 great generals of the Long Han organization. Ugly, loyal, and skilled in business, he's earned Yishan's trust. Yishan stood there smirking, watching Long Na approach. Yishan usually keeps Long Na by his side, partly for convenience, and partly to use his ugliness to highlight his own handsomeness. Long Na carried a briefcase, walking with a serious demeanor. Yishan beckoned him with a smug face, demanding he retrieve the documents to enlighten them. Long Na quickly obeyed, pulling a document from his briefcase. Yes, Long Wang. Yishan furrowed his brow, placing a hand on his hip as he addressed Mu Yu's father. This is just basic information. Based on this alone, if the Su family wants to seize the opportunity, they can profit by tens of billions. He held the document above his head. Mu Yu's father's face suddenly darkened, lost in thought. This man's methods are truly extraordinary. Would a marriage alliance with the Duong family bring such benefits to the Su family? He glared at Yishan, the atmosphere growing cold. He scoffed. Mu Yu placed her hands on her hips and looked at him arrogantly, saying, "These are your words. If you can't do it, don't bother me again." She furrowed her brow, crossing her arms in thought. After all, the top floor of the Mingyu Hotel had never been booked. If he couldn't do it, he'd have nothing to say and wouldn't have the nerve to pester her anymore. Even if he did manage to book it, she would still refuse him. Yishan cheerfully replied, "It's a deal." Then he casually put his hands in his pockets, turned, and said goodbye. "Well then, I'll take my leave." He had his own thoughts. Just you wait and see. With a son-in-law like me, the Su family will become the second most powerful family in Suong. In a luxurious villa, Mu Yu's father was deep in thought after Yishan left. This is indeed a good opportunity to test this person's capabilities. He dropped his hands and turned serious. Then, with a cryptic smile, he mused, if he can actually pull this off, it wouldn't be bad for the Su family to choose a better son-in-law. The scene shifted to a tall, grand building. Elsewhere, Duong Du, having successfully acquired the Mingyu Hotel, was happily inspecting it. Looking up at the magnificent white building, he clicked his tongue in admiration. Not bad. This system reward is just like the real thing. I suggest double the reward next time. Another person, dressed in a neat suit, approached and called out, "Young Master Duong." Recognizing the person, Duong Du greeted Director Wang. "Don't be so formal." Director Wang enthusiastically invited him. "Young Master Duong, let me show you around." Duong Du readily accepted. All right. Stepping into the lobby, the crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling created a breathtaking spectacle, causing Duong Du to exclaim in awe. Director Wang then led him to another area. It appeared to be the swimming pool area, with lush greenery basking in the sunlight. Duong Du chuckled beside him. Another room, identified as the CEO's office, was also shown. Director Wang reported, "Young Master Duong, the person in charge of Longshan Corporation came to our hotel and said he wants to book the top floor for a birthday party." Duong Du suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, isn't this the plot from Chapter 95? The memory surfaced. Yi Shun, with his eo-like aura, stood beside his petite wife, Su Mu Yu. In this chapter, Yi Shun stops pretending and starts to demonstrate his true abilities. To prove himself to the Su family, he books the top floor floor of the Mingyu Hotel, which has never been opened before, to throw a lavish birthday party for Su Muyu. At this birthday party, many members of the Su family are utterly humiliated. No one dares to look down on him anymore. Su Muyu is also captivated by his romantic gesture and becomes completely devoted to him. Duong-du recalled Su Muyu's gaze, filled with admiration and other complex emotions. The image of Yishun's ruthless side flashed through his mind. After winning over the Su family, Yishun's power in Suong strengthens, and he begins to target the Duong family. Duong-du cursed the crazy system in his mind. System, are you trying to mess with me again? He thought, this damn system is suddenly being so generous. There must be a catch. His thoughts about the hotel and Yishun continued to connect. Now, the Mingyu Hotel is like a difficult problem. If Yishun succeeds in booking it and wins over Su Muyu, the Su family will become his. Add to that Long Shun Corporation and his other influences, and the Duong family and I will be in grave danger. Duong-du considered the option of refusing the booking, but given Long Na's reckless nature, he knew Long Na would stop at nothing to get his way. It could even escalate to violence. Either way, it seemed like a losing situation. He needed to find a way to understand the situation fully, but getting directly involved was risky. If you remember correctly, Yishun was quite capable, a typical villain's henchman in these power fantasy stories, always causing trouble. Duong-du turned to Director Wong as he spoke, his words prompting a question from the director. What is it, young Master Duong? Director Wong asked. Duong-du smiled cryptically. Director Wong, about the top floor booking. I'll agree to it, but under no circumstances can that birthday party succeed. Do you understand what I mean? Director Wong, still processing the information, asked, what do you mean, young Master Duong? If you don't want to rent it to them, just refuse directly. Suddenly it clicked. Could it be he wants me to? Director Wong thought to himself, I need to meet this client who booked the top floor first. He was led to another room, warmly lit with golden light. Director Wong stepped forward and greeted the man. May I ask how I should address you, sir? I'm the hotel manager, Wong De, F.A. The man, with a somewhat haughty expression, replied, my name is Long Na. My boss wants to hold a birthday party for Miss Su. How much is it to book your top floor? Tell me the price. Hearing Long Na mention Miss Su, Director Wong wondered what he meant. It felt like a challenge to young Master Duong. No wonder Duong-du wanted him to agree and then sabotage the event. He wanted to humiliate the other party. Director Wong smiled to himself. This was his chance to shine. He composed himself, adopting a professional and calm demeanor. Mr. Long, is it? Greetings. Our Mingyu Hotel is eager to build a good relationship with your company. Therefore, we will make an exception for the top floor booking and waive all fees. Very well, Long Na responded. Since your hotel is so generous, I, on behalf of the Long Shun Corporation, will accept your goodwill. Director Wong accepted the pre-prepared party plan from Long Na. This is our planned party arrangement. Please take a look. Certainly, certainly, Director Wong replied. Skimming through the plan, Director Wong felt a surge of anger. Damn, this is quite a romantic plan. He then smiled confidently. This birthday party, I'll crush you, kid. If I don't, my name isn't Wong. The scene shifted back to Duong-du's room. The system was explaining a new feature. Due to his shamelessness, he had unlocked a special reward. The ancient martial art, the immovable bright king technique, usable once. Duong-du was so heist. Damn, ancient martial arts. In these urban power fantasies, if there's no cultivation, ancient martial arts are the most powerful. According to the system's description, mastering the immovable bright king technique would make his body as tough as the immovable bright king. Realization dawned on Duong-du. So, you're saying I won't be able to break through his defenses. He felt a pang of guilt, but I can only use it once. This is kind of rip-off. Duong-du had an idea. He suggested to the system, how about removing the one-time use restriction? Duong-du proposed to the system. How about removing the one-time use restriction? The system immediately burst out laughing. Ah! Having achieved nothing, Duong-du sighed. Even one use is better than none. Starting today, no matter how powerful an expert is, they won't be able to kill me with one punch. At least 2 punches. I wonder what the reward will be after the birthday party. This is the biggest plot point. Duong-du thought about the grand party the next day and became excited. Very quickly, the news that the Bright Moon Hotel had been booked spread throughout Suong. Initially, the place that even young Master Duong couldn't book had been completely reserved by the chairman of the Longden Corporation. The magnificent image of the hotel made more people curious. The entire upper class was curious about who this mysterious chairman of the Longnan Corporation was, and who his woman was, that they could book the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel to hold a birthday party. Long Na approached Su Muyu and said, "Miss Su, young master Yi asked me to come and escort you to the Bright Moon Hotel. He's holding a birthday party." Su Muyu thought he actually managed to book the top floor of the Bright Moon Hotel. So what? I should still go. No matter what, I have to make things clear with him today. Su Muyu replied, "To Long Na. Alright, let's go then." As Su Muyu was leaving, her father stopped her. "Muyu, do you really have to go? This isn't appropriate. You and Xiaodu have." Hearing her father's words, Su Muyu responded. Internally, Long Na scoffed at Duong Du. What is he? Young master Yi wants to crush him. It's just a matter of snapping his fingers. Just a small rich kid from Suong, and he thinks he's worthy of competing with the Dragon King for a woman. Su Muyu replied to her father, "It's okay. I'll go. If there's a problem, I'll handle it." Her father felt somewhat reassured. Muyu's father watched her every step as she left. The ground floor of the Bright Moon Hotel was now fully decorated, luxurious, and splendid. The view from above was even more mesmerizing. Yishun had changed into a high-end suit and was holding a glass of wine, standing by the window, admiring the night view, feeling somewhat expectant. Swirling the wine in his hand, Yishun felt even more confident. Tonight, he wanted to prove that he was the true son-in-law of. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a call. Yishun. Yishun brightened up. "Muyu, you finally came. See, I told you I could do it, right?" Su Muyu appeared somewhat cold, her eyes showing distance. "Yishun, I don't know what your identity is, but let me make it clear to you." Before she could finish, Yishun interrupted her. "I have a special gift for you." A series of fireworks, requested by Yishun for the party, lit up the sky, each one radiating a brilliant beauty. Besides that, Yishun had also meticulously prepared a message. "Happy birthday, Su Muyu." Su Muyu looked out the window and saw it all. Below were passers-by, all filled with surprise and admiration. "Oh my God, the birthday party is for Miss Su." Some girls exclaimed, "So romantic, right? How much did this cost?" Someone, overwhelmed with admiration, even cursed. "Damn, this is how rich people do romance." These fireworks have been going for 10 minutes, right? And they're still going. Yishin looked at the results, brimming with pride. This party was going perfectly. Long Na really hadn't disappointed him. Su Muyu glanced outside, a shy expression on her face. "This is..." Yishin followed her gaze, and his jaw dropped. For large characters lit up the sky, blatant and unavoidable. "Not Yishun, but Duong Du loves you." Yishin was furious. Why was that bastard name up there? Everyone watched the fireworks. Seeing the final message, they misunderstood. Is this the Duong family's young master? My God, young master Duong is so romantic. I knew it. I just knew young master Duong was behind this. Director Wong, the mastermind behind it all, stood back, admiring his handiwork. He hoped young master Duong would be pleased. Meanwhile, Duong Du, having successfully organized his own birthday party, rushed to the hotel. He was clearly in a hurry. Duong Du threw open the door, his mind racing. What was Wang Duk Fat playing at? Hadn't he been told to stop this birthday party? Wasn't the idiot supposed to cause a scene? The people inside murmured as he stormed in. All eyes were on Duong Du as he entered. He wondered why everyone was staring. Is it hard to ignore this handsome face? Su Muyu looked at him, thinking, I can't believe he's the one who arranged this birthday party for me. That damn playboy. Duong Du was clueless. What? What is it? Su Muyu looked at him shyly. Thank you. I had a lot of fun tonight. Duong Du could only scoff internally. Fun? What had Wang Duk Fat done? He glanced outside. The Duong Du loves you message was still there, prompting him to speak up. Yishin confronted him. You did this, didn't you? Duong Du retorted, did what? Director Wang and his bodyguards stepped forward. That's right. This is a big gift from us to young Master Duong. Deal with it. Director Wang continued. Young Master Duong, are you satisfied with the party? Duong Du shot back. You arranged this. Director Wang beamed proudly. Director Wang thought to himself, so what if he's the chairman of Longnan Corporation? How dare he steal young Master Duong's woman? He doesn't deserve her. Contrary to Director Wang's pride, Duong Du was fuming. I don't want to subtly sabotage you, but you threw a grenade instead. I can't believe you're such an idiot. Understanding dawned on Yi Shan, and he lunged forward. You're dead. Su Muyu rushed to intervene, shouting, besides resorting to violence. What else do you know? Yishin paused, thinking, His woman was defending another man. No, she wasn't defending Duong-du, she was protecting him. If he lost control and killed Duong-du right there, things would only get worse. Seeing this, Long Na stepped in to calm his young master. Yishun, calm down. Get a grip. He turned to address Director Wang. Bright Moon Hotel, what is the meaning of this? Our young master Yishun organized this birthday party for Miss Su. How dare you pull a stunt like this? Do you want your hotel shut down? Director Wang responded calmly, without missing a beat. Humph. Isn't the purpose of this birthday party for young Master Duong to celebrate Miss Su's birthday? Director Wang, that's me, has pulled out all the stops. And what's more, I haven't charged you a single dime. What right do you have to speak up? Long Na finally understood. So that's why he didn't charge us. This old man was waiting for us here. Director Wang turned and pointed directly at Yishan. Furthermore, our Duong family is already engaged to the Su family. This Yishan is the truly shameless one, pursuing a girl who's already betrothed. A broken-down dog dares to bark here. I've lived for decades and never seen someone so shameless. Duong-du, hearing Director Wang's words, could only feel exasperated. He pleaded, please, sir, don't do anything more. Director Wang, reveling in his perceived triumph, thought, young Master Duong is so humble. As his subordinate, I must stand up for him. Yishun seethed with anger. This Dragon King, humiliated like this in front of everyone. You mortals, prepare to face the Dragon King's wrath. He forced himself to calm down. No, I can't lose my composure. This isn't the time to reveal my identity. Yishun thought confidently, Muyu will soon know who's the right choice for her. He turned and walked away, Long Na trailing behind him. Watching their retreating figures, Director Wang puffed up with pride, trying to compete with young Master Duong. You're not even worthy. I alone can crush you. He turned to the party guests. All right, the unpleasantness is gone. Let's continue celebrating Miss Su's birthday. A chocolate cake decorated with strawberries was brought out. Sumuyu closed her eyes and made a wish. Everyone's gaze fixed on her. Duong-du watched, a disgruntled expression on his face. Sumuyu beamed at him. Thank you so much. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had. I think I'll remember this day forever. Duong-du Fulstasmide. It's nothing, as long as you're happy. Sumuyu asked, guess what I wish for? Duong-du replied, honestly, what? Sumuyu beckoned him closer. Come here, I'll whisper it to you. Don't tell anyone else. The unsuspecting Duong-du leaned in and received a kiss on the cheek from Sumuyu. He was left stunned, having been caught off guard. Director Wang, delighted by the affectionate scene, clapped enthusiastically. Ooh, ho ho ho. He beamed, pleased with his handiwork. Success. Helping young Master Duong woo a girl was a complete triumph. Director Wang turned to Duong-du. Young Master Duong, are you satisfied today? Duong-du forced out satisfied. He continued, Director Wang, there's something I wanted to discuss with you. I've been thinking, with your talent, working here is a waste. You're too good for this place. Duong-du clapped him on the shoulder. It just so happens that our family is starting a new venture in Siberia. You should be the regional manager there. Triple the salary and bonus. Director Wang hesitantly avoided direct eye contact with young Master Duong. I can't accept this. I only did a small, insignificant thing. But inwardly, tears welled up as he thought, this Duong-du isn't bad. We could work together. Duong-du continued his praise and encouragement. Don't be so polite. This is the honor you deserve. Our organization won't treat someone with merit like you poorly. Tomorrow, after you hand over your work here, prepare to leave. Just go ahead and leave, Duong-du said to Director Wang, then left himself. I have something to attend to as well. He maintained a calm and casual demeanor while speaking to Director Wang. But as soon as he turned away, a furious expression twisted his face. He cursed under his breath. If there's another idiot like that next time, send him straight to Syria. Unaware of what had just transpired, Director Wang, still feeling proud, announced his group chat, guys, helping young Master Duong with a girl really works. I haven't even been promoted for long, and he's already promoting me again. Remember, from now on, when young Master Duong wants to pursue a girl, we need to take initiative, understand? Anyone who tries to take young Master Duong's woman must die. Especially that idiot, Yishun. One of the group members, surprised, replied, understood. Yishun, right? We'll keep an eye on him. Staring at the messages on his phone, Director Wang reflected like a seasoned philosopher who had weathered many storms. This is as far as I can help you guys. He was standing at the entrance of the Min Noyet Hotel. The birthday party guests gradually departed, whispering amongst themselves. You didn't see it. Young Master Duong is so romantic, setting off all those fireworks. Watching them leave, Yishun cursed inwardly. Damn you, Duong-du, how dare you humiliate me like that? On the way back, Long Na walked beside Yishun, who radiated fury. The heat emanating from him made Long Na even more afraid. He thought to himself, I messed up the first mission Long Wang gave me. Long Wang is furious, his blood boiling. He must be devastated. Long Na tried to atone by confessing, Long Wang, I failed you today. Long Na declared loudly and resolutely, I, Long Na, am willing to accept any punishment. Yishin seemed unconcerned. He held Long Na's arm and said gently, no need. You're my brother. It's just a small matter. Receiving such grace from his leader, Long Na's admiration for Yishin deepened. Long Wang considers me his brother and doesn't even blame me. Filled with confidence and emboldened, Long Na declared, I, Long Na, have wandered my whole life, regretting only that I haven't found a true master. Now that I can serve Long Wang, I will devote myself completely. Yishun continued, but we can't just let today's events slide. In a restaurant somewhere, Yishun, his brow furrowed in anger, clenched his fist and commanded, gather the men and prepare for revenge. Within a week, I want the Manhwa hotel shut down. That one guy must die too. He thought to himself, I've been humiliated like this today. If I don't repay it 100-fold, I'm not Yishan. He declared this is not over. Long Na, hands clasped respectfully, replied darkly, yes, Long Wang. He then asked, what about that Duong brat? Yishun turned and walked away, hands clasped behind his back. No need to worry about him for now. I've already had Ling Han and Chi Am approach him. He's as good as dead, he stated confidently. Long Na remained in his respectful posture. Long Na smugly thought to himself, among the 8 top warriors of the Dragon Soul organization, Ling Han and Chi Am are ranked 3rd and 4th, respectively. With both of them working together, there's no way they could fail. He let out a cold, self-satisfied smirk. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, the lights were still brightly lit. Duong-du lay in bed, muttering, another day survived. His limbs sprawled out in a large X. He closed his eyes in frustration, thinking about Yishun's expression earlier that day. My survival difficulty is definitely going to increase now, he thought. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Host has successfully survived the plot point. Reward, 1 copy of the Qing Nong Tianjing. Automatic learning initiated. Duong-du excitedly shouted, Oli Krap. His eyes lit up and he grinned at the notification window. Wow, the system's being generous today, giving me such an awesome reward. Did it just max out my medical skills overnight? He sat cross-legged, clenching his fists, eyes gleaming. Am I the best doctor in Hoaha now? He wondered. After his initial excitement, he asked the system, what is this Qing Nong Tianjing anyway? The system window hovered above him. It replied, are you looking for a fight? I gave you the system. Do you expect me to make babies for you too? Annoyed by its curtness, Duong-du retorted, cut the crap. You gave me a hotel, and it turned out to be a trap. The system remained silent, a single period appearing in the window. Duong-du, furious, clenched his fists and scowled. Playing dead now, are you? Guess I don't need these medical skills after all. The system remained silent as Duong-du spoke. Suddenly, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID. Duong-du answered the call. The voice on the other end said, Director Dong, a new secretary will be starting tomorrow. She will be responsible for your schedule from now on. Duong-du was confused. A new secretary, he thought, bringing a hand to his chin. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building in Suong, a secretary said to him, Young Master Duong, this is your new secretary, Chiam. Her training is complete, and she'll officially start working today. The previous secretary gestured towards the woman beside her. Chi Am smiled politely and greeted him. Hello, young Master Duong. He waved back. Welcome, Chi Am, right? Welcome to the Duong Corporation family. He was outwardly welcoming, but inwardly skeptical. Both these girls are pretty, I can't deny that. But their aura, that it's not the wife material type. If I married someone like that, wouldn't my kid starve? Chi Am looked at him, confused, wondering if she had misheard him. Duong-du petted his shoulder. You just started. Feel free to ask me anything. I'm very kind to the ladies. Don't be nervous. His words only deepened Chi Am's confusion. The previous secretary looked at him adoringly and asked, Young Master Duong, I'll be going then. Are you free to come over for dinner tonight? I bought a bottle of wine I'd like to share with you. Standing next to Chi Am, he smiled gently and declined. I have something to do tonight. Maybe next time. I'll get Chi AM settled in first. He quickly turned and went back to his desk, muttering to himself, these days, a man has to be careful. It's for my own good. Who knows if she's offering me wine or poison? He turned his computer towards himself. Chi AM watched his retreating figure, thinking to herself, I can practically hear what he's thinking. Her face turned cold, a strange smile playing on her lips. Long Wong sent me to infiltrate the Duong Corporation to investigate their secrets. If I can hear his thoughts, this mission will be too easy. A smug look spread across her face. Suddenly, Duong Du seemed to remember something and turned around, asking, wait a minute, Chimamo. He froze, recognizing Chi AM. Isn't this the spy that idiot Yishin sent? No doubt about it. Beautiful in a spy. It must be her. He concluded silently. Hearing his thoughts, Chi AM frowned. He keeps thinking about spies. Could he have a little decency? She thought. Then, a grim realization dawned on her. My identity's been exposed. My infiltration plan has failed. Calm down. Don't panic, she told herself. She walked towards him. Suddenly, Duong Du turned and said, Chi AM, could you make me some tea? She obediently replied, yes, young Master Duong. The atmosphere grew heavy. He thought warily. According to the reports, Chi AM was involved in the downfall of the Duong Corporation, along with my cousin, the Inside Man. She's not only skilled in combat, but also a top-class hacker. Chi AM turned and went to make the tea. A look of cold amusement crossed Duong Du's face. He wants confidential documents. I'll let her steal them. I'll make a fake set for her later. Hearing his thoughts, Chi AM frowned. Does he think I'm stupid? I can tell the difference between real and fake documents. She fumed inwardly. Duong Du, a cheerful expression on his face, held a file and called out innocently, Chi AM, could you take this file to Chu, the head of the administration department? Chi AM looked at him with a slight frown, but replied politely, yes, young Master Duong. She took the file along with the teacup. Duong Du's face lit up with amusement. He then pretended to work seriously. Chi AM frowned and left, thinking what a fool. He's the one who's been tricked. As soon as she touched the file, Duong Du's thoughts echoed in her mind. This is the fake file. Keep it. I'll have plenty more for you to steal and take back to that bastard Yishan. This is for your own good, a way to help you get revenge. He's your real enemy. Our Duong family actually helped your father. Stop biting the hand that fed you, he lamented. Siam Flotze, Stunt, Long Wong, that my enemy. The Duong family helped my father. These words hit her like a bolt of lightning. After leaving the office, Chi AM was in a state of turmoil. She walked aimlessly down the hallway. She had grown up in the Long Han organization, trained by Yishan's master, Dick Stan, and was utterly loyal to Yishan. But as an orphan, she yearned to know her family. Lost in thought, she leaned against the wall outside the hallway, her mind racing. There must be another reason why they abandoned me. She had been secretly investigating her parentage, but hadn't found any information about her parents. It was as if they never existed. Chi AM racked her brain, thinking about the many years that had passed. She was almost ready to give up today when Duong Du suddenly brought it up again. A faint sadness and confusion flickered across her face. She sighed in frustration. How much did he actually know? Why was Long Wong her enemy? What did it have to do with the Duong family? A series of unanswered questions surfaced in her mind. In a room somewhere in the company, Chi AM thought to herself that she had to investigate the Duong family first. If they had helped her father, following this lead would definitely uncover something. She made up her mind. Her phone rang. It was Yishan. She frowned, answered the call, and looked at him. Chi AM, he asked, how's the investigation going? She quickly texted back, I've retrieved some of the documents. I'll send them to you later. Yishan was delighted and showered her with praise. Okay, good work. You're the one I trust the most. As long as you complete the mission before Ling Han, you can be my woman sooner. He held the phone up, speaking with a smug look. Suddenly, Chi Am's face darkened. She thought to herself, I suddenly have this feeling of not wanting to eat. Could it be Duong Du's words? Long Wong being the enemy is really affecting my mood. She scowled and lowered her phone. Ugh, Long Wong, I'm going to deliver the documents. I'll talk to you later. On the other end of the line, Yishin was puzzled. Chi AM had never ended a message with him like that before. What happened? He frowned anxiously. 15 minutes later, at the company building, Chi AM reported to Duong Du, young master. The documents have been delivered. Is there anything else you need me to do? She asked softly. He closed his eyes, stretched comfortably, and hummed in agreement. Then he looked at her. He suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. The company is planning to expand into gaming. I need you to do some research for me. Inside the office, he repeated, Right, the company is planning to expand into gaming. I need you to do some research for me. Jung-ju spoke mo. Chief AM was puzzled. What kind of research? She asked. Duong-du turned on the TV screen and explained calmly. There are 25 lucky games here, all the most popular ones on the market. I want you to play through all of them. Give me a daily report. He then pointed to a room visible from the window. Also, the company will provide free snacks, milk tea, whatever. You can also order takeout. Eat whatever you want. Just focus on this for now. If you get tired of playing, there's a lounge over there. Take a nap if you need to. He turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and urged her, all right, get started. Don't be lazy. There are cameras in the office. I can see everything, he threatened. Duong-du smiled mischievously, thinking to himself, haha, having her go anywhere else wouldn't be appropriate. To prevent her from causing trouble elsewhere, having her play games all day is the best solution. Chi AM sat on the sofa, frowning thoughtfully. Ridiculous. Does he think I'm that easily fooled? She then picked up the game controller and looked at the TV screen. July 13th, playing games. She frowned, controller still in hand. July 14th, playing games. Chi AM had fallen asleep from boredom. July 16th, contemplating. She was gloomy, still holding the game controller. Chi AM, Chim, how could you have fallen so low? The investigation is done, isn't it? She asked herself. July 17th, playing games. She was starting to enjoy herself. Durant du roman indisturbed. 5 days passed like this. Who would have known that on the 6th day, at the Min Noyet Hotel under his management, a housekeeping attendant knocked on a door, calling out, hello, guest. Checkout time has passed by 2 hours. May I ask if you're still inside? She knocked repeatedly, but no one answered. She withdrew her hand, knocked again with a puzzled expression, and called out, hello. Then she pulled out her key card, wondering, could the room be empty? The sound of the door unlocking echoed. The girl stepped inside and immediately clutched her arm, complaining, ugh, it's freezing. The air inside was gloomy. Suddenly, she screamed in terror, her face pale. Someone, come quickly. In the bathtub lay a young woman, unconscious, surrounded by a pool of red. News of a suicide at the Min Noyet Hotel spread rapidly. The police arrived at the scene. The body, covered with a sheet, was being carried out. After hearing the news, a crowd of guests immediately checked out, creating a chaotic scene in the lobby. Duong-du rushed over immediately. True Lap, the new general manager of the hotel, was already waiting for him. Panting from running, True Lap bowed his head apologetically. Young Master Duong, it's my fault. I've just taken over the hotel, and this has already happened. He was distraught. Duong-du patted his shoulder, offering gentle comfort. Don't blame yourself. What's the situation now? Replacing his formal address with you. True Lap seemed startled, then quickly replied, the police are still at the scene investigating and gathering evidence. The initial assessment is suicide. Duong-du furot dis bro, asking, suicide. He thought to himself, the guests who stay at the Min Noyet Hotel are all wealthy individuals. Would be so desperate. He questioned further. Removing his hand from True Lap's shoulder, the manager continued. However, the police found that a strand of the victim's hair was missing. Furthermore, it's highly likely she was assaulted, but they haven't found any evidence. Duong-du turned and asked, what about the security cameras? True Lap answered, the security footage shows someone leaving her room. Duong-du frowned, a cold look on his face, thinking this modus operandi could be Long Na. Duong-du répondit seriously. Last time, Yi Shun suffered such humiliation at the hotel. Seeking revenge is normal, but taking someone's life to frame me, that's a bit insane. I must find an opportunity to bury this guy, he resolved. Suddenly, he noticed something. Two figures caught Duong-du's eye. Two middle-aged men were smoking cigarettes, talking and laughing together. One of them was missing an ear, while the other was blind in one eye. They wore white shirts and thick chains around their necks. True Lap looked in their direction and whispered, young Master Duong, do you suspect them? A dark aura surrounded the two men. Duong-du smiled, dismissing the idea. It's not them. I already know who it is. Just take care of comforting the victim's family. I'll handle the perpetrator, he instructed. The next day, at the Min Noyet Hotel's quiet dining hall, a voice rang out. Well, if it isn't young Master Duong. It's been a while. How's business? Long Na, with a dark expression, mocked him, hands in his pockets. Duong-du crossed his arms and calmly replied, shouldn't I be thanking you, Long Na, for sending a bunch of troublemakers my way every day? He sarcastically took his hand out of his pocket, fiddled with his fingernails, and said nonchalantly, after all, the deceased was a high-ranking member of our Long Shun Corporation. I have to protect her, don't I? He spoke as if it were obvious, then pointed and said, "Actually, my purpose here today is very simple. I find your hotel an eyesore. Either shut it down or sell it to me." He presented his ultimatum. In the dining room, Long Na thought, last time, Long Wang was humiliated here. Simply shutting down the hotel isn't enough. I want to buy this hotel at a low price and make Duong Du suffer a huge loss. A little revenge for Long Wang. He smirked, spread his 5 fingers, and declared 5 billion. Either sell the hotel or be shut down. True Lap clenched his fists in anger. Why don't he just rob us? He fumed inwardly. That price is 4 times what it's worth. I could barely sell Min Noyet Hotel for that much. This guy is outrageous. Duong Du, seeing this, was also furious. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, "You're delusional. Even if you bring troublemakers here for a year, I still won't sell this hotel to you." He then dismissed his guest. "You can leave now." Long Na, enraged, kicked a nearby table and roared in fury. "What did you say?" True Lap flinched, his face darkening. "Is this guy a monster?" He wondered. Duong Du's face creased with feigned fear. This was Long Na's usual tactic when negotiating, deliberately intimidating his opponent to break their psychological defenses. Duong Du trembled, pretending to be afraid. "Guards!" he called out. Long Na crossed his arms smugly and yelled, "Young Master Duong, even 20 guards are useless. Young Master Yi values me, Long Na. At worst, I'll just kill you and leave Hoaha. So what?" he threatened. Duong Du crossed his arms and rolled his eyes, scoffing internally. Outwardly, he trembled, feigning fear, and clenched his fists as if steeling his resolve. "Fine," he said, "I'll sell." Hearing this, Long Na quickly threw down a document and ordered, "Sign and seal it. I'll have the money transferred to you immediately." He thought smugly, before the Long Han organization, everyone is just an ant. Duong Du grimaced. "Manager True, go get the company seal," he instructed. True Lap quickly agreed and hurried off. The paperwork was then neatly arranged on the table, ready to be signed. Long Na pointed at the 2 men. "You 2 losers can get out now. And remember, this is just the price of offending young Master Yi." Behind him, Duong Du and True Lap glared at him. In the hotel lobby, Duong Du and True Lap walked out. Duong Du remained calm, hands in his pockets, while True Lap was filled with anxiety. He turned and asked, "Young Master Duong, why did you agree to his terms? How could we let him humiliate us like that?" He looked at Duong Du, suspicion brewing in his mind. The Duong family is the head of the 4 great families in Suong. We may not control everything, but we shouldn't be trampled on by the Long Shun Corporation like this. Your acquiescence doesn't make sense. Duong Du, hearing his question, smiled and explained, "You'll understand in a few days. Don't worry, the show has just begun." He clenched his fist excitedly. Suddenly, Duong Du remembered something and asked, "By the way, has CEO Wang's family moved out yet?" True Lap replied, "They boarded a train to Siberia the night before last. As per your instructions, we fabricated their departure records to show them going to Africa." Duong Du smiled, walked toward his car, and said, "Good." Sitting in the car, Duong Du took out his laptop to work, thinking to himself that with the pettiness of Yi Shun and his group, they would definitely seek revenge on Wang Duk Fat. Now that Wang Duk Fat was safe and the hotel had been handed over to them, Duong Du's expression was less than cheerful. He thought to himself, "Next, I have to teach that Long Na lesson." Duong Du's hands tapped away at the keyboard. The scene shifted to a luxurious and opulent location. Long Na, with a somewhat intimidating appearance, was speaking to someone on the phone. "Long Wang, the Min Noyet Hotel revenge is complete. I forced that Duong Du kid to sell the hotel to us for 5 billion. Hearing this, Yi Shun was slightly puzzled, thinking to himself, "The Min Noyet Hotel is a place where I suffered humiliation. Long Na was able to buy it back so cheaply, making tens of billions in a minute. His abilities are truly outstanding." Yi Shun then asked, "Right, what about that one guy?" After asking, Yi Shun thought to himself, "A dog of Duong Du dared to lecture me in front of so many people. He must die." Long Na replied, "I've had people investigate. He flew to Africa a few days ago." Hearing this, Yi Shun ordered, "Tell someone to go there and kill him. Anyone who insults me must die." After finishing his sentence, Yi Shun hung up the phone. He gave an unfriendly smile and said, "This is just a small profit. The real show is just beginning. Chi AM has prepared a confidential document for me. Other chess pieces are still being arranged. The entire Su Hang is just a small game to me." At another location, Bak Yi sat in front of her computer, deep in thought. The Min Noyet hotel case from a few days ago is still under investigation. He definitely committed this murder. Slightly perplexed, Bak Yi furrowed her brows and wondered, why can't we find any evidence? Xiao Zhang entered and saw Bak Yi contemplating the Min Noyet hotel case. He thought to himself, Captain Bak is so serious about her work. It would be nice if she relaxed and talked about romance sometimes. Bak Yi eyes remained glued to the computer screen, intently searching for the cause of the incident. Suddenly, a message popped up on Bak Yi computer screen. Startled, she stood up, thinking a lead on the Min Noyet hotel case. After obtaining the lead, Bak Yi said, quickly, Xiao Zhang. She ordered him, call Director Vong here. As night began to fall, Bak Yi saw Director Vong arrive and said, Director Vong, please take a look at this. Director Vong stepped forward to examine the information Bak Yi presented. Soon after, news spread throughout the police station. There's a lead on the Min Noyet hotel murder case. Quickly, the entire West City branch began to mobilize. 2 hours after the meeting concluded, the investigation team left the station and commenced their investigation. Bak Yi also wanted to join the team, but Director Vong refused, telling her to eat and rest. Anxious, she could only go to the restaurant across from the station. Bak Yi was on her way to lunch when she heard someone call her name. Officer Bak. She wondered, turning around to see who it was. She immediately recognized the person and replied, Yi Shun. Is that you? It was indeed Yi Shun, someone she had met a while ago. They were on a bus when a pickpocket tried to steal something. He, Yi Shun, acted righteously to stop the thief. After they got off the bus, the pickpocket brought some people back for revenge. They were all beaten and shot down. Bak Yi, who happened to be passing by, found it strange. The man's skills were well concealed, so she remembered him. Yi Shan similit mysteriously. But what she remembered most vividly was his smile. There was something odd about it. Yi Shun walked up to Bak Yi, flashed his signature smile, and said, I thought Officer Bak had forgotten my name. Seeing the plastic bag full of bottles in his hand, Bak Yi asked curiously, is this your side hustle? Looking at the plastic bottles, Yi Shun replied, No, I just saw an elderly woman collecting bottles. Life doesn't seem easy for her, so I helped her collect them and even bought her some fruit. Hearing this, Bak Yi thought Yi Shun was a good person. This man has a kind heart, she thought to herself. An idea popped into Yi Shun's head. He said to Bak Yi, are you going to lunch? Why don't we eat together? I'll just drop this off and be right back. Bak Yi declined his offer. No need. I'll just grab something to go. I have work to do. Watching her walk away, Yi Shun thought to himself, you have to know your limits when courting a woman. Especially with beautiful women, you have to take it slow to make them fall for you. Eventually, they'll become part of my harem. Yi Shun flashed his characteristic smile and threw the plastic bottles away. He had just spent 10 yuan buying them from an elderly woman collecting recyclables. He had done so because he didn't have any smaller bills. The plastic bag itself wasn't worth anything. Still watching Bak Yi, he maintained his smile and thought a few more arranged encounters should be enough. This type of girl is easy to win over. I must have her. Half of the Suang political scene are disciples of my family. If I can control Suang, I can avoid the power of the Bak family. At the Min Noyet Hotel, after Long Na took over, he immediately renamed it the Long Then Hotel and began to eliminate the negative influences. The hotel's business slowly started to recover. Long Na was currently in his office, embracing a beautiful secretary and preparing to have sex. Suddenly, a group of police officers burst through the door. The secretary with Long Na was startled by the commotion. Long Na was furious. He frowned and snapped, don't you know how to knock? Bak Yi held up her police badge and asked, are you in charge of this hotel? Without hesitation, Long Na crossed his arms confidently and replied, yes, I am. What's the matter? Bak Yi didn't say another word and immediately ordered her officers to handcuff him. Long Na, enraged by Bak Yi words, retorted, do you even know who I am? I'm in charge of Long Then Corporation. Just try touching me. The officers present maintained a serious demeanor, demonstrating proper police conduct. Long Na, seeing the situation, fumed. Someone then spoke up, I want a lawyer. I want to call my lawyer. Inside the Min Noyet Hotel, police were already waiting. News spread quickly throughout Suwon. The Min Noyet Hotel, with its prestigious reputation, was now suspected of harboring drugs. As the legal representative and person in charge, Long Na was thoroughly apprehended, and the hotel was immediately investigated. Meanwhile, Duong-du was relaxing on a white bed, casually scrolling through his phone. While all this was happening at the Min Noyet Hotel, Duong-du, the instigator, was playing mobile games. After meeting the disabled siblings, Duong-du recalled from the plot that they weren't good people. Seeing their desperation, he immediately had someone discreetly investigate the hotel. Sure enough, evidence of drug trafficking was found. Duong-du then handed this tricky task to Long Na, who readily accepted, conveniently pocketing 5 billion dong. He figured if he didn't do it after the car window incident, the hotel wouldn't survive and he'd be dragged down with it. As for offending Yishun, Duong-du was getting used to it. He'd live if he could, and if not, he wouldn't just offer his neck to be chopped. Duong-du's face briefly lit up with satisfaction before turning sullen. I've barely survived a few times, and you're using someone's life to frame me, you bastard. Damn system, you're playing me too. I knew you had ulterior motives for giving me such good stuff. The intelligence system appeared before him, displaying 3 words, dog is barking. Still looking at his phone, Duong-du said, dog, stop barking. He then glanced back at his phone and muttered dismissively, shoo, shoo. His phone displayed an incoming call from Bak Yi-di. What does she want? Duong-du wounded. Staring at the screen, he mused, what does she want? Did she find out about the email I sent her? Duong-du considered Bak Yi-di a somewhat close acquaintance. After all, they both came from prominent Suong families. However, Bak Yi-di didn't have a good impression of him because of his close friend, Qin Ming, Suhong's most notorious playboy. Since they were practically joined at the hip, Duong-du was also considered Bak Yi-di's enemy. Answering the call, Duong-du said, well, if it isn't Miss Bak. Bak Yi-di's voice came through. Want to chat? Come to the West City precinct immediately. Duong-du asked what for, but Bak Yi-di didn't answer, only replying loudly, just come and you'll find out. Don't waste my time, or I'll send someone to arrest you. Duong-du hung up, thinking, well, I'm not the hotel's manager or legal representative. It's just a formality. Fine, I'll go. Duong-du was walking when he was asked, where are you going? Are you going to find that Qin Ming kid again? Duong-du chuckled and replied, no, I'm going to find a jail cell to sit in at the police station. Bak Yi-di was fiddling with a pair of handcuffs. Duong-du arrived, sat down, and thought to himself, although I feel a sense of disrespect, it's fine. I quite like it. I hope she uses a bit of force, maybe even spits on me. Bak Yi-di was a little surprised. Her jaw dropped slightly. She thought to herself, whose voice was that just now? It sounded like his. Suddenly, she got angry. Holding a piece of paper, she glared at Duong-du and said, what are you smirking about? You're the former owner of the Min Noyet Hotel and a prime suspect. Start taking notes now. Duong-du's expression remained neutral, but inwardly he thought, don't mess with me. I already sent you the evidence. Normally, I would directly report Long Na for forcing the sale of the hotel. I didn't say anything. That bastard, to frame me, went to my hotel, killed someone, staged it as a suicide, and then sent people to cause trouble. If I hadn't been unable to find the evidence, I would have reported him too. Bak Yi-di finally confirmed that she wasn't hallucinating. It was definitely his voice. She had initially suspected the email was from Duong-du, trying to scare her into revealing information. She hadn't expected so much intel. Bak Yi-di's hands clenched into fists. Well done, Long Na, she muttered. Duong-du suddenly remembered something and said to Bak Yi-di, I remember that woman he knows. Her hair might be evidence in his house. I'll email you tonight. I almost forgot about that. Bak Yi-di considered what Duong-du said, then replied, in his house. If that's true, we have the evidence to convict him. Thinking so, she told Duong-du, all right, the investigation ends here. Thank you for your cooperation. Duong-du replied, no problem. It's a hard knock life. If Officer Bak could treat me to some barbecue as compensation, that would be great. She readily agreed, sure, but next time. I'm busy now. Hearing this, Duong-du couldn't help but mumble, seriously inviting me to dinner. Or maybe I shouldn't be so presumptuous. I don't dare eat with you. What if you're captivated by my handsome face? It would ruin my life. Bak Yi-di was taken aback by Duong-du's arrogance. Captivated by her handsome face, she retorted incredulously. Then, as they walked out, she said, all right, I'll escort you out. As they walked, Duong-du suddenly stopped, seemingly noticing someone. He's here too, he muttered. The man entering the station was Yishun. Upon seeing Duong-du, He frowned angrily, thinking, what's this bastard doing with Bak Yi-D? Duong-du, as if reading his mind, thought, what are you looking at? Do you think I'm stealing Bak Yi-D from you? As if all the beautiful women in the world belong to you. Bak Yi-D, noticing the tension between the two men, spoke up and asked Yi-shun, what's going on? Are you here to report a crime? Yi-shun quickly replied, no, I'm here to visit a friend. Your officers brought him in. Hearing this, Duong-du couldn't help but chuckle. He then remarked, a friend who committed murder. After hearing Duong-du's inner thoughts, Bak Yi-D's goodwill towards Yi-shun completely vanished. Hanging out with criminals. What else could he be but trash? Bak Yi-D then addressed Yi-shun about the friend he mentioned visiting. The nature of his crime is quite serious. Visits aren't allowed at this time. Leave, Yi-shun. Yi-shun, though hearing her words, remained stubborn. Officer Bak, I need to explain something. I'm actually Long Na's boss. So, if Long Na really broke the law, I'd be the first to report him. He then pointed at Duong-du and continued, but he's innocent in this case. He just recently took over the Manhwa Hotel. The previous owner was this young Master Duong. He's the one you should be arresting. Bak Yi-D simply thought Yi-shun was being unreasonable. She retorted, I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. Right now, the legal representative and person in charge of the hotel is Long Na. He's the one I'm arresting. Seeing that Bak Yi-D wasn't listening, Yi-shun became angry, clenching his jaw. He thought, women should just listen to me. What's the point of pretending to be righteous here? Witnessing their exchange, Duong-du pondered, Bak Yi-D seems to dislike him. This isn't right. Yi-shun should have enough goodwill by now. That kid specifically went and caught a pickpocket, creating a chance encounter. Then he bought a bag of plastic bottles, saying he was collecting them for a grandmother who collected recyclables. With those two acts of kindness, Bak Yi-D should be in love with him by now. Bak Yi-D looked at Yi-shun with disdain, thinking, so even the initial encounter was orchestrated by this Yi-shun. This man is truly disgusting. She then turned to Duong-du, her face brightening with a warm smile. Duong-du, she said, thank you for your cooperation with the investigation today. It's late. You should go home and rest. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Her tone then shifted 180 degrees as she snapped at Yi-shun. You go home. You're Long Na's boss, which effectively makes you responsible for the Manhwa Hotel's affairs. So, it just so happens you should prepare to be investigated as well. Duong-du was bewildered by Bak Yi-D's sudden change in demeanor towards Yi-shun. He wondered what's going on. Why is she suddenly being so nice to me? Stop! Don't be so nice to me. Just then, the door opened and someone entered. Su Muyu's appearance surprised everyone. Su Muyu, what are you doing here? Seeing Su Muyu, Yi-shun's face lit up with smugness. He thought, this girl, she says she wants to stay away from me, but the moment I'm in trouble, she comes running. Yi-shun smiled politely, extending his hand in greeting. She arrived. Su Muyu didn't pay him any attention, but immediately went straight to Duong-du and said, Duong-du, are you all right? Seeing Su Muyu approach and speak so intimately, Duong-du wasn't very enthusiastic. Inwardly, he pleaded, please don't come over here. Don't provoke the Dragon King any further. Look at his face. Give me some peace, will you? Otherwise, this lunatic is going to kill me tonight. Su Muyu stood in front of Duong-du and asked, what? Does Yi-shun really think I have feelings for you? He's such a psycho. Su Muyu moved closer to Duong-du and said softly and solicitously, you're probably all right now, right? Let's go home. Duong-du's expression was clearly troubled. He went slightly mad and cursed inwardly. Damn it, are you using that trick again? Don't do that, Teacher Su. I'm just a kid, a little over 50 kilograms. It won't work. Yi-shun, standing to the side, couldn't stand it. He adopted an extremely combative stance towards Duong. Yi-shun said indignantly, how can the woman I like stand in front of me and be intimate with someone else? What is she thinking? Could it be she really doesn't have feelings for me? No, that's not right. Her eyes can't deceive anyone. Duong-du tried to avoid the situation. He was afraid something bad would happen and intended to slip away before it was too late. If I can't fight them, I'll run. I'd better get out of here quickly. However, Su Muyu continued to show concern for him. She kept asking, Duong-du, are you all right? Just then, a voice came from outside. I heard the owner of the Manhwa Hotel was arrested. Scared the hell out of me. As soon as Vong Yusi Tuet heard the news, she rushed to the West City precinct. Vong Yusi Tuet's expression soured when she saw Su Muyu. What surprised her was that Su Muyu was here, and moreover, she was holding Duong-du's arm. Su Muyu wasn't happy to see Vong Yusi Tuet either. Her face began to frown. The two women engaged in a staring contest. Neither was willing to back down. Vong Yusi-Tuet then composed herself and smiled gently, speaking demurely. She asked, "Isn't this Miss Su? Why is the cold, aloof beauty of the Su family being so proactive? I thought you didn't like men." Su Muyu, hearing these unpleasant words from Vong Yusi-Tuet, angrily shouted, "What does it have to do with you?" Duong Du, seeing the argument escalating, cursed under his breath and wondered, "What are you all doing? Stop it. Don't fight over my good looks. It'll break my heart." Su Muyu and Vong Yusi-Tuet, neither willing to yield, both went to Duong Du's side, one on each side. Vong Yusi-Tuet then said, "You're holding my boyfriend's hand. How does it not concern me? If you really like handsome men, I can introduce you to a few. Just stop bothering my darling." Hearing this, Su Muyu retorted, "Your boyfriend. Miss Vong, you've got some nerve. Calling someone else's fiancé your boyfriend." Vong Yusi-Tuet, not one to back down, retorted smugly, "He's my fiancé. Do you even understand him? Do you know what he likes to eat? What kind of cigarettes he smokes? Does he prefer black socks or white? Can you answer any of these?" Su Muyu hesitated momentarily at Vong Yusi-Tuet's barrage of questions. But then the esteemed Miss Su declared, "Does knowing those things even matter? He likes me. That's all that counts. Everyone in Suhang knows he likes me. He even threw me a birthday party a few days ago." Now it was Vong Yusi-Tuet's turn to be speechless. The esteemed Miss Vong gritted her teeth, her fury simmering like a volcano about to erupt. Refusing to be outdone, Vong Yusi-Tuet pulled out her phone. "You want to show off your intimacy with me, huh? I'll show you what intimacy looks like." Duong Du, sensing trouble, quickly intervened. "Sister Vong, don't. All right, you two, stop arguing. I'm trying to work here. Get out." The policewoman yelled. Duong Du chimed in, putting an arm around each of them. "Did you hear her? Listen to the nice police officer. Let's go." Yishan appeared, his silver hair and crimson eyes burning with determination. Dressed in elegant black, he stood with his arms crossed, his gaze focused and furious. His expression was a mixture of jealousy and rage. His furrowed brows and tightly pursed lips created a stern and resolute visage. The surrounding scene, filled with swirling dark purple smoke, heightened the drama and tension. Yishan's jealousy was palpable, evident in his reaction to seeing the object of his affection involved with another. His overall demeanor was a potent blend of anger, resolve, and envy, creating a powerful and intimidating presence. He was clearly displeased with the current situation and ready to confront anyone who threatened his relationship. The two girls he liked were fighting over another man. In the scene where the two girls compete for Duong Du's attention, the atmosphere becomes tense and dramatic. Muyu might display unwavering determination, her eyes sharp and her voice firm. She could use strong arguments and sincere emotions to express her feelings for Duong Du, emphasizing the memories and experiences they've shared. Vong Yusi-Tuet, on the other hand, might react with confidence and composure, but with no less determination. She could maintain a calm exterior while harboring a strong resolve. Meanwhile, Duong Du might stand between them, looking awkward and uncomfortable, torn between the two women. There might even be a cacophony of voices chiming in, some exclaiming, "Two beautiful women serving one man. Can we arrest them?" Another might add, "That's young Master Duong of the prestigious Duong family, the champion of Suhang." Someone else might observe judgmentally, "I don't know about the champion having everything. I'm starting my bootlicking tomorrow." Duong Du, by nature, disliked noise and unwanted attention, especially from beautiful women. He preferred peace, simplicity, and genuine relationships. That's why, when he got dragged into the argument between the two girls, Duong Du felt incredibly uncomfortable and confused. After that incident, hearing the gossip from the people around him only fueled his anger. His frustration stemmed not only from the unwanted attention, but also from the feeling of being misunderstood and pressure by public opinion. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, you're the ones acting like royalty. I hate royalty the most." Then a voice chimed in, "Bro." It was Duong Du's junior, the one who often drove him around. Seeing him in this situation, the junior, thinking he was having a good time, curiously asked, "Are you really playing the field like this?" Hearing his junior ask such a tactless question, Duong-du just forced a laugh, scratched his head, and at a loss for words, blurted out a story so unbelievable it was comical. It's nothing like that. We were just playing truth or dare. While his mouth said this, his mind screamed for help. Save me. Seeing Duong-du's expression, and with his sharp eyes, the junior seemed to receive Dong-du's unspoken plea and smoothly said, I heard, bro, that you're a benevolent and righteous man. The hotel incident has nothing to do with you. We're just going for celebratory drinks. Relieved that his junior had bailed him out, Duong-du said happily to the two women, all right, I'll be going now. An offer I can't refuse. Neither of the women would back down, both letting out a huff. Later, in another location, while driving, Duong-du breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he said, finally got out of there. Seeing Duong-du's exhaustion, his junior rested his chin on his hand, dejectedly. He couldn't understand why his boss had no interest in being surrounded by so many beautiful women. Bro, if there's nothing else, I'll head back and rest. We can drink another time. I'm so tired lately. I can't even sleep properly and have nightmares every night. Duong-du turned to his junior, his voice full of cheer. What do you mean, bro? You're my brother. Hurry back and get some rest. As if realizing something was amiss, Duong-du said, something's not right. This body doesn't feel comfortable. He turned to Tan-min and asked, have you been having trouble sleeping and experiencing nightmares lately? Tan-min considered this. Yeah, I have. I don't know what's going on. Don't tell me my kidneys are failing. Hearing this, Duong-du suggested, why don't you go on a trip for a few days to relax and see if that helps? But Tan-min immediately refused. Nah, forget it. Too much trouble to go out. I'll just go back and rest. He finished with a weak smile. After dropping Duong-du off, he drove away immediately. Duong-du stood there, watching Tan-min's car disappear, a strange feeling nagging at him. He pondered the cause of Tan-min's discomfort. Something's not right with Tan-min's body. He already knows it. He stood there, frowning. This is the Tan family's storyline in the novel. Tan-min's poor health is due to a feng shui problem at the Tan family's old house. And the source of the problem is the Jade Buddha statue he brought home last week. That Jade Buddha must have been tampered with by Yi Shun. After Tan-min brought it home, the Tan family's feng shui was severely affected. Their originally auspicious location has become a place of misfortune. And when the Tan family falls into danger, Yi Shun will step in and help them, making the Tan family regard him as a god and revere him. Even Qin Kaisen, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, is full of goodwill towards him because of this. Step by step, she falls into his hands. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng felt that this kind of plot, although it seems a bit brainless, is common in urban power fantasy novels. It demonstrates the trope of gathering power and collecting beautiful women, reaping rewards left and right. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, interrupting Duong-du's train of thought. The system said, congratulations to the host for successfully and peacefully resolving the Sub-Euro incident in West City. Reward, completion of the Yin-Yang infinite cultivation technique. One-time use granted. Duong-du glanced at the notification and immediately cursed the damn system. What's the use of giving me one use per day? Why not just give me the whole thing at once? According to the system's introduction, after cultivating the Yin-Yang infinite cultivation technique to completion, one can borrow its power to reflect damage back twofold. This is definitely a top-tier item. Seeing Duong-du's frustration, the system explained, because the host did not perfectly resolve the incident and incur the enmity of Longwang Yishun, the reward is limited to a single use. Duong-du became even angrier after receiving that answer, but he was completely helpless. He also desperately wanted to perfectly and peacefully resolve the incident, but everyone in this world seemed like idiots. The next morning, at the West City Sub-Bureau, by Wani and Yishun, which led to his arrest. However, someone bailed him out the very next afternoon. Right in front of Bai Wani, a mysterious woman appeared and rescued Yishun, infuriating her. After leaving West City, Yishun politely said, thank you for making a special trip here, Miss Ha. It turned out that the woman who picked up Yishun was the eldest daughter of the Ha family, named Ha Hoyamo. This family is extremely low-key in Suong, but in terms of actual power, they're no less than the four great families. Ha Hoyamo looked at him and replied, it's what I should do. Their house is a branch of the Ha family in the Yanjing megacity. The head of the family is old Madame Ha. She has some connections with Yi Shen's master. After arriving in Suong, he first visited the Ha family and helped old Madame Ha with her illness, thus incurring a debt of gratitude from the Ha family. Such a precious favor used in a place like this, Yi Shen thought, annoyed. After getting out, Yi Shen continued to ask Ms. Ha, "This time, my friend was locked up here because of this matter." Understanding Yi Shen's intention to ask for a favor, Ha Hoyemo just smiled and refused. "I can't do anything about this. It involves drugs. No one can interfere. I hope Mr. Yi can understand. After all, this is Huaxia." Yishin replied, "All right, I won't trouble Miss Ha anymore. I'll think of another way. I'll visit old Madame Ha in a few days." Seeing him say this, Ha Hoyemo immediately took her leave. "Then I'll go back to the company for a meeting." After turning around and leaving, Ha Hoyemo thought to herself, "Grandma said Yishin is a true dragon among men. He seems ordinary now." Yishin watched her go, also thinking to himself, "This woman's attitude is so cold. Is she looking down on me? I'll have to teach her a lesson after I take her. And I must also take control of the Ha family to pave the way for my future advance into Yanjing." Over the next few days, Yishan, with the help of Longshan Corporation's personnel, searched high and low, pulling strings to get Long Na out. Long Na, detained for investigation, was experiencing a living hell. It stemmed from the incident at the hotel. Ming Yu's misfortune was one thing, but the police then searched his residence and found hair from the woman who died at the hotel. This discovery significantly escalated the situation. This time, things were truly dire. Fortunately, after a week of solitary confinement, Yishun was finally allowed to visit Long Na. Upon seeing Yishun, Long Na's eyes lit up with hope. He thought the Dragon King truly can do anything. With him on the case, I'll definitely get out of this hellhole. With this thought, he immediately sat up and called out, "Yishao." Yishin sat opposite him, arms crossed, and smiled. "I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Long Na, brimming with confidence in his Dragon King, replied instantly, "The good news. I've had my lawyer working on reducing your sentence." Yishin responded. Long Na, eager to hear the rest, immediately asked, "And the bad news?" "After the sentence reduction, it'll probably be around 25 years. Long Na was devastated by this news, his spirits instantly crushed. Yishun felt a pang of guilt. He thought to himself, things are progressing smoothly with the Qin family. We'll see results soon. I have to let Long Na suffer a bit before I can gain control of Su Hang. But don't worry, brother, we'll see each other again soon." As for Duong Du, on Antique Street, there was a renowned antique shop called the Bao Lu. This was one of Duong Du's businesses. The manager, Zhao Gaoshan, was a longtime employee of the Duong family. He had worked at the shop since he was a little over 10 years old, meaning he had dedicated around 35 years to it. Zhao Gaoshan entered, holding a small notebook which he handed to Duong Shao. "Please take a look at these accounts. These are the sales figures from last month. Our profits have been quite good these past few months." Duong Du took the notebook and flipped through a few pages. "Good work," he replied. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Miss Qin, I also have some understanding of these feng shui and mystical matters." Upon hearing these words, Duong Du immediately recognized the speakers. He peeked outside, and, as expected, it was Yi Shun and Qin Kaisen talking. Intrigued, Qin Kaisen asked, "You know feng shui too?" "Indeed," Yi Shun replied. "My abilities are quite extensive. My previous security job was just a temporary position." Watching him spout such nonsense, Duong Du couldn't help but feel disgusted. He thought, "Right, your abilities are extensive, especially at throwing snakes into people's houses and then playing the hero. I've never met someone so shameless. If you hadn't messed with the Qin family's feng shui, would they be having these problems? And now you're putting on this act." Qin Kiksan overel de Duong Du unspoken sauts. She looked around in bewilderment, trying to see who had just spoken. Thinking back, Qin Kaisen realized the voice sounded familiar, like someone she knew. Then, remembering what she'd heard, she was startled. The snake in her house had been planted by Yi Shun, who then fabricated the whole incident. Could the recent problems with the Qin family's feng shui also be his doing? This seemingly harmless man was actually the one behind all the trouble. Qin Kaisin stared intently at Yishan, suspicion growing in her heart. Yishan, seeing her prolonged stare, assumed he had captivated her with his handsome looks. He ran a hand through his hair and gave her a smile. Then, he reached into his pocket, pulling out a yellow talisman. He handed it to Qin Kaisin, saying, "Miss Qin, based on my observations, there's definitely a feng shui problem in your house, attracting negative energy, right? Relying on these antiques to change your feng shui isn't realistic. Here, I have a protective talisman. Take it and wear it. See if it can improve the situation, even a little." Yishan further fabricated a story about how he'd spent 3 months learning from a master to create this talisman. As long as Qin Kaisin wore it, it would protect her from the negative energy. Overhearing this from his hiding spot, Duongdu couldn't help but feel exasperated. He cursed Yi Shun internally. "You're making this up as you go along. You could just use any random ghost warding charm. The key is that it has your blood in it. Who's to say you weren't the one who caused the negative energy in the Qin house in the first place? With your blood in it, of course, it won't be targeted by the negative energy." Duongdu siged deeply. Poor, foolish Qin Kaisin, being completely deceived, actually believing this man was her destined savior sent by heaven. Qin Kaisin, standing outside, heard everything. She knew someone was talking, but it seemed only she could hear it. She still couldn't understand what was going on. Putting the strange occurrence aside, Qin Kaisin fumed inwardly. If everything that person said is true, then don't blame me for being ruthless. She tried to calm herself, reminding herself not to act rashly before she had concrete evidence of Yishan's misdeeds. She would play along with his charade for now. Suppressing her anger, Qin Kaisin feigned ignorance, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yishan and accepted the talisman. "Thank you," she said. "I'll wear it." Yishan smiled, replying, "We're friends. No need to be so polite." After giving her the talisman, he was convinced everything had gone smoothly. He thought to himself, "Finally, things are going my way. Long Na, the day we two brothers go out for hamburgers isn't far off now." After Qin Kaisin and Yishan left, Duongdu emerged from his hiding place. He recalled that, according to the story, Yishan would soon go to the shop to buy a yin-yang jade fish amulet, because this is the key prop he's using to show off. This object can completely absorb all the baleful energy within the Qin family's house. Duongdu pondered for a while. In the end, he decided it wasn't wise to completely remove it. Keeping it himself wouldn't be of any use. Therefore, this thing can only be taken by Yishan to resolve the issue. Although the thought alone is irritating, I can't just stand by and watch my brother's family be robbed of everything by this bastard and then tortured to death. A villain's life is still a life, after all. Duongdu, lost in thought, decided he had to do something. He clapped his hands and called, "Uncle True, come here for a moment." Hearing him call, True Chao Tam immediately approached and asked, "What is it, young Master Duong?" Duongdu then said, "Keep a close watch on this yin-yang fish jade talisman. No one except a guest named Yishan is allowed to buy it, understand?" True Chao Tam, hearing this instruction, was a bit puzzled. He felt like the name Duongdu mentioned sounded familiar. Yishan, isn't that the person Mr. Vong often talked about in the group a while back? He then became excited. After Mr. Vong taught him a lesson, he got a promotion, a raise, and an overseas assignment. Could it be that heaven was giving him another opportunity? Duongdu continued, "Inflate the price a bit. 30 million will do. Because Yishan definitely has to obtain this prop for his plan. So, we can't let him get it cheap." Duongdu reasoned, making a bit of money off this bastard and then donating it to charity wouldn't be bad. True Chao Tam, having received Duongdu's instructions, replied, "Young Master Duong, rest assured I understand." Duongdu, trusting him, gave a thumbs up and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you." He then walked out, pondering as he went. The Qin family situation is still progressing smoothly. After Yishan resolves the Qin family's troubles, I'll find a way to expose this scoundrel's true colors from behind the scenes. After Duongdu left, True Chao Tam held the box containing the yin-yang fish jade. Thinking to himself, he personally retrieved this item from outside. At that time, he collected 2 pieces representing yin and yang. The yang talisman within the 2 yin-yang fish jade talismans is used to eliminate baleful energy, while the yin talisman is used to cultivate it, if placed in a location with extremely heavy, baleful energy. Thinking of this, he chuckled inwardly. Half an hour later, just as Duongdu predicted, Yishan actually came to his antique shop. He went to where the yin-yang fish jade was displayed, looked at the price tag, and angrily shouted, "Was your shop robbed? The listed price for this thing is 30 million. You've added 2 extra zeros, haven't you? Hearing Yishan say this, Tru Chao Tam calmly walked over with a cup of coffee and replied, "Our boss isn't trying to trick you. This is a valuable treasure retrieved from the tomb of a Song dynasty prince. This price is already very cheap." Yishan, looking at the price, naturally found it hard to believe. He continued to scold, "Don't try that trick with me. I understand these things better than you." Then he offered his own price, 500,000. Deal or no deal? One of the dozen or so things he hated most in his life was being taken for a fool and cheated out of his money. Tru Chao Tam's greeting didn't seem to sway him at all. He slapped his hand down and said, "Don't joke around." Yesterday, a feng shui master from Hong Kong came by and said this is a real treasure. He'll be back tomorrow to buy it. If you want it, take it. If not, don't buy it. I'll sell it to anyone for the same price. Sure enough, Tru Chao Tam, a man with years of experience in the trade, only needed a couple of exchanges to make Yishan hesitate and want to buy it immediately. He hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the exorbitant price. Slamming his hand on the table, he shouted, all right, wrap it up for me." For Yishan at this moment, the price was indeed a bit steep, but compared to winning over the Qin family, it was nothing. As long as he could secure the Qin family, hundreds of billions in assets would belong to him. "Yes," Tru Chao Tam replied cheerfully. "I'll wrap it up for you right away." But in truth, after turning his back, he secretly mocked Yishan, thinking, does someone like him even deserve to compete with our young Master Duong? He's practically walking into his own grave. Ever since Zhang Tu Noyet visited the Vong family residence to treat old Master Vong, his health had been gradually recovering. But today, after a meal, old Master Vong was holding a brush, dipping it in ink, and preparing to practice calligraphy. He hadn't even finished the first character when the brush suddenly slipped from his hand. His heart rate then dropped, causing him to struggle for breath. After learning of the incident, old Master Vong was quickly taken back to his bedroom. Vong Yusi Tuet and many other subordinates were by his side. Vong Yusi Tuet asked her younger sister, Tu Noyet, what happened to grandfather. Zhang Tu Noyet looked at the motionless old Master Vong lying on the bed and replied, "Grandfather's situation is quite dangerous. His organs have begun to slowly fail, but I can't determine the specific cause of his illness." The subordinates standing behind her, having heard everything, were extremely worried. Even someone as skilled as Zhang Tu Noyet couldn't figure out the problem. What were they supposed to do? This situation was, of course, orchestrated by old Master Vong's grandson. After seeing his plan fail, he had administered another injection, directly targeting old Master Vong. If he truly didn't survive, and with old Master Vong gone, according to family rules, the greatest authority would fall to the male heir. This meant that after old Master Vong's death, the Vong family would fall into the hands of this fool, Vong Nulong. He looked at his grandfather lying on the bed, a sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. "Don't blame me for being heartless, grandfather. It's because you were too biased." Vong Yusi Tuet, extremely worried about old Master Vong, said, "So what do we do now? Should we have old Dr. Zhang take a look?" Zhang Tu Noyet shook her head. "Even if I can't diagnose it, I doubt my grandfather would be able to do much better. Grandfather's situation is quite complicated." Then she added, "But there is someone who might be able to help." Vong Yusi Tuet reacted immediately. "Who?" she quickly asked. Zhang Tu Noyet uttered a single name, Duong Du. "Please stay in character." A moment later, the person they called arrived. Vong Yusi Tuet went to the door to greet Duong Du, her face etched with worry. Seeing her distress, he quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, Miss Vong. The old master is blessed with good fortune. He'll definitely be all right. Please, come and see him quickly," Vong Yusi Tuet replied, taking Duong Du's hand and hurrying him into her grandfather's room. The other men present, upon seeing Duong Du, exchanged skeptical glances. Zhang Tu Noyet wondered to herself, why did she call him here? He doesn't know anything about medicine. Duong Du naturally couldn't understand either. Even Zhang Tu Noyet couldn't figure out what was wrong with old Master Vong. He thought back. Could it be that after the Vong family's downfall, in order to restore the storyline, they're forcing the Dragon King to appear as a divine healer? Approaching old Master Vong's bedside, Duong Du suddenly noticed a strange golden thread wrapped around the old man's heart. He realized with a start, it's still moving. Isn't this Yi Shan's golden needle goo worm? This is truly insidious. Once inside the body, the host is sure to die within 24 hours. If we want to save old Master Vong, he thought, either Yi Shun has to come here personally to remove the goo, or we have to try the secret method in the Tan Nong Tien Kin. Using 9-section mugwort, fragrant earth, red ochre, and 11 other medicinal ingredients to make an incense. I'll have to subtly suggest it to them later. No matter what, we can't let old Master Vong die. Both Zhang Chu Noyet and Vong Yusi Tuet, hearing Duong Du's thoughts, turned to look at him at the same time. Coincidentally, they found him also looking back at them. Startled, Vong Yusi Tuet asked, "Can you also hear Duong Du's thoughts?" She glanced at Zhang Chu Noyet, finally understanding why she had been told to call Duong Du. It was to learn the antidote through his thoughts. Realizing this, Vong Yusi Tuet's perception of Zhang Tu Noyet shifted. Meanwhile, Zhang Tu Noyet, having heard Dong Du's inner monologue, quickly called one of old Master Vong's men over. "I've suddenly thought of something," she said. "First, have someone bring me these medicinal ingredients." Vong Yusi Tuet, with a slightly disdainful look at Zhang Tu Noyet, said, "If Miss Zhang has found a treatment, then let's go outside and rest. Let her stay here with grandfather." Duong Du then said, "So, there's nothing else for me to do, right?" But Vong Yusi Tuet immediately took his arm and pulled him aside. "There's something I want to talk to you about," she said. "Come with me for a moment." Observing Vong Yusi Tuet's serious demeanor, Duong Du wondered, why is she suddenly so serious? Does she have something important to tell me? As soon as they were outside, Vong Yusi Tuet got straight to the point. "I feel there's something wrong with what happened to my grandfather today," she said to Duong Du. "He was recovering well, and then suddenly became like this. It's highly likely he was poisoned. What do you think?" Duong Du, though aware of the situation, didn't answer directly. He replied vaguely, "I also think it's a possibility, but we need to investigate thoroughly." As he spoke, he thought to himself, it wasn't poisoning, it was a goo worm attack. Moreover, this golden needle goo worm requires close proximity to the target. If Yishun wasn't here personally, then it was probably that idiot Vong Nu Long who did it. Vong Yusi Tuet called him out to ask him about the perpetrator. She listened to Duong Du's words, a storm of anger brewing inside her as she cursed inwardly. Just as she suspected, it was Vong Nu Long again. That idiot was secretly causing trouble. The reason she kept him around last time wasn't because she lacked evidence, but because she didn't want to stir up trouble. She wanted to use Vong Nu Long's stupidity to trick Yishan. She didn't expect him to be so reckless as to attack her grandfather. If that was the case, there was no need to keep him around as bait any longer. Vong Yusi Tuet sighed, then naturally leaned towards Duong Du, resting her head on his shoulder. Duong Du was startled by her sudden advance and instinctively dodged to the side. Seeing his reaction, Vong Yusi Tuet said, "If you're a good boy, I'll wear a bunny outfit for you next time." But Duong Du wasn't that kind of person and quickly replied, "What bunny outfit? Don't think badly of me." Duong Du's attitude only made Vong Yusi Tuet find him more adorable. Actually, she always felt happy when she was with him. At least at times like these, she didn't have to think about all the fighting and scheming and felt incredibly at peace. But suddenly, a shout from inside the house broke the tranquility. "Miss, come quickly and see this." Hearing someone call her, Vong Yusi Tuet hurriedly turned to look. One of old Master Vong's subordinates was running out, his face beaming as he announced, "Divine Dr. Zhang has cured the old master. Come quickly and see." Vong Yusi Tuet, initially fearing something bad had happened, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the good news. "You scared me to death." She then turned to Duong Du beside her, looked at him, and thought, "It's a good thing you arrived." A few minutes later, and I might not have been able to bear it, inside old Master Vong's room. He had woken up and was lying in bed with his eyes open, a contemplative expression on his face. After entering, Vong Yusi Tuet looked at her grandfather and asked anxiously, "Grandfather, are you all right?" While the two of them were talking, Duong Du suddenly received a phone call. He picked up and said, "Wait for me outside. I need to take this call." After stepping out of the room, Duong Du said, "What is it?" Chi Ming on the other end of the line replied, "Big brother, didn't you say you'd come over when my family was doing the feng shui? Come quickly. There are a lot of people here already." Duong Du agreed. "All right, wait a moment. I'll say hello to old Master Vong and be right there." Right after Duong Du left, Vong Yusi Tuet summoned everyone to the Vong family's ancestral hall. She announced, "Elders, there's something I want to discuss with all of you." Hearing this, Vong Nu Long's heart immediately sank, and he felt uneasy. He hadn't expected Zhang Tu Noyet to actually cure his grandfather. Now that Vong Yusi Tuet was saying this, could it be that she had discovered his actions against his grandfather? He tried to reassure himself. It's all right, even if she found out, she has no evidence to accuse me. Just then, Vong Yusi Tuet suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Vong Nu Long by the collar, and yelled, "Nu Long, you get over here. Kneel before our ancestors." Their mother, seeing Vong Yusi Tuet's actions, immediately spoke up to defend her son, scolding her. Tuet, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly telling your younger brother to kneel? Has he offended you in some way? Emboldened by his mother's support, Vong Nu Long also said, "That's right, sister. Is there some kind of misunderstanding between us?" Vong Yusi Tuet scoffed. "A misunderstanding? You colluded with outsiders, biting the hand that feeds you, and you call that a misunderstanding. A while back, the company collaborated with Fast on the new energy project, and our family almost suffered a serious loss." Then, without any reservation, she pointed directly at Vong Nu Long and exposed him. "And grandfather being poisoned with goo worms today, that was also your doing, wasn't it?" Vong Nu Long still tried to defend himself. "The collaboration with Fast, I admit I trusted the wrong person. My judgment of character is poor. But grandfathers matter. How could that possibly be related to me? Even if I were heartless, I wouldn't do something like that." Their mother, distressed for her son, shouted, Tuet, you can't just slander people. Do you have any proof?" Vong Yusi Tuet responded without hesitation, "I'll have a witness brought here right now." A moment later, Lai Duk Tam, the vice president of Vong Corporation, who had colluded with Vong Nu Long, was summoned. Upon seeing him, Vong Nu Long was startled and began to tremble. Lai Duk Tam then recounted the entire story accurately. After hearing the truth, their father flew into a rage. He rushed over and beat Vong Nu Long to a pulp. People from wealthy families especially despise betrayal. And what's more, he had the audacity to harm old Master Vong, a crime punishable by death. The other members of the Vong family, seeing Vong Nu Long being beaten so miserably, didn't bother to intervene. They stood there, watching the sinner being punished. But to them, this was still too lenient. After coldly allowing Vong Nu Long to be beaten, Vong Yusi Tuet finally spoke. "We can't put all the blame on Vong Nu Long for this incident. He was foolish enough to be manipulated. We must take revenge on that scoundrel." The other family members, filled with hatred, shouted, "That's right. We can't let him off the hook. We must make him suffer." Very quickly, the Vong family dispatched people to search for Yi Shun's whereabouts, preparing for revenge. At the same time, all the businesses under the Vong family's name ceased all cooperation with Longden Corporation. Meanwhile, at the Qin family villa, things were quite lively. 2 days prior, the Qin family had suddenly spread the news, inviting feng shui masters from everywhere to help resolve a recent problem they were facing. Anyone who could solve it would be immediately rewarded with 1 billion. Feng shui masters from all over the country, upon hearing the news, quickly gathered in the living room, all vying to solve the problem and claim the enormous reward. After receiving a call from Qin Ming, Duongdu immediately drove over and happened to see Yishun. He was talking with Qin Kaisen. Yishan asked, "Miss Qin, how effective was that protective amulet of mine?" Last time, after hearing that voice, Qin Kaisen, in order to verify, had secretly removed the amulet the very next morning. Inside was indeed a demonic harmony talisman. There was even a drop of dry blood on it. Therefore, after hearing Yishan's question, she was momentarily unsure how to respond. Suddenly, the familiar voice she had heard before rang out again. That silly girl Qin Kaisen must have been scared by Yishan's protective amulet. Luckily, this time, I, in my great compassion and kindness, will help you expose his true face. Speaking of which, where is that brat Qin Ming? Qin Kaisen felt a surge of hope upon hearing this. She glanced around, trying to find the speaker. She thought to herself, if my benefactor tells me everything, since things have already come to this, I must find him and thank him personally. This person had just mentioned her younger brother's name. It seemed they were acquainted. If that were the case, finding this person would be much easier. Yishun, on the other side, was a little puzzled that Qin Kaisen hadn't answered his question. Duongdu waited until Qin Kaisen and Yishun went back inside before leisurely getting out of his car. Unexpectedly, he ran into True Chao Tam. He greeted him, "Uncle True, you're here too." True Chao Tam, seeing Duongdu, replied, "With such a good opportunity to watch a show and save face for young Master Duong, I definitely had come. Save face for me." Duong-du thought, likely referring to the Qin family's 1 billion reward. Then, with a grin, he gave a thumbs up and said, "All right, I'm counting on you today, uncle. You definitely have to win that 1 billion reward from the Qin family." True Chao Tam patted his chest and assured him, "Certainly, certainly." He thought to himself, "If I handle this well, that 1 billion will belong to young Master Duong. Then I'll tell everyone in the group that Vice President Vong's compensation is nothing. I'm the true loyal number one of the Duong family." Just then, Qin Ming walked over and waved, calling out to Duong-du, "Big brother, what's so funny?" Duong-du replied with a smile, "Isn't this a happy occasion for you? Your family's problem will definitely be resolved today." "Don't mention it," Qin Ming said with a frown. "I don't even know if this damn thing can be resolved. If there's really no other way, we might have to move." He continued, "The feng shui masters who came today were all useless. Some even performed rituals until they vomited blood, but it had no effect. They're still in the hospital now." Duong-du reassured him, "Don't worry, today's issue will definitely be resolved." Inside, Yi Shun, who had been observing, commented, "So, these famous and renowned feng shui masters are only at this level, especially that Master True." He clicked his tongue. No wonder the Qin family hasn't seen any improvement. A feng shui master, hearing Yi Shun's words, flew into a rage and shouted, "You arrogant brat, where did you come from to speak so presumptuously?" Yi Shun confidently replied, "I'm not being arrogant, I'm just stating the truth. Why don't you let me handle it? If I can't resolve it, I'll kneel down and apologize to you." The master scoffed, "I like to see what kind of ability you have." Yi Shun immediately pulled out a talisman. He bit his finger, letting the blood drip onto it. The surrounding malevolent energy was truly dispelled. He smirked and said, "It's just a tiny bit of malevolent energy. A snap of my fingers and it'll all be gone." The surrounding masters, failing to realize he was using a trick, all admired his prowess. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Everyone, this man is actually a fraud. Our young master Duong is the one with true heavenly abilities. Anyone can dispel such a small amount of malevolent energy. The real deal is that dense malevolent energy over there." Duong-du, hearing his name mentioned, was completely bewildered. The others, hearing this, asked, "What are you talking about? Isn't the malevolent energy already gone?" It turned out the person who had shouted was True Chao Tam. He smiled and pointed to the ceiling. "Gone. Look closely." Indeed, following True Chao Tam's finger, the malevolent energy was still densely concentrated, blackening a section of the air. In reality, the yin-yang fish jade amulet Yi Shun had bought was a yin talisman used to cultivate malevolent energy. Therefore, when he brought it out, the previously absorbed malevolent energy erupted outwards. The members of the Qin family were startled. Coughing, they couldn't understand what was happening. Duong-du, seeing the strange turn of events, felt that something wasn't right. Logically, after Yi Shun took out the jade amulet, shouldn't the situation have been resolved? Could something else be going on? While Duong-du was pondering, True Chao Tam looked at him, gave him 2 thumbs up, and said with a smile, "Young Master Duong, you can make your move now." "Make my move." "What move?" Duong-du wondered. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a jade amulet in his coat pocket. After taking it out, he realized it was the yin-yang fish jade amulet. He didn't know who had put it there. As soon as the yang fish jade amulet was taken out, light radiated to every corner of the room. The malevolent energy within the room completely dissipated, leaving nothing behind. The surrounding crowd, witnessing Duong-du's display, were astonished and impressed. So young Master Duong is the true expert. Truly, a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Such a talented young man. Duong-du stood there, still confused, his face blank. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on? How did I end up showing off like this? Yi Shun, witnessing this scene from the side, was furious. How dare that Duong family? I'm standing here like a clown. He resolved to kill them all, especially that bastard Duong-du, who had humiliated him repeatedly. He must die. Qin Kaisen sensed something was wrong. She was determined to stop him from harming anyone. Qin Kaisen quickly rushed to the jade statue, grabbed it, and threw it to the ground. The jade statue shattered into pieces upon impact. A beam of light was released from within the broken statue, shooting towards Yi Shun. He watched the light rush towards him and merge with his body, completely bewildered. But the feng shui masters immediately recognized it as backlash. Only someone using goo insects would suffer such backlash. You shameless villain. So you orchestrated the malevolent energy yourself. Another person standing nearby chimed in. I saw it too. This kid is so wicked and cunning. We searched everywhere. and it turns out he was here putting on a show. Truly shameless. Yishan listened to the insults hurled from all directions, a storm brewing within him. His face darkened, as if he wanted to lunge forward and strangle them all. Seeing this, Duong-du felt a flicker of fear, thinking, damn it, my performance backfired. Now I've exposed myself as the mastermind behind everything. This petty dragon is definitely going to be furious. Don't tell me he's going to start a massacre. He thought to Yi Shun, you're the Dragon King. You have to show some restraint, you know? Qin Kaisin continued to expose him. Not only that, but you were also the one who threw that snake into my family's villa in the beginning, weren't you? I've already checked the surveillance footage. Hearing everything, Qin Ming roared in fury. How dare you treat our family like this? Someone, seize him. Seeing Qin Ming about to charge at him, Duong-du hurriedly tried to intervene, but it was too late. Just as he got close, Yishan reached out and tightly gripped Qin Ming's throat. Everyone else was stunned. Seeing Qin Ming being attacked, Qin Kaisin shouted, "Let go of my brother." Yishan lifted Qin Ming up with one hand, choking him so he couldn't breathe. He sneered, "A measly Qin family dares to threaten me, Yishan." Everyone could have walked away unscathed today. If anyone's to blame, it's that bastard with the surname Duong. Hearing his name mentioned, Duong-du cursed inwardly. Damn him. You incompetent fool. What does this have to do with me? You had your chance, and you blew it. How dare you shift the blame onto me? Yishun continued to yell at Duong-du. I'll give you a choice. 1. This Qin brat dies. 2. You take his place. Qin Kaisin spoke up from the side. Don't cause trouble here. Just leave, and we'll let this go. The Qin family won't pursue this matter. Ignoring her, Yishan pointed at Duong-du. He gets to decide. Qin Ming, his face turning purple from being choked, struggled to breathe. Hearing Yishan's words, he was unwilling to be exchanged. He thought, this guy can't even kill a chicken. Asking him to take my place is basically sending him to his death. He saved me once. There's no need for him to do it again. Worst case scenario, we'll be brothers in the next life. Seeing Duong-du's continued silence, Yishan smirked contemptuously. What's the matter? A good-for-nothing like you is just going to watch your brother die in my hands. Duong-du, naturally unwilling to let Qin Ming die, finally spoke. Let him go. Let's settle this outside, one-on-one. Duong-du cœur standardly, dame psycho. I just want to live in peace, but there are limits. Qin Kaisin and I haven't been on good terms because of some past issues, plus the 3 years I spent chasing after her didn't help my image. But seeing what I'm doing now, her impression of me has completely changed. What woman wouldn't admire someone responsible and loyal? Duong-du firmly repeated, let him go. We'll go outside and have a proper duel. 1 punch each, and we'll see who wins. Despite his bravado, he was actually scared, thinking to himself, I really want to live, but I'm not the Dragon King. I have my limits too, but for my brother. After hearing this, Yishan laughed and said, fine. Once outside, Yishan looked at Duong-du, seemingly assessing him as weak. Arrogantly, he declared, don't say I'm bullying a cripple. I'll even give you 3 free shots first. If I even flinch, I'll never set foot in Swang again. Being a martial arts expert, Yishan could clearly see that Duong-du didn't know a single martial arts technique, let alone 1 punch. Even 100 punches wouldn't even scratch him. Duong-du didn't let himself be intimidated. He smiled and calmly replied, you go first. I'm afraid I'll dirty my fists hitting you. The surrounding crowd murmured, as expected of young Master Duong. This is the demeanor of a true expert. Indeed, dealing with such lowlifes, there's no need to even lift a finger. With young Master Duong's heavenly skills, defeating him is as easy as swatting a fly. Hearing this, Yishan flew into a rage and lunged at Duong-du, throwing a punch. As the fist connected, Duong-du didn't show any sign of pain. On the contrary, he smiled at Yishan. This truly shocked him. Duong-du achieved this by first using the immovable Vajra technique to withstand the attack, then using the Misty Yang Infinite technique to neutralize it. I may not have any powerful offensive moves, he thought, but I have brains. Duong-du then clenched his fist and charged, yelling, get lost, you idiot. Seeing Duong-du rushing towards him, Yishan was stunned and couldn't react in time. He was then sent flying by a single punch from Duong-du. His body slammed hard into a statue of a bull behind him. Somehow, the bull's horn pierced straight into Yishan's rear end. Blood flowed profusely as he screamed in pain. Witnessing this scene, True Chao Tam couldn't help but be astonished. Young Master Duong hid his skills so well. Even Qin Ming was extremely surprised, calling out, "Big brother, you're so awesome." The others also chimed in, chanting, "Young Master Duong is the best. Young Master Duong is the best." Despite being praised so highly, Duong Du was extremely worried, thinking, "I messed up hitting the Dragon King's backside." Luckily, the Dragon King cleaned up today. Otherwise, that thing would have been knocked out too. The Dragon King would probably really try to kill me. Meanwhile, after pulling his backside off the stone bull horn, Yishun couldn't close his legs. He staggered forward, still in disbelief. Duongdu hid his skills so well. He then muttered to himself, "A hero doesn't suffer immediate losses. I need to go back and rest. Once I've recovered, I'll come back and kill all of you." Thinking this, he pulled out a small bottle, preparing to act. Qin Kaisen immediately realized that Yi Shun was trying to escape. She pointed at him and ordered, "Don't let him get away. Get him, break one of his arms, and I'll reward you with 10 million. Kill him, and I'll reward you with 100 million. Hearing this, Yi Shun's face paled, and he screamed in fear. As soon as they heard about the reward, the crowd roared, "Charge, brothers." Duongdu stood there, watching Yi Shun being beaten, and thought, "These people are ruthless. If the Dragon King is killed, will the story even continue?" Yi Shun was beaten to the ground, but he still clutched a bottle of something in his hand. After a moment, he threw it at the crowd and shouted, "You've been hit by my itching powder. You'll never catch me." They were hit by that medicine. Unexpectedly, it's incredibly itchy. Yi Shun seized the opportunity and quickly got up to run. But among them, one person still wouldn't give up. He continued to rush forward, don't even think about escaping. He then grabbed Yi Shun's pant leg, absolutely refusing to let go. Unable to run, Yi Shun could only resort to his last resort, showing his butt and fleeing. Duongdu, standing behind, watched, feeling irritated. To let that bastard escape like that. He thought, look at this kind of luck, encountering opportunities everywhere. No matter how great the danger, he can still safely overcome it. At this time, after Yi Shun had fled, everyone continued to praise Duongdu, a member of the Qin family. Spoke up, benefactor. "I will remember this day. Later, if you need anything from Longhu Mountain, young Master Duong, just say the word." Another person added, "Young Master Duong, so young and yet so accomplished. I believe young Master Duong is the true Feng Shui Master of Suong. Does anyone have a different opinion?" After hearing these words, Duongdu continued to look bewildered. Someone else chimed in. To say young Master Duong is the best in Hua Xia wouldn't be an exaggeration. Despite receiving such flattering praise, Duongdu didn't feel very happy. On the contrary, he was quite annoyed for disrupting the storyline. He thought, why am I so lucky time and time again? Stop praising me. Really, stop praising me. Duongdu then hurriedly stopped everyone. Seniors, you flatter me. It was just a small task, not worth mentioning. Please don't think too much of it. Go back and rest. After hearing Duongdu say this, they all went back. But while doing so, they continued to murmur, so young, yet so talented and humble. Young Master Duong is truly a blessed person. If I have a child in the future, I also want them to be like young Master Duong. After telling everyone to go back, Duongdu also prepared to leave. Suddenly, he heard someone call him. He turned around and saw that it was Qin Kaisen. She looked at him with a worried expression and asked, "Are you all right?" Qin Kaisen then nodded and said, "Thank you so much today." Duongdu was surprised by her reaction. He wondered, why did she come here? That's not right. Doesn't she hate me? Qin Kaisen and Duongdu had known each other for many years, but their relationship wasn't very good. Or rather, Qin Kaisen used to openly hate him. The reason for this was because 10 years ago, one day, Qin Kaisen was sleeping at home. She had a habit of sleeping naked. Otherwise, she couldn't fall asleep. Duongdu, at that time, went to the Qin family home to play with Qin Ming. Somehow, he accidentally opened the door to Qin Kaisen's room. Thus, the two met for the first time in such an embarrassing situation. In her embarrassment and anger, before Qin Kaisen could even get dressed, she rushed at Duongdu and kicked him. For a boy just over 10 years old, that kick caused considerable trauma. From then on, their relationship didn't need further explanation. Accepting her thanks, Duongdu politely replied, "You're welcome. Qi Ming is my brother. It was what I should do." Duongdu then glanced down at Qin Kaisen's chest, thinking to himself, speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen this girl. How did she develop so well? That first time we met, they were clearly just buds. That damn Qin Ming played me. That bastard deliberately had me fetch something for him, tricking me into going to his sister's room. Even if he wanted me to become his brother-in-law, he didn't have to be so underhanded, did he? That kick was for nothing. After hearing Duong Du's inner thoughts, Qin Kaisen glared at Qin Ming, thinking, so that's how Qin Ming tricked me back then. But with that idiot's brain, it's not surprising he'd pull something like that. Qin Ming stood there, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Vong Yusi Tuet had also arrived. Coincidentally, she overheard Duong Du's thoughts and immediately became jealous. That little brat Qin Ming has some nerve, trying to help his sister steal my man. Vong Yusi Tuet and Qin Kaisen then came face to face, both looking at each other with sharp gazes, clearly rivals in love. Vong Yusi Tuet then turned and walked towards Duong Du, asking, "Are you all right?" Duong Du looked at her and shook his head, indicating he was fine. Vong Yusi Tuet clearly didn't care about his answer and proceeded to pull him away. "Come with me. I'll check you over to see if you're injured." Duong Du was startled by being dragged off like this. "What's going on?" "A checkup." "Ladies, please don't." Having heard Duong Du's thoughts, Vong Yusi Tuet quickly explained, "I'm genuinely worried about you. I don't have any ulterior motives." Duong Du remained apprehensive, muttering to himself, "Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. This checkup. He then politely declined. "A doctor can take a look." But Qin Ming misunderstood, thinking Duong Du actually wanted a doctor. Scratching his head, he said, "Our doctor quit 2 days ago. We don't have one anymore." Annoyed by Qin Ming's interruption, Duong Du cursed inwardly. "Damn that kid. I shouldn't have saved him." Vong Yusi Tuet seized the opportunity, saying, "Come my room. Let me check you over." Duong Du, now unsure how to refuse, agreed. "Fine, a checkup it is," he said, while lamenting internally, "I feel like a weak female lead in some drama, being manipulated after someone discovered my weakness." A moment later, at the guest room, Vong Yusi Tuet was about to close the door when she noticed Qin Kaisen following them. Annoyed, she frowned, trying to shoo her away. "I'm checking him over. What are you doing here?" Vong Yusi Tuet's eyes flicked down to Qin Kaisen's chest, silently reassessing. "Earlier, I complimented her development. It's just SOSO, not much better than mine. And if we're comparing legs, mine are much nicer." Qin Kaisen, unfazed by Vong Yusi Tuet's question, replied curtly, "This is my house. Can't I check on my brother's benefactor?" Having no choice, although unwilling, Vong Yusi Tuet let Qin Kaisen into the room. She then looked at Duong Du and told him to take his clothes off so she could examine him. Duong Du complied, while saying, "I'm really not injured. Why would I lie to you too?" In truth, Yishin's punch had left a slight bruise on his chest. After he removed his shirt, Vong Yusi Tuet noticed the bruise, reached out, touched it, and asked, "Does it hurt?" Duong Du replied, "No," and quickly put his shirt back on. Vong Yusi Tuet watched Duong Du's reaction, then stepped forward and playfully patted his backside, joking, "Don't worry, we won't eat you." Being treated like this, someone like Duong Du naturally felt annoyed. Damn this female delinquent. Does she really think I'm easy to bully? If Qin Kaisen wasn't here, I'd hit her. Hearing Duong Du's inner thoughts, Vong Yusi Tuet became even more amused. "You dare hit me? Fine, I'll let you." The three of them were in the room, up to something unclear. Only their voices could be heard from outside. "Were you touching?" Duong Du yelled. Vong Yusi Tuet was right there, and seeing this, Qin Kaisen joined in as well. "Well, I'm scared too." In short, a dangerous day ended just like that, amidst the commotion. As for Yi Shun, because the three great families, the Duong, Vong, and Qin families, had agreed to join forces against him, he didn't dare show his face for a while. Following the rules, Duong Du handsomely rewarded old Zhao, then went to Antarctica and obtained the immovable Vajrapani. Overjoyed, he jumped up and down. "My defense is now complete. I no longer have to fear the Dragon King's fists." His happiness was short-lived. However, as Duong Du immediately felt suspicious, he decided to find someone else to test it out, just in case he'd been tricked by that damn system. But in this house, there was only one person who dared to lay a hand on him. With that thought, Duong Du immediately went to find him. At that moment, in the room, Duong Du's father saw him and barked, "Brat, you're skipping work again, aren't you?" Duong Du immediately approached, getting right up in his father's face. "Old Duong, how are the stocks doing? Making any money? Whether I'm making money or not, you can see for yourself, can't you?" Old Duong grumbled as he pulled out his leather belt. Seeing this, Duong Du looked on expectantly, his expression as if saying, "Hit me, hit me." Old Duong then took the belt and whipped it repeatedly against Duong Du's backside to vent his anger. But Duong Du felt no pain. A moment later, he even continued to provoke him cheerfully. Come on, old Duong, why'd you stop? Not eating lunch today. Hearing Duong Du say this, old Duong, his father, became bewildered. Is there something wrong with my belt? Or am I really too old to hit this brat anymore? Duong Du then happily skipped away. Before leaving, he said, if you're not hitting me anymore, I'm going. Meanwhile, he thought, this immovable Vajrapani is really easy to use. With this, Dad can't hit me anymore. Suddenly, while happily walking back, Duong Du ran into someone. The person greeted him, young Master Duong. Having never met this person before, he asked blankly, who are you? It turned out to be a new maid. She introduced herself as Lang Ham. Inside a sparklingly decorated room, Duong Du cheerfully raised his hand in greeting. Hello, hello. He thought, finally, there's a beautiful maid in the house. This is the life a rich, handsome young man should have. Lang Ham, dressed in a maid's uniform, frowned angrily. Young Master Duong, it seems you don't remember me. He looked bewildered, head full of question marks. Isn't this Lang Ham, the one I met at the Galaxy Club before? He thought, based on what happened, she's probably here to seduce Qin Ming and another young master, to provoke a conflict between them. But after I warned Qin Ming to stay away from her, I didn't hear anything about her anymore. Why is she at my house now? Lang Ham placed one hand on her hip. Duong Du frowned, thinking, that damn Yishan. Is he trying to get revenge on me? Wasn't it just a little anal bleeding? Is it really necessary to hold a grudge over something so small? I did hear that the Dragon King was protecting a girl and got ambushed by several experts, resulting in some injuries. But anal bleeding, what's that all about? Seeing his perplexed expression, Lang Ham looked at him blankly. Duong Du crossed his arms and asked with a smile, Miss Lang, have you ever worked as a maid before? Lang Ham leaned forward and smiled brightly. I have. Laundry, cooking, cleaning, I could do it all. I even took a special maid training course. He gave a cheerful thumbs up. Our requirements are different. You've seen it yourself. We're the head of the 4 great families of Suong. Being a maid in our house isn't that simple. Lang Ham shrugged with a smile, placing her hands on her hips. Young Master Duong, just tell me what you need. Duong Du raised a hand. I haven't been sleeping well lately. Give me a head massage. He took a few steps, then turned back. I used to be afraid of you, but not anymore. I'm not afraid of getting beaten up. Today, it's not up to you. My nickname, Scumbag Du, will be passed on to Yishan. Inside the room, rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains. Duong Du lay with his head in Lang Ham's lap, smiling. Her slender fingers rested on his head. She gently massaged his scalp and asked, is this pressure okay? Duong Du smiled, his face slightly flushed. It's good, but I have a question for you. She smiled, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Go ahead, young Master Duong. His gaze drifted towards her cleavage, then quickly averted. He asked softly, just holding a ball while playing soccer is tiring. Isn't it tiring for you to carry those around all day? Hearing this, she smirked. Then her face darkened, and she frowned in anger. He blushed and continued shamelessly. It's okay, even if it's tiring. Just tell the young master. It's just a small thing. She glared at him, her face flushed with anger, but she forced a smile. Well, thank you, young Master Duong. She thought, should I just kill him now? Lang Ham frowned angrily, clenching her fists and raising a hand. No, forget it. I shouldn't get angry. I'll get sick if I do, and then no one will be here to gather important information. Duong Du continued to lie there, smiling, thinking this is the life. Her technique is very professional, too. Such a beautiful girl. What a waste to be an assassin. The assassin's world is so dangerous. Fighting and killing every day, constantly ambushing people. How tiring it must be for a girl. After hearing his thoughts, Lang Ham was a little surprised, even touched. Her face flushed slightly, and she thought shyly, he clearly knows I'm the enemy, yet he's still willing to think of me like this. Lang Ham looked at him and asked softly, young Master Duong, do you have any siblings? He smiled and replied, no, I'm the only son. I do have a few cousins, though. He smiled inwardly, thinking. Speaking of cousins, it reminded him of that fool, Duong Nuoc Nge. Duong Nuoc Nge hadn't made any small moves recently. It was best if he did make a move. After all, he was being monitored 24/7. Her face scrunched up as she thought, this man has some skills. No wonder even Long Wong suffered a loss at his hands. Even Duong Nuoc Nge, this crucial chess piece, has been given a hard time by him. She gently massaged his head as she asked, young Master Duong, is this strength enough? Duong Du sat up, smiling. raising both hands excitedly. He grinned, praising, very good. Longhom smiled. So young Master Duong, does this mean I've passed? Can I stay and be your maid? Duong Du rested his chin on his hand, thinking. It seemed he couldn't find a reason to directly dismiss her. That would be too deliberate and might cause unnecessary trouble. After thinking it over, he patted Langham's thigh lightly. It's good that you can adapt to this job. If you can't, tell me. You can resign at any time. You won't be shortchanged on your salary. His face flushed. He smiled, covering his mouth with one hand, thinking, you want to stay here, so don't blame me for being shameless. If you can't stand it, leave quickly. Don't let yourself suffer any grievances. The scene shifted to an old house, ablaze with fire. Langham trembled and sobbed. Duong Du thought, but honestly, if her family hadn't been harmed by Yi Shun's master, her status as a young miss wouldn't be any less than mine. One whose parents and younger brother were murdered by enemies, and who was then taken by the enemy to be trained as an assassin. She was also a pitiful person. Even though later in the novel, Langham discovered this secret, she only hated Yi Shun's master more. She still refused to give up on Yi Shun. After all, it's a typical romance story. Even if Long Wang killed the female lead's entire family, the female lead would still love him. The justification is that he has his own hardships and should be forgiven. Longhom Fraunet har ois noruving. She thought to herself, the reason I came to Duong Du was to get information about my younger brother from him. The old man from the organization had told her that her parents were killed by an assassin organization. When he went there, he could only save her. Langham frowned and lowered her head, her face grimacing. As for her younger brother, the old man said his whereabouts were unknown. She never expected that the one who orchestrated all of this was the old man she respected so much. Duong Du looked at Langham, puzzled, and asked what's wrong. Longhom looked at I want to use the restroom. Duong Du, sprawled on the sofa, chuckled. Go ahead. She frowned at him worriedly. She thought, calm down, Langham. If that person really is your enemy. She frowned and clenched her fists angrily. Then from now on, I will stand against the Long Han organization. The scene changed to a simply decorated room. Sunlight streamed through the flowers. A young man with black hair cheerfully opened the door. Duong Du sat up cautiously. Dad, why are you here? The black-haired young man cheerfully held up a gift. Well, if you had half my talent, you wouldn't be getting such low grades. Hearing this, the black-haired young man paused and thought, why isn't Big Brother acting like his usual self? Oh, right, Big Brother. After spending some time at the company, I discovered a problem. He leaned down to look at Duong Du. The company's accounts don't match up. I suspect the senior manager is falsifying the books. I wanted to invite you to take a look. Go ahead and smirk all you want. What now? 2 days. Get more evidence, and let me know an hour beforehand. The dark-haired man recalled the last time he overheard someone's conversation. He looked for a chance to get Duong Du alone. We'll kill him, he thought gleefully. Once this kid is dead, the path will be clear. No one will be able to challenge me for power. Duong Du waved his hand dismissively. All right, let's go with that plan for now. The dark-haired man listened attentively to his words. He smiled, then frowned, his face darkening with anger. Just waiting for this brat to take the bait, he thought. A luxurious black car suddenly stopped by the side of the road. The dark-haired man sat inside the black car. He took out his phone and answered. Young Master Deep, Duong Du agreed. He frowned angrily, his face flushing red as he gritted his teeth. This time, that Duong Du brat is dead for sure. On the other side, Duong Du listened, laughing cheerfully. So, Yi Shun is sending 4 ancient martial arts masters to kill me. Huh, just 4 measly pawns. Duong Du appeared cheerful on the surface, but his expression darkened. Long Wang Yi Shun, a dignified Xian 2 realm expert, couldn't even break through the immovable Bright King's defense. They want to work with Duong Nuok and Gu to kill me, but they'll only end up caught in my net. But not today. Today is the annual meeting of the Suong Commerce Association. All the major companies in Suong will be there. Duong Tea Corporation has to attend as well. A crescent-shaped building curved against the blue sky. A young man in a black suit was surrounded by girls in button-down shirts and short skirts. A blue-haired young man, his face flushed, exclaimed, "Hey, boss, you're here." The blue-haired young man took Duong Du's arm. "Let me introduce you to someone." Duong Du, his face sweating, asked, "Who? Why so secretive?" He wore a white suit with a blue tie. A wood-paneled room, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun, filtering through bookshelves. He frowned, lips pressed together, thinking warily, damn it. I slipped up. Chin Kaisen, in a flowing white dress, looked up cheerfully from her painting. There. Duong-du held up a bottle of water. Haha, water is fine for me. She gently touched his hand. Open it for me, please. He frowned, thinking, it's not like you can't open it yourself. If you get mad, you could probably twist my head off too. She smiled, a hint of mockery in her eyes. I called you here today to apologize. I misunderstood you before. I didn't know Qin Ming tricked you. He smirked, his face darkening. What are you talking about? I've already forgotten. She looked at him, tears welling in her eyes. He frowned, his lips pursed. Chin Kaisen, her expression calm, asked, do you still paint? Duong-du looked at her latest painting. Haven't painted in a long time. She touched a butterfly on the canvas. We used to paint together, all three of us, when you came over to my house. Chin Kaisen has been sensitive since childhood, with a rather cold personality. Add to that her special status as the eldest daughter of the Chin family, and her classmates, knowing they weren't her equal, outwardly fawned over her while secretly ostracizing her. At that time, the only people who kept her company were her younger brother, Qin Ming, and Duong-du. The three of them often painted together. Duong-du pointed at Qin Kixin, impressed. Your painting has improved so much. She looked at him with grateful, shy eyes and smiled faintly. I have you to thank for that. Remember when you helped me paint that colorful butterfly? At that time, she was suffering from severe depression and had even secretly cut her wrist due to her loneliness. When she painted, she only liked to use black, especially for butterflies. One day, she was halfway through a painting when something unexpected happened. When she returned, the black butterfly she had been painting had become colorful. The dark background had also transformed into a brightly shining seascape. Knowing the style, she was certain it wasn't her brother, Qin Ming, who had painted it. It could only have been Duong-du. The colors had a profound impact on her. From that point on, she slowly began to recover from her depression. Duong-du looked towards the door, where small rays of light reflected on his face. He rubbed her head and said, I just saw how badly you were painting that butterfly. I couldn't stand it, so I wanted to teach you a little. Keep painting. I'm going to go downstairs for a walk. Hearing him say that, she frowned, her eyes welling up with tears. Do you hate me that much? Seeing her cry, his face paled. Don't cry. Otherwise, people will think I'm bullying you. She picked up her brush and said seriously, then paint with me. As she was painting, she slipped and fell forward. Seeing this, he frowned and rushed over to her, concerned. Are you all right? Chin Kaisen turned her head, her face flushed as she sat on the floor. In a coquettish tone, she said, I think I slipped. My face is burning. I might have to take my sock off to see if I'm hurt. Hearing her say this, his face flushed, and he gritted his teeth as he looked at her. He thought, she's gonna take it off right here in front of me. Lu Tu-jin resolutely raised her hand and said seriously, Excuse me, miss, but that's against our store policy. Before she could finish, Miss Chu strode over and slapped her across the face, catching her off guard. Miss Chu put her hands on her hips and scowled. I'm a black card member. You want to lecture me about store policy? Do you know how much money I've spent in this store? A poor wretch like you couldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Lu Tu-jin touched her reddened cheek in a daze, tears welling up in her eyes. She stammered, I am sorry. Duong-du folded his arms. This situation reeks of cliché. He frowned, then suddenly remembered. I remember now. This woman is the mistress of some villain. She's supposed to offend Yishin here. Then, enraged, Dragon King Yishan will hit her. Then the villain will appear, escalating the conflict with Yishan. So, the familiar fake slap to incite hatred trope has been revealed. Just like that. At this moment, the store manager, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Esteemed customers, I'm the manager. What seems to be the problem? Miss Chu crossed her arms and said angrily, How do you train your staff in this store? She's here lecturing me about the rules. The manager immediately turned to scold the girl. Lu Tu-jin, is your brain full of water? Who gave you the right to talk to a customer like that? Apologize to the customer immediately. Lu Tu-jin touched her face, her expression wronged as she explained, It's not like that. These two customers already paid for the guitar. Miss Chu told me to refund the money and give the guitar to her. But the manager didn't listen to her explanation. He frowned and yelled, Do you understand human language? Apologize to this young lady immediately or get out. Duong-du, who had been standing there for a while, suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing coldly. You want her to apologize. From today onwards, none of your guitar stores need to operate in Suwon anymore. Hearing this, the manager raised a finger and said to Duong-du disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? You think you can shut down our stores in Suwon? Do you even know who our boss is?" Miss Chu put her hands on her hips and pointed at Duong-du, shouting, "A poor devil like you. Who do you think you are? You think you have the right to speak here and closing down people's stores? You're worthy of that." Then she pointed at Shin Kaisen. "And you, put my small man down. Dressed like a country bumpkin. Do you think this is something you can play?" She aggressively stepped forward to snatch the guitar from Shin Kaisen's hands. "Give it here." Slap. Duong-du stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Miss Chu held her cheek, looking at Duong-du in disbelief. "You dare hit a woman? Are you even a man?" Duong-du raised his hand, smiled, and feigned innocence. "I'm so sorry, but to me, men and women are equal. I'll hit anyone who's disrespectful." He put his hands on his hips, thinking gleefully, although everyone's a villain, a cannon fodder character like you really deserves a beating. Shin Kaisen looked at Duong-du, scoffing inwardly. "Huh, men and women are equal." At this moment, Miss Chu saw Han Ming-hsien and his bodyguards walk in. Like she found a lifeline, she immediately yelled, "Han Xiao, avenge me. This bastard hit me." The man addressed as Han Xiao, Han Ming-hsien, frowned and looked at Duong-du pretty bold. "You dare touch Han Ming-hsien's woman?" Hearing this, Duong-du smirked, thinking to himself, "Finally, the main character has arrived." This guy wasn't from Suwon, but one of the two Han young masters from Yinjing. And the Han family was involved in the Yi family's annihilation case. They were originally Yi Shun's enemies. Duong-du calculated in his mind, "The enemy of my enemy isn't necessarily my friend. So, I'll make a decision that betrays my ancestors. I'll pretend to be Yi Shun's subordinate and declare war on the Han family." Han Ming-hsien pointed to the bodyguard behind him and said, "Zhou Lao, break both his arms first, then we'll talk." The person called Zhou Lao immediately charged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Duong-du, who nimbly dodged them. Seeing the man attacking Duong-du, Shin Kaisen worriedly ran behind him. "How dare you hurt young Master Duong? I'll kill you." Shin Kaisen's steps faltered. Looking at Duong-du, completely unharmed, she gasped in surprise. Duong-du smiled provocatively at the man. "Is that all you've got? Zhu Lao Fdawen Wadi Li." His 5 consecutive kicks should have been enough to cripple this person for life. But why wasn't this kid even flinching? His clothes weren't even wrinkled, as if he hadn't been kicked at all. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He immediately felt as if struck by lightning. Could it be that this guy is an Earthrealm expert? Han Ming-hsien furrowed his brows in astonishment, looking towards Duong-du Earthrealm. He asked. Miss Chu, standing behind him, asked, "Han Xiao, what's Earthrealm?" Han Ming-hsien, enraged, turned and slapped her hard across the face. "Shut up," he roared. He walked over to Duong-du. "I apologize, Mr. Duong. Han Ming-hsien was blind today. I am from the Han family in Yinkin. If Mr. Duong-du smirked, cutting him off. "The Han family. Do you remember the Deep family in Yinkin?" Han Ming-hsien pursed his lips, thinking. The Deep family was annihilated 20 years ago. Could it be that the bloodline of the Duong family hasn't been severed? Are they seeking revenge? Duong-du's face darkened, his handsome features now terrifyingly cold. "Today, I'll spare your dog life. Just break your own 2 arms. Then go back and tell the Han family that they know my elder brother, Deep Than, will return for revenge." The families that participated in the massacre that year, Duong-du declared fiercely, pointing. "The first one will be the Han family." Han Ming-hsien knew there was no other way. He looked towards Zhou Lao. "Zhou Lao, I'll trouble you to make a move." Zhou Lao placed a hand on his chest, relieved that Duong-du wasn't targeting him. He thought to himself, "Luckily, this brat wants to break the young master's arms. Better the young master dies than this old man." He yelled, "Ah," and lunged towards Han Ming-hsien. After a moment, the guitar shop fell silent. After breaking Han Ming-hsien's arms, Zhou Lao, feeling he was finished, gave Duong-du an awkward smile. "Mr. Duong, can I leave now?" Duong-du immediately replied, "Your 2 arms must stay as well." Zhou Lao froze. A moment later, a man in black walked into the guitar shop. Looking at Duong-du, he said in surprise, "Young Master Duong, why are you here?" "I received a merchant's complaint about someone causing trouble here." Duong-du frowned, jerking his thumb towards the guitar shop manager, standing behind him. "I'm causing trouble," he said discontentedly. "Contact their boss. Either fire this person and make that girl the manager, or your business won't operate into hang anymore." The man in black immediately replied, "Yes, young Master Duong. I'll contact their boss right away." Duong-du, now satisfied, put his hands in his pockets and chuckled. Hey Tran, you're fired. Get out of the shop in 5 minutes. No salary for this month either. The manager looked at the message on his phone, his face ashen. He thought, so, Deepth's return to Yin Kin won't be easy. According to the original plot, he'll play the fool for a while after arriving in Yin Kin, before rising to power. Now, with this false information spread, he'll be coming back to Yin Kin pretending to be a fool. He. Duong-du thought gleefully. Even if the Han family wants to cause me trouble, it's fine. They can look for Duong back when. What does it have to do with me? Duong-du, he thought smugly. Chi Am smiled at Duong-du. Young Master Duong, you're not only a top expert, but you're also very skilled at causing trouble. After taking Chi Am out of the shop, Duong-du took her shopping for clothes and then to eat. The two of them had a wonderful time at the mall. And then took her to the arcade. For Jean, this was a beautiful and unforgettable memory. In previous years, whenever she celebrated her birthday, she was in the middle of a mission. Only this year was different. After a full day of fun, Duong-du turned to Ji-in and asked, do you want to eat or do anything else? Ji-in, extremely happy, raised both hands and smiled. That's enough? Let's go home. Duong-du smiled back. All right, I'll take you home. That evening, the two arrived home. Jean stood by the door and called, Young Master Duong. Duong-du turned his head. What's up? Jean looked at Duong-du and smiled happily. Thank you, Young Master Duong, for today. Duong-du reached out and patted her head. Don't be so formal with your boss. Let's go. Jean looked at Duong-du and smiled gently. Then she followed Duong-du inside the house. Ji-in happily looked at her phone. On her phone was a picture of her holding a game console, raising it up. Duong-du stood behind her, raising his hand. Both were smiling brightly. At this time, in the parking garage, Duong-du sat in the car and asked the system, where's my reward for the holding hands plot point? The system immediately responded, beep boop. The soul-snatching eyes reward has been delivered. Please check, host. Duong-du shikid. The system displayed a notification. Activate and control brainwashing when the target character's mental state is unstable. Duong-du excitedly raised his hand. Oh, this is interesting. You think this brainwashing control skill? Isn't this just a fool-making machine? How can I finally create a fool in the house opposite me? Duong-du took out his phone and called Bai Wani. Bai Wani on the other end asked irritably what. Duong-du said, didn't I send 4 people over there last time? Can I visit them? In front of the police station. Bai Wani, sitting on a motorcycle, turned to look at Duong-du walking towards her. Duong-du walked towards her, smiling and greeting. Hey there, beautiful. Bai Wani said angrily, do you want me to arrest you? Duong-du continued to smile. You'd arrest a beautiful woman. Is there no law and order? Bai Wani got off the motorcycle. She turned her head and looked back at Duong-du. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. The two walked forward. Duong-du turned back to look at her and asked, why are you following me? He frowned, thinking, go away, stop following me. I still have to brainwash those 4. How can I trick Yi Shun without arranging for them to return? Hearing this, Bai Wani frowned and replied irritably, fine. She gritted her teeth angrily. If I can't follow, I'll go watch the surveillance cameras. A moment later, Duong-du entered the cell. The 4 members of the death squad in the cell were surprised to see Duong-du, thinking, didn't this great god already let us go? Why is he back? Duong-du raised his hand and smiled wickedly. Hee. His eyes flashed with a purple light. He asked, are you satisfied with your jobs? The 4 shook their heads in unison. Duong-du raised both hands and continued to ask, are you satisfied with your income? His eyes still flashed with a strange purple light. The 4 shook their heads again. Duong-du smiled. Do you want to slack off during the day, party at night, and have a monthly salary of $1 million? For dishes and a soup, no less. Hearing this, the others nodded vigorously. Duong-du raised his hand and said with a boisterous laugh, so what are you waiting for? Join the Duong Corporation. Rescue the villains oppressed by the world. Eradicate all inequality. Starting today, we are Da Vinci. The 4 others gaped, feeling as if the light of truth had shone upon them. Immediately, they snapped to attention. Seeing that the brainwashing had taken effect, Duong-du pointed seriously at them and asked, now do you know what you should do? The 4 raised their hands excitedly and replied, party. Dance. Go to the club. Go to the club. Go to the club to party and dance. Duong-du looked at their reaction. Did this brother brainwash them too successfully? This damn group is called the Death Squad. They should be called the Party Squad. He raised his hand seriously and corrected them. Wrong. You must correct your mistakes, repent, and be good people before going to the club. Understand? The 4 members of the Death Squad replied in unison, understood. We will obey young Master Duong. Duong-du sat down on the chair, satisfied. Good. Children are easy to teach. First, tell me everything you know. After a while, Duong-du rubbed his chin. Yi Shun's junior brother came to usurp the position of Longwan. He wants to take over my business, so he's definitely my #1 target. He stood up and said to the four, from now on, you four will focus on staying hidden near him. Report any situation to me immediately. The four nodded and replied in unison, understood, young Master Duong. Duong-du left the police station. Bai Wani and Duong-du walked side by side. Bai Wani said, let's go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Come ride my motorcycle. I parked it over there. Duong-du replied, I have a car too. Bai Wani frowned. It's just street barbecue. Why show off your beat-up car? I'll take you home afterward. I still have work to do. Duong-du shukud. All right. The motorcycle sped down the main road. Bai Wani drove Duong-du on her motorcycle. Duong-du sat behind her. His hands accidentally touched Bai Wani's waist, startling them both. Bai Wani turned her head back. Where are your hands? Duong-du pouted. Even hugging your waist. You're afraid I'll take advantage of you. Fine. I'll put my hand a little higher. Bai Wani said angrily, are you doing this on purpose? Duong-du pretended to be annoyed and replied, fine, fine, I'll lower my hands a bit. Inwardly, he thought, not bad. Her waist is quite slender. The image of her ample bosom flashed through his mind. He chuckled, thinking except for her bad temper, everything else is pretty good. At that moment, in a car by the roadside, a young man in the driver's seat raised his phone and captured the scene. Elsewhere, Lu Jun-trak was playing cards with Ha Quan in an underground casino. Ha Quan, also a gambler, was a master cheater, but at this moment, he was sweating profusely. After all, he had lost 15 games in a row. Even a seasoned gambler couldn't stay calm. Young Master Lu, you truly have skills. Lu Jun-trak raised the card in his hand and said, just a small trick. Cheating is simply a matter of quick hands and a little technique. It's nothing special. The cards suddenly embedded themselves in the table. Ha Quan stared in astonishment at the flying cards. After witnessing this, everyone present felt even more awe and reverence for young Master Lu. Lu Jun-trak's phone suddenly displayed an image of Duong-du and Bai Wani on the motorcycle together. He held his phone, his expression grim. Isn't this the rich kid Duong-du? I heard Yi Shun stole this loser's woman. Why isn't he trying to get her back? And why is he with Bai Wani? After entering the restaurant, the first woman Lu Jun-trak noticed was Bai Wani. Lu Jun-trak gave a sinister smile. He thought to himself, perfect, lure them in and then eliminate them all. At that moment, in a certain restaurant, Bai Wani he sat eating skewers. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. She picked it up and looked. Underground casino on the second floor of the Hong Tui Hotel. She thought. Bai Wani stood up and called the owner. How much? Duong-du watched Bai Wani suddenly stand up. Aren't you going to eat anymore? He asked. Bai Wani replied, I'm going to check out a casino. You eat. I'm leaving. Duong-du's pupils constricted slightly. Something's off. While Bai Wani was having dinner, she suddenly received a text message. Someone informed her about an underground casino. After getting the address, she snuck in alone without telling anyone. This unannounced visit caused a big problem. After her identity was exposed, she was captured by the people in the casino. Duong-du immediately stood up and followed Bai Wani. Wait, I'll go with you. He looked worriedly at Bai Wani. This part of the original plot was supposed to be Yi Shun's doing. He's not here. Someone else has taken his place. Let's go there first and figure it out. Whatever happens, I can't let anything happen to Bai Wani. Bai Wani, seeing Duong-du following her, thought this guy actually cares about me quite a bit. She replied, all right, let's go together. At the casino, Bai Wani looped her arm through Duong-du's. We'll pretend to be lovers. Got it. Duong-du, his expression slightly unnatural, replied, we could pretend to be father and daughter. Bai Wani was both annoyed and exasperated by Duong-du's words. In the surveillance room, Lu Jun-trak stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the camera monitors. Some of the screens displayed images of Bai Wani and Duong-du. He looked at the images on the surveillance cameras and thought smugly, if this idiot has taken a bait, then today's haul will be huge. Order them to beat him to death. Then I'll swoop in and play the hero, earning her favor. After wandering around the casino for a while, Bai Wani had almost finished her investigation. She pulled Duong-du's hand and said, let's go now. Duong-du frowned, suddenly thinking, the people who are supposed to attack us haven't shown up yet. Is the plot going off track again? A group of thugs with menacing looks approached. Duong-du looked toward the approaching thugs. Here they come. The thugs, brandishing weapons, walked towards Duong-du and Baiwani and said, "Found them." Duong-du immediately grabbed Baiwani's hand and ran, shouting, "Run!" Inside the women's restroom, Duong-du, slightly uncomfortable and wary, looked towards the door and said to Baiwani, who was holding her phone, "Quickly contact someone. I'll hold him off." A thug wielding a knife lunged forward, yelling, "Ah!" Duong-du flinched, warily watching. The thug's knife slammed down on Duong-du's shoulder. The knife shattered. Duong-du's body didn't have a single scratch. The thug stared in shock and terror. Duong-du looked at the thug. "You want to stab me?" He swung his hand, knocking out the thug with a single punch. "Try stabbing me now." Baiwani rushed anxiously to Duong-du's side. "People from the bureau are on their way. Are you all right?" Duong-du replied, "I'm fine." The thugs hesitated after seeing their companion brutally beaten. One of them addressed the group, "Two of you, hold that girl back. The rest of us attack and kill this guy." Moments later, the thugs lay scattered across the floor, defeated. Duong-du cracked his knuckles and declared, "From now on, this casino is called the Duong-du Casino." He thought to himself with a smirk, "I've suddenly discovered the joy of bullying the weak. Damn, I've got a health lock cheat." The battered thugs scrambled to their feet and fled in terror. "Run. I'm not playing anymore. Is this guy crazy? I'm definitely out." Duong-du raised his fist towards the retreating figures, still on a run. Baiwani rushed over and grabbed his arm. "Don't do anything reckless. You're bleeding." She frowned with worry, thinking, if it weren't for protecting me, he wouldn't be hurt. Baiwani felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have risked bringing Duong-du here. Duong-du looked at Baiwani and replied, "I'm fine." Unconvinced, Baiwani started checking him over. "You're fine. You've been hit so many times. Let me see if you're injured anywhere." After searching, but finding no injuries, Baiwani said in confusion, "No injuries. Could it be his lower body?" With that, her hand moved towards Duong-du's pants. In an office building, Baiwani was about to pull down Duong-du's pants to check. Exasperated, Duong-du exclaimed, "Damn it. I'm really fine. Stop it. Everyone's looking." The system notification chimed. "Congratulations. You have survived the casino incident. Unscripted martial arts. Freestyle can be used 5 times. Duong-du's face darkened as he read the message. Damn system, playing these games again. He thought angrily. Lately, this system has been getting weirder and weirder. Plot collapses are one thing, but the rewards are starting to feel like scams too. It's like it's hoping I'll kick the bucket soon. Those 2 single-use martial arts rewards from before, if I hadn't used them well, I would have been killed by that addiction already. This unscripted martial arts. Freestyle isn't even proper martial arts. According to the system's description, the damage depends on what I shout while punching. What kind of nonsense is that? In the surveillance room, Lu Jun-trak watched the entire incident unfold on the cameras. He was furious. What the hell? More than 30 men, and they can't even handle one rich kid. Lu Jun-trak seethed with rage. Useless subordinates. If you can't handle it, I'll do it myself. He began using a secret technique, his body shaking and swaying. Lu Jun-trak transformed into a middle-aged man. He would use this disguise to kill Duong-du first, then let his men deal with Baiwani. Confident in his plan, he thought, once Baiwani is captured, I'll revert back and play the hero. A smug grin spread across his face. As Lu Jun-trak approached Duong-du, he saw one of his subordinates charge forward and stab Duong-du with a knife, to no effect. The subordinate, wielding a sharp iron knife, lunged at Duong-du's back, shouting, "Die." But Duong-du remained unharmed. Lu Jun-trak recognized the technique, the immovable King Kong technique. He thought, so you've mastered the immovable King Kong technique. So what? Lu Jun-trak then furiously charged forward, launching a powerful kick at Duong-du despite having the system's skills. Duong-du was sent flying backward. Duong-du felt his immovable Vajra art about to shatter. Lu Jun-trak laughed triumphantly, approaching Duong-du and saying, "Immovable Vajra art. A weakling like you cultivating it to completion. What's the point?" Duong-du, sweating, observed Lu Jun-trak's inner energy and manner of speaking. He thought, this bastard, it really is Lu Jun-trak. If Yishin didn't come, it would be him. Lu Jun-trak gave a sinister smile and confidently declared, "You're dead today." Duong-du, sweating, pondered. Relying on the immovable Vajra art to withstand attacks was no longer feasible. The law manifestation, as you will skill the system granted, could only be used 5 times, and its damage was unknown. It might be better to switch to the Yin-Yang Infinite Fist to attack Lu Jun-trak. Duong-du felt a genuine sense of fear. This was the first time he'd lived this long. He didn't want it to be in vain. While thinking, Duong-du suddenly recalled something. It felt like he had lived a long time in some novels before, but he couldn't remember when. Seeing Duong-du lost in thought, Lu Juntrak said impatiently, "Scared now that you're about to die." Suddenly, Duong-du yeldoha, and threw a punch straight at Lu Juntrak, saying, "Oh, law manifestation as you will. Seems to have some effect." Lu Juntrak was surprised by the sudden attack. It seemed to be the strength of the peak emperor stage, but nothing more. Unfazed, Lu Juntrak channeled his inner energy into his arms. "No matter what, you're no match for me." Lu Juntrak thought to himself, his immovable Vajra art can only hold up for another minute. After that, he's finished. With his ultimate move, Lu Juntrak launched a furious assault of punches and kicks at Duong-du, shouting die. Duong-du struggled to defend against the powerful blows. "I'm screwed. I can't hold on much longer." His own attacks were ineffective against Lu Juntrak. Panicked, he wondered what line he needed to say to unleash a critical hit. Am I really going to die here? Suddenly, Duong-du seemed to have an epiphany. He coughed ahem. Lu Juntrak taunted, "Useless. You're still trying to resist." Duong-du ignored him, giving a sinister smile and scoffing. With a sinister expression, Duong-du said, ignoring the truth, "Are men never wrong?" He then unleashed a devastating blow on Lu Juntrak, sending him sprawling backward. Lu Juntrak cursed, "Useless. So what if you landed one punch?" Just as he spoke confidently, he was suddenly grievously wounded, coughing up blood. Ugh! Lu Juntrak groaned in pain, barely able to speak. What kind of technique was that? How could it be so powerful? Duong-du slowly approached him, a confident look on his face. That punch packed at least 35 years of cultivated power. It even disrupted my own internal energy flow. The remaining thugs gaped in astonishment. One punch did that to him. Is this guy a monster? We can't possibly beat him. Just then, a wave of police officers, summoned by Baiwani, swarmed in, shouting, "Everyone down. Hands on your heads." Relieved, Duong-du rushed to Baiwani's side. They both spoke simultaneously. "Are you all right? Are you all right?" Baiwani, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I'm fine." Duong-du, also embarrassed, said, "Me too." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed unconscious, falling directly into Baiwani's arms. Even in his unconscious state, Duong-du seemed to have chosen his landing spot wisely. His face pressed against Baiwani's chest. He thought to himself, enjoying the sensation, so soft, so bouncy. Meanwhile, Lu Juntrak's face was crumpled in pain. Good thing I tense my muscles, he thought. That way, no one will know who actually attacked Duong. I'll just get charged with gambling. No big deal. Baiwani effortlessly lifted Duong. I'll take him to the hospital. Officer, please handle things here. If you find out that Lu Juntrak was involved, investigate his background thoroughly. Hearing this, Lu Juntrak froze in shock. What did she say? Lu Juntrak's face paled as he was handcuffed. He was taken into custody on gambling charges. Inside the holding cell, he was surprised to see 4 familiar faces, his death squad. The 4 men stood in a line, staring at Lu Juntrak. Confident in the assassins he had personally trained, he called them over and whispered his plan. They listened intently. The 4 men listened with a strange glint in their eyes. This wasn't unusual, considering they had been brainwashed by Duong-du into becoming his mindless followers. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the doctor handed Baiwani the medical chart, smiling. "Miss Bai, your boyfriend is fine. Just exhaustion. He'll be all right with some rest." Baiwani listened attentively, then waved her hand dismissively. "He's not my boyfriend." The doctor's face fell, confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. Weren't they just hugging? He wondered. "All right then," he said, turning to leave. "I'll be going now." Baiwani waved goodbye. "Thank you, doctor." Baiwani placed her hands on her hips and looked down at the unconscious Duong. I still don't feel right, she thought. He took so many hits, how could he be completely uninjured? She quickly began unbuttoning his shirt, deciding to examine him more closely. As Duong lay asleep, she unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his toned physique and handsome face. The sight of his well-defined body made her blush, a mixture of fascination and embarrassment washing over her. She reached out and touched his body, feeling his surprisingly firm physique. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. I still haven't checked downstairs. This guy better not be hiding any injuries from me. Just to be safe, I should check. Her hand slowly trailed down towards his waist, her mind made up. Damn it! Duong yelled, his shirt pulled up. Baiwani jumped, startled. Good thing it's not a man. This world is crazy. I heard about someone who got drunk and passed out on the street, had their phone stolen by a man, and then, well, never mind. He sighed, dejected. Damn, this world is messed up. Being handsome like me is dangerous. He quickly pulled his shirt back down. He looked at her suspiciously. What are you doing? She stammered, putting her hand behind her neck. Checking to see if you have any injuries. Duong-du pondered her answer. Checking for injuries. You're clearly lusting after my body. If I hadn't woken up, who knows what you would have done while I was vulnerable. A sudden feeling shot through him. Blushing, he stammered, He trembled, his face red as a tomato, clutching her sleeve. What's wrong? She asked. I need to use the restroom, he mumbled. Baiwani casually replied, then go. But then a thought struck her. Did he want her to help him? She looked at him awkwardly, remembering her babysitting days. All right, I'll help you, she said bluntly. For Baiwani, even touching his abs was already pushing her boundaries. Being asked to help Duong-du to the restroom was definitely pushing her comfort zone. As she helped him, she thought, this guy did get hurt saving me. I should lower my boundaries a little. Blushing furiously, he said, sorry to bother you. I'll treat you next time. Don't worry, I understand the rules. I never take advantage of others. If I borrow 3 parts, I'll return 7. If you ever need any help, just ask. I'll do it, or I'm a dog, he thought to himself. Don't hesitate, hurry up. I'm about to wet myself. It's quite large. Just bear with it, he mumbled awkwardly. Fine, whatever, Baiwani thought. At the hospital, a girl rushed down the empty hallway. Upon receiving news of Duong-du's incident at the underground casino, Tamuk Noyet hurried over. Stopping in front of her room, she called out, Duong-du, are you all right? Duong-du, his arm draped over by Wani's shoulder, was being led back to his bed. Both were surprised to see Tamuk Noyet. Tamuk Noyet frowned at the pair. Why are they coming out of the restroom together? She wondered, feeling uneasy. Baiwani spoke first. Tamuk Noyet, you're here. Perfect timing. Help him, he's exhausted. All right, Tamuk Noyet replied coldly. Her mind raced. He's so exhausted he can't even walk. What are they doing in the restroom together? What did Baiwani do for him? I should have come sooner. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Duong-du chuckled inwardly, feeling quite smug. Why did she come here so fast? Is she that concerned about me? He mused. This woman is becoming more and more different. It seems Tamuk Noyet is thinking the same thing. He realized she really has changed. The older wouldn't have cared this much about me. Baiwani yawned, covering her mouth with her hand. You two talk. I'm going to get some sleep. I'm exhausted after being up all night. After she left, Duong-du said to Tamuk Noyet, could you pour me a glass of water? I'm thirsty. Tamuk Noyet picked up the water pitcher. Sure, she replied, a hint of suggestion in her voice. It's not convenient for you to drink by yourself, so let me feed you. Duong-du seemed surprised by her offer. Tamuk Noyet looked at him with anticipation, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Duong-du, sweating slightly, said, that's very kind of you. He was conflicted. Asterisk, I should probably drink less water since I'm still recovering. Otherwise, I'll need to use the restroom again soon, and I can't ask Tamuk Noyet to help me with that, can I? But I should think positively. At least I don't need help with number 2. Tamuk Noyet, hearing his thoughts, was speechless. What is this guy thinking about all day? Following his train of thought, she realized that Baiwani had actually helped him use the restroom. So that's what happened at the hospital. She thought, suddenly understanding. What happened to you today? Tamuk Noyet asked Duong-du solicitously. He answered brightly. I went out for a late-night snack with her. We also made a surprise inspection of the casino and ran into a little trouble. Nothing much, really. Having said that, Duong-du suddenly fell silent, and an awkward silence settled between them. He really couldn't find any common ground to talk about with Tamuk Noyet. His memories of the past few years were mostly of being ignored by her. They hadn't even had a normal conversation lasting more than 3 minutes. Duong-du ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Tamuk Noyet, sitting opposite him, also didn't know what to say to break the awkwardness. Finally, she spoke. If you're tired, you should get some rest. Duong-du lay down and closed his eyes. Tamuk Noyet smiled gently, looking at the sleeping man. He didn't want me when I offered myself freely before, and now he's chasing after me like a madman. Oh well, at least I could be by his side and hear his thoughts. Outside in the hallway, sunlight streamed onto the white walls. Ding! System upgrade reward. Plot reminder function activated. Confirmed. Even plot collapse will not affect the host. Plot prediction. The system's voice suddenly appeared in Duong-du's mind. Duong-du asked the system, will the auction plot proceed as normal? Ding. It will proceed as normal. Plot reminder complete. The system quickly relayed the details of the auction plot to Duong-du after familiarizing himself with it. Duong-du started formulating a plan. I'll wait until I've recovered, he thought. He promptly left the hospital and drove home to rest. That night, at Duong-du's house, when he arrived home, Langham was waiting in his room. She rushed out to greet him, dressed in a maid outfit and beaming. Young Master Duong, you're back. Duong-du smiled back. It's late. Why aren't you asleep? Are you planning to sleep in my room tonight? Inside the bedroom, Langham explained why she was still there. I had some errands to run during the day, so I went out for a bit. I've only just now been able to tidy up the room. Actually, it's not that I didn't clean up during the day. It's just that I saw Duong-du hadn't returned so late, so I was a little worried and waited here. Duong-du chuckled and praised her. Working so diligently, shouldn't I reward you with something? How about a cosplay photo shoot tomorrow? Langham silently shook her head, refusing. Last time I played games with young Master Duong and lost, you said I had to do a cosplay photo shoot. That size is really. Duong-du sighed and put on a philosophical tone. Women, while they're still young, should capture their beautiful moments. He thought for a moment, then decided it was best to say less. Forget it. I sound like a pervert who bullies innocent girls all day. I should focus on finding evidence about her parents' situation and then find an opportunity to tell her. Langham was surprised that Duong-du was still thinking about her situation. She looked at Duong-du with more affection. Langham's favorable impression of him increased. However, she wasn't the only one with romantic feelings for Duong-du at the Tung Wang Corporation. Wang Yushua was lying on her desk, engrossed in looking at a photo of herself with Duong-du. The photo showed them leaning against a railing. Wang Yushua was smiling brightly and beautifully. Duong-du had a slight smile, his sharp eyes looking incredibly masculine. Her female secretary spoke up. It's fate. Wang Yushua, delighted, immediately wanted to give her a raise. Not bad, 100-point answer. A 10,000 yuan raise. The secretary calmly pushed up her glasses. I feel a little embarrassed to receive such a reward for just speaking the truth. Her words pleased Wang Yushua even more. 20,000. At this point, the secretary finally got to the main point. Right? Miss CEO Lee of the Mingzhu Siua Corporation wants to invite you to discuss business. Do you want to inform CEO Duong? Hearing this, Wang Yushua furrowed her brow slightly in thought. Mingzhu Siua Corporation. That fat woman. Duong-du muttered to himself with disdain. He cursed under his breath. He recalled a plot point from the original story. Wang Yushua goes to a business meeting and ends up being drugged by the other party. Duong-du fell into deep thought again. He continued to ponder, remembering how, in the original, while enduring the humiliation, Dragon King Yishun suddenly appeared and killed the villain. Then, of course, came the antidote and all that. Typical power fantasy tropes. At this moment, the system notification pinged. Plot altered. Just as Duong-du suspected, the plot involving Yishun had indeed been changed to Lu Jun track. Duong-du thought for a moment, then sent a message to the death squad. Now's the time for those idiots to prove their worth. When Duong-du arrived at the airport, Wang Yushua was already there. She was wearing a white slit dress and walked towards him with a smile. Such a stunning beauty, standing at the airport entrance, caused many men to risk the wrath of their girlfriends for a few extra glances. Her beauty truly attracted a lot of attention. Among them was an old man who approached Wang Yushua. "Excuse me, miss, would you like to get acquainted? I'm Mr. Liu, owner of the Nine Harmony Corporation." Her face contorted in disgust. She snapped, "Get lost. You look like a hippopotamus, older than my father. Who gave you the nerve to even try and get to know me? An old geezer trying to graze on young grass. You think you're worthy. Jack Corporation's measly few billion. What's there to brag about? You old, gray-faced man." Wang Yushua smirked, feeling smug. At that moment, she spotted Duong-du and immediately called out sweetly, "Honey." The person being addressed could only manage an awkward chuckle. Their destination was a place called the Four Seasons Hotel. A plump woman named Lai Fai Tuet was talking to Lu Traquan. "Traquan, I hear your medical skills are excellent. My shoulders are really sore. Could you massage them for me?" He agreed and then asked, What about the matter we discussed earlier? The plump woman turned around and said confidently, yes, everything is arranged. Don't worry, Quan. Anything you want, I'll give you. A voice called from the main entrance. President Lai, President Wang has arrived. Invite her in, Lai Fai Tuet said, while secretly appraising the newcomer. But there's another handsome man with her, even more handsome than Lu Trak Quan. This man, Lai Fai Tuet, must have him today. Lai Fai Tuet stepped forward to greet Duong Du and Wang Yushua. President Wang, you must be tired from your journey. Then she inquired, and this gentleman is. Duong Du felt a wave of nausea. Wang Yushua smiled and introduced him. This is Duong Du, my boyfriend, and also the director of Duong Corporation. His family owns 45% of the shares in the electronics sector. Inwardly, however, she seethed with resentment towards this woman. Just you wait, Jack Corporation, you'll be bankrupt soon enough. Oh, so this is the young master of the Duong family, into Hang. I've heard he's very handsome. Seeing is truly believing. Learning of Duong Du's identity, Lai Fai Tuet showered him with compliments and offered her hand to shake. Wang Yushua frowned, displeased. Duong Du, not wanting to shake her hand, politely declined. My apologies, President Lai. I just used the restroom and forgot to wash my hands. It would be disrespectful to shake your hand. Lai Fai Tuet didn't press the matter. Very well. We can shake hands later after you've washed them. She gestured towards a seating area. Let's go over here and talk while we eat. As she turned away, her face turned cold. She couldn't wait to put Lu Trak Quan's plan into action. Duong Du and Wang Yushua followed her. According to Lu Trak Quan's plan, he would have someone tamper with a glass of wine. Even a small sip would cause the drinker to lose all control. His target was Wang Yushua. Lai Fai Tuet, however, intended to follow the plan, but make Duong Du her victim instead. Lu Trak Quan, seeing Duong Du, felt a flicker of caution. I didn't expect that Duong brat to be here as well. Better to be careful. He took out his phone and sent a message. Get ready. Make sure the drugging goes smoothly. Have someone lead Wang Yushua away and play your part well. But absolutely do not let anyone lay a finger on her. Understand, that Duong kid is here too. Once he's affected, arrange some unattractive women for him to enjoy and take pictures. Post them online. The recipient's name in the chat box was 4 Great Assassins. If that brat dares to show his face, I won't be polite. I won't just kill him, I'll ruin his reputation too. Lu Trak Quan grinned maliciously at Duong Du. The assassins received Lu Trak Quan's message. That cunning scoundrel Lu Trak Quan is trying to backstab young Master Duong. We absolutely won't give him the chance. They quietly divided the tasks amongst themselves. Later tonight, we'll. Just then, Duong Du's phone notification went off. Duong Du opened his phone and immediately flew into a rage. That damn dog Lu Trak Quan is trying to drug me. Drugging me is one thing, but he wants to set me up with some ugly women and take pictures. That immoral bastard. Luckily, I was prepared. He cursed Lu Trak Quan under his breath, oblivious to Wang Yushua gazing at him adoringly. It's such a rare opportunity to have you both in Min Chao. It's a night worth celebrating. Let's have a few drinks, eat, and discuss business. Lai Fai Tuet, at the opposite table, spoke to the two of them. She couldn't wait any longer to see the pitiful, submissive look on this handsome man's face. Wang Yushua, offered a drink by the woman, coldly replied, I'm sorry, Cio Lai, I don't drink. Li Fi Dui Feigen Su Bi. What kind of business person doesn't drink? CEO Wang, you're joking. We're just having a little bit tonight. She continued, still trying to coax Wang Yushua into drinking. Naturally, Wang Yushua was furious. She lost her patience and snapped. We're business partners. Let's have some respect. A little research would have told you I'm allergic to alcohol. So why are you still pushing me to drink? What are you playing at? Lai Fai Tuet, taken aback by this turn of events, was momentarily speechless. She immediately apologized. I'm so sorry, CEO Wang. My mistake. I apologize. Seeing that she couldn't pressure Wang Yushua, she shifted her focus to Duong Du. Well then, CEO Duong, let's have a drink together. Her thoughts were filled with wicked intentions. Even if she couldn't get to Wang Yushua, it wasn't a big loss. Being able to snag this handsome man would be enough. Hee. Duong Du, of course, wasn't fooled. I'm sorry, I'm also allergic. He cursed inwardly. I'm allergic to idiots. Don't even talk to me. Lai Fai Tuet was distressed. She hadn't expected her plan to hit a snag so early on. Meanwhile, Lu Trak Quan was still in the lounge, waiting for good news. But since returning to China, he hadn't had a moment's peace. Thinking about the pleasure that awaited him, he was filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. Lutrak Quan stared at the glass of wine in front of him, startled. Could someone have done something to my drink? Lai Fai Tuet knocked on the door. Quan Trak, it's me, come in. Without waiting for a response, she let herself in. Loud noises erupted from the room. The door slammed shut. Someone in the hallway heard the commotion. What's that noise? Others, drawn by the sounds, began to gather. Soon, a crowd had formed in the hallway. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Excuse me, could you please keep it down?" A furious "Get lost" came from inside the room. The assassins, standing outside, frowned, looking towards the room. Want to trap young Master Duong. Today we'll show him what it feels like to be ground into rice with a pig. One of them asked, "Big brother, what should we say now?" The one considered the leader, having already planned everything out, said, "Don't worry. After this, if Lutrak Quan asks, we'll just say that woman did it." His underlings cheered. Big brother is brilliant. Their spirits lifted. Brothers, charge. Young Master Duong is both brilliant and skilled. At this time, Duong Du was also walking down the hallway. He praised inwardly, "I have to say, these idiots really saved me a lot of effort." However, he still felt a bit disappointed. It's a pity Lutrak Quan has such good luck. It's not easy to kill him. Today, I can only give him a taste of his own medicine. His goal achieved, Duong Du happily left. The party-goers stood in the hallway, discussing amongst themselves. Let's shift our attention upstairs. Because of the commotion, several famous streamers rushed over after hearing the news. Streamers have been really popular these last few years. Everyone's been waiting for 2 hours. We're about to see this pig slaughtering bro. Everyone eagerly anticipated seeing the unlucky person emerge from the room. Can everyone send gifts to Xiao Mei? Xiao Mei has been live streaming for 3 hours already. Inside the room, Lutrak Quan, hearing the news from outside the door, became extremely anxious. There are even streamers outside live streaming. I've heard that the domestic live streaming industry is very developed, but I didn't expect it to be this crazy. If they post this online, how will I ever show my face in this country again? Should I jump from here? He thought of a desperate plan, but quickly dismissed the impossible option. I just thought of it. Damn it, this is the 40-something floor. Even in my prime, jumping from here would be certain death. Outside the door, voices called, "Sir, open the door. I know you're in there." Lutrak Quan, unwilling to lose face even in desperation, decided to jump. Forget it, I'll risk my life and jump. Using his eyesight, Lutrak Quan jumped onto the fire escape, then immediately slipped down to the 20th floor. Although he broke his leg and tailbone, he survived, just as he took a breath. On the 20th floor, he ran into one of the assassins. "Duong Du, where are you running? Today is your death day." The two fought for a while. Bruised and battered, Lutrak Quan finally managed to reveal his identity. "You idiot, it's me." The 4 assassins feigned ignorance and apologized with clasped hands. "Our apologies, sir. We thought it was Duong Du who had come down here." Unexpectedly, their feigned ignorance made Lutrak Quan trust them even more. "It's not your fault. There was a slight problem with the plan. You were very loyal. After all, they were just loyally carrying out his orders. It wouldn't be right to punish them for this." He reminded his subordinates and turned to leave. "I'm not feeling well right now and need to leave for a bit. You guys stay at the hotel and see if there's a chance to drug Duong. Do let me know if you succeed." The 4 assassins replied in unison, "Understood." Lutrak Quan cursed under his breath as he walked. "That damn Duong Du, just wait until I get the chance. I'll definitely kill him." But his troubles weren't over yet. He ran into Wang Yushue's bodyguards. Wang Yushue's martial arts bodyguards ordered to beat Lutrak Quan to death. Trying to save his own life, he ended up getting beaten up again. Meanwhile, Duong Du had returned home and was lying on the sofa. "System, you stupid dog, where's my reward?" he asked. "Processing. The reward has been delivered." Looking at the notification from the blue screen, Duong Du exclaimed, "What the? Why is this reward so disgusting? What is this thing?" Duong Du sat on the sofa and spread his hands. Black energy emanated from his palms and spread across his body. He wondered, what is this putrid smell coming from my skin? The system suddenly appeared and said, "This is the Meridian Cleansing Punishment setting. It can improve your aptitude and strengthen your, chicken strength host." Duong Du turned to the system and replied, "What the? After this Meridian Cleansing Punishment thing is done, won't I go from an ordinary person to like a martial arts expert or something? But my actual level is still low. I can't kill Yishan with one hit, but it has increased my bully the weak limit. Duong-du clenched his fists excitedly and raised them in the air. From now on, if I run into anyone who doesn't know their place, I can just knock them out with one punch. He propped his chin on his hand, delighted. That damn system finally gave me something good. But something feels off. I don't think I pushed Lu Track Quan that hard today. Where did this big reward come from? His phone suddenly rang, and he stood up excitedly. Young Master Duong, we're here to report the situation to you. He picked up the phone, happily thinking, as expected, those idiots are very dedicated. They even took the opportunity to teach Lu Track Quan a lesson. I'll give each of them a VIP membership card to the club. The club, the people, the soul. Everything is top tier. A sudden knock interrupted his excitement. He walked toward the door, asking, "Who is it?" It's so late. It was Wang Yuxue, standing at the door with a frown and her hands on her hips. Duong-du, I need to talk to you. Duong-du opened the door and asked seriously, Wang Yuxue, what are you doing here so late? He rubbed his head in confusion. What do you want? Wang Yuxue clutched her stomach, her eyes looking down demurely. Duong-du, she said softly, my stomach hurts. He rubbed his head, bewildered, and asked bluntly, are you here to take a dump? Wang Yuxue reached out and leaned against him. Fine, I'll be blunt. I came here for you to give me a massage, rub my shoulders. My shoulders are really sore. His expression darkened. What's wrong with your shoulders? Can't you sleep? She looked at him with dreamy eyes, glancing down shyly. Not really, she said weakly. It's mainly because of my beautiful figure. My shoulders have to carry so much. He stared at her chest, thinking, indeed, they are quite large. It's normal for your shoulders to be sore if they've grown that big. He looked at her with a grin. All right, I'll give you a shoulder rub. Wang Yuxue sat on the sofa, leaning to one side, her eyes closed in apparent exhaustion. Duong-du stood behind her and reached out his hands, chuckling. All right, he began massaging her shoulders. She closed her eyes with a sigh of pleasure. That feels so good. Duong-du found her exaggerated reaction annoying. Be quiet, he said, his face twitching slightly. Wang Yuxue's face flushed as she continued to enjoy the massage. But I can't help it. I'll be quieter. And don't stop. Keep going. His face showed discomfort as he clenched his fists, thinking, damn it, she seemed relaxed. But if the massage continued like this, his mind would wander to inappropriate places. Duong-du looked at her and chuckled. He squeezed her shoulders harder and said, all right, that's enough. She looked at him happily. You're treating me so well today. Are you expecting some kind of reward? Hearing her words, his eyes lit up. He held out his hands. What kind of reward? Duong-du grinned, placing a hand on his forehead thoughtfully. Go on, think about it. You're a beast. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Wang Yuxue stood up, laughing cheerfully. Check your phone later. Duong-du stared at her blankly, his head full of question marks. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. Can't sleep tonight, can you? I can help you, if you beg me. He picked up his phone, thinking to himself, this is an insult to a man's dignity. How dare she tell me to beg her over such a trivial matter? He decided to message Wang Yuxue anyway. I beg you. Wang Yuxue sent him a picture of herself in a revealing bunny outfit, the low-cut top accentuating her figure. Her face was flushed, adding to her allure. Here you go. Enjoy it slowly. Take care of your health. She lay down, her curves prominent. She thought to herself, I brought this bunny outfit here specifically to show him. But after putting it on, I suddenly felt a little shy. I'm still a girl, after all. I can't be too forward. Duong-du should understand this kind of hint, right? Wang Yuxue, wearing the bunny outfit and ears, waited excitedly by the door. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, then 2 hours. She really couldn't wait any longer. The next day, Duong-du wore a white suit. His eyes were dark and sunken, his face etched with exhaustion. Wang Yuxue stood beside him, clearly noticing his fatigue. Someone couldn't sleep last night. She turned her head away, silently biting her lower lip. Serves you right. Who told you not to understand my hint? Duong-du snotted in displeasure. Don't expect me to massage your shoulders again. Wang Yuxue approached him, bending down slightly. I have to go to the branch office for work. Will you stay here for a few days and wait for me? Or Duong-du, seeing her close, bit his lips shyly. I'm going home today. I have some things to take care of these next couple of days. 2 days from now is the auction. According to the original plan, a jade lion antique will appear at the auction. Activating the mechanism on the lion will reveal a jade orb and an ancient martial arts secret, the 8 Extremes Ice Transformation. Yishin isn't involved in this event anymore. This means Lu Track Quan will get this opportunity instead. Thinking about Lu Track Quan, I want to compete for it. Who says all the good stuff has to go to the protagonist? I'll snatch it first and ask questions later. At the airport, Duong-du sat with his head buried in his phone, reading something. He didn't notice two people approaching. The young woman, with platinum blonde hair and honey-colored skin, was pushing a middle-aged man in a wheelchair. I know what you're worried about, Dad. Don't worry. Lu Traquan's technique is truly remarkable. The man in the wheelchair smiled reassuringly. This time, after his treatment, I can move one of my toes. It won't be long before I can stand up again. And then, we can spar like we used to. He's from the Van Nan family, the leading ancient martial arts clan. The man in the wheelchair is the current head of the Van Nan family, Van Nan Veen's son. Veen's son's daughter also offered a reassuring smile. I believe in Lu Traquan's medical skills, Dad. He's truly exceptional. This is Van Nan Na Ca, the eldest daughter of the Van Nan family, a martial arts prodigy. At just 20 years old, she has already reached the Huin Tu realm. Duong-du remained focused on his phone, yet he heard everything they said, inwardly scoffing. So Lu Traquan's technique is highly regarded. Even able to treat paralysis. He can cure it, all right, but at the cost of the patient's life. His treatment method drains their life force. They might be cured, but they'll be gone within a year at most. Van Nan Na Ca, hearing something, looked around. What was that? In the VIP lounge, besides herself and her father. Thinking this, she glanced at Duong-du, who was sitting nearby. It must have been him. Duong-du, sitting at the airport, encountered the father and daughter of the Van Nan family talking. He overheard their conversation. Suddenly, Van Nan Na Ca heard something and looked back at him. Feeling her gaze, Duong-du looked up from his phone. What's this silly girl looking at me for? Is she sizing me up with her eyes? Can these girls be a little less self-conscious? It's only my first day being this handsome. Van Nan Na Ca frowned at him, annoyed. How does he know about Lu Traquan? What does he mean by draining life force? Fortunately, Van Nan Na Ca and Duong-du had met a few times before. Taking a deep breath, she approached him. Young Master Duong, my father. She intended to ask him directly, but found she couldn't speak. It was as if an invisible hand was covering her mouth. Seeing her hesitate, Duong-du asked, puzzled, Miss Van Nan, what's wrong? He was filled with questions. What's with all the hemming and hawing? It's hilarious. No need to be so tense. I'm actually a very approachable, handsome guy. Van Nan Veen's son, noticing his daughter's strange behavior, looked up. Na Ca, are you all right? He was slightly perplexed by her sudden change. He, however, wasn't bothered by Duong-du's presence. After all, a useless rich kid like him wasn't worthy of his daughter. After a few seconds of hesitation, Van Nan Na Ca finally realized she couldn't voice her thoughts aloud. I'm fine, she said. But as a naturally gifted martial artist with a sharp mind, she quickly adapted. Young Master Duong, your family must know quite a few renowned physicians, right? Could you recommend a few to me? I'd like them to examine my father's leg. Van Nan Veen's son doesn't like causing trouble. He's always indebted to others. Na Ca, you don't need to bother young Master Duong. Having Lu Traquan treat father is enough. Duong-du furrowed his brows. As for a rich young master like Duong-du, he couldn't be bothered to even look at him. What's this guy's problem acting all high and mighty with me? I don't owe him money. He even hopes Lu Traquan will cure him first. Give him 3 more treatments, and his legs might actually heal. After some thought, Duong-du spoke up. My relationship with elder physician Zhang is quite good. Uncle Van Nan could consult him for treatment. Van Nan Na Ca maintained her furrowed brow expression. Elder physician Zhang, we've already visited him. It didn't seem to be very effective. Duong-du was truly exasperated by their stubbornness. I've already spelled it out for you. Why aren't you thinking this through? Go seek Elder Zhang's help and see what he says. He can still diagnose this kind of issue. If you don't, then don't blame me for not attending the funeral later. Van Nan Veen's son's mood, already foul, worsened after hearing this. He sarcastically remarked, Young Master Duong, there are many hidden experts in this world. You should go out and explore more. Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well only makes you look foolish. Provoked by Van Nan Veen's son's sarcasm, Duong-du cursed inwardly. Damn it, I really don't want to get involved with you. I just don't want to see the Van Nan family become Lu Traquan's pawns and then come back to bother the Duong family. I'm practically dead, my daughter's given away, and even the family is handed over. You supporting characters are even more pathetic than me. the villain. Van An Nasie sighed. All right, father, stop it. Young Master Duong is just trying to be helpful. Van Nan Veen's son continued to grind his teeth. His anger overflowing, he snapped at his daughter. What? My daughter, have I really gone blind? Have I actually taken a liking to this useless pretty boy? Duong Du frowned, his face darkening. He thought, forget it. It's pointless to argue with them. I'll just do my best. If it doesn't work out, I'll just sit at the women's table during the banquet. Yes, Van Nan Nasie replied as she pushed her father's wheelchair. Nasie, let's board the plane. Yes, father. The blue plane soared amidst the fluffy white clouds that resembled cotton candy. Duong Du gazed at the scenery from the plane window. Looking down, he suddenly heard a voice calling, young Master Duong, which caught his attention. Van An Nasie slowly approached him. Duong Du looked at her quizzically and asked, Miss Van Nan, is something the matter? Nasie slowly replied, young Master Duong, my father's words earlier were a bit impolite. I couldn't say anything in front of him. I'm here to apologize on his behalf. Leaning back in his seat, Duong Du smiled, thinking a wild, untamed horse like her is suddenly being polite to me. With that thought, he said, it's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. It's good that it's cleared up. He clenched his fist and added, not a bad attitude. Because of this attitude, I'll help treat your father's illness. I guarantee that after the treatment, your father will be pain-free every month and comfortable. He'll also be able to conveniently protect our Duong family. Hearing him say this, Nasie thought, does this guy actually have a way to cure my father's leg? But what does pain-free every month and comfortable even mean? He's really a bit of a jerk. Thinking this, she still presented her business card, saying, then I won't bother young Master Duong any further. This is my business card. You can add me on WeChat. Contact me if anything comes up. At Elder Physician John's clinic, a simple, traditionally styled house dominated by brown and white hues, Van An Veen's son turned to Nasie and asked, was that Duong Du brat? What did he say to you? He frowned and angrily exclaimed, why would you believe his nonsense? Nasie looked at him, smiling as she explained, it's just a checkup, Dad. It's fine. The elder physician, Zhang, took Van Nan Veen's son's pulse. He looked at the two of them, frowning. Nasie, seeing the elder's expression, asked worriedly, how is he, elder physician? Veen's son pulled his hand back, saying, we're truly troubling you, elder physician. I feel quite well. This girl insisted I come here. After taking his pulse, elder physician Zhang mused, this person's medical skill is truly remarkable, even surpassing my own. However, their intentions are extremely malicious. After elder physician Zhang had examined Van Nan Veen's son slammed his hand on the table in anger. Elder physician Zhang continued, explaining that with the other physician's methods, patients and semi-monthly acupuncture treatments for a year would have been sufficient to heal his leg. But that person, wanting a quick cure, resorted to unscrupulous methods, repeatedly targeting the Sanhui and Yuantang acupoints. This treatment will severely damage your vital energy. Hearing this, Van Nan Veen's son's face paled. Elder physician Zhang delivered the final blow. Even if cured, you wouldn't live more than a year. Nasie was stunned by the unexpected news. Veen's son was filled with disappointment, thinking that he couldn't believe the young man he had favored harbored such sinister intentions. He was grateful he had run into Duong Du, who had warned him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have much longer to live. Worried about her father's health, Van Nan Nasie asked elder physician Zhang, so, can my father's health still be saved? Elder physician Zhang stroked his beard and said, it can. I'll perform acupuncture shortly and prescribe some medicine. After taking it, rest will be sufficient. It's fortunate you came here early. If that person had treated him again, even I wouldn't be able to do anything. Yes, Van Nan Nasie sighed in relief and bowed deeply to thank elder physician Zhang. Thank you, elder physician Zhang. The Van Nan family will never forget this life-saving grace. Furious, Van Nan Nasie clenched her fists, thinking, that's right, Lu Trak Quan. I can't believe you would humiliate the Van Nan family like this. I swear I won't rest until I get my revenge. The scene changes to the Van Nan residence. Lu Trak Quan, beaten nearly to death, had been hospitalized for several days. After recovering, he returned to the hang and stopped at the Van Nan residence, preparing to seize it. Lu Trak Quan sat on the sofa, scrolling through messages on his phone. He had recently taken an interest in a particular treasure and had someone send him photos. He was certain that within this jade lion lay the 9 transformations pill, a legendary medicinal pill lost for many years. Lu Trak Quan smiled, reveling in his cunning plan. He thought to himself, with the help of this item, I can break through to the earthly stage. Then, that Duong-du is as good as dead. Lu Trak-kwan plotted to kill Duong-du and then toy with his fiancée. He was determined to obtain this item, no matter the cost. However, despite all his calculations, Lu Trak-kwan never expected that Duong-du would be at the antique shop at that very moment. With Duong-du's signature swagger, he strolled in and asked Old Man Peng, "How's the jade lion I commissioned last time coming along?" Inside the antique shop, Duong-du chatted with elder physician Zhang. The white-haired old man, Peng, emerged, greeting Duong-du cheerfully. "Oh, that one. It's almost finished. Young Master Duong, take a look." Duong-du replied, "Almost finished is good." After Tru Chao Tam was dispatched to Antarctica, the person who took over his position was an old man. He was also a man of profound knowledge. Duong-du pondered silently, thinking to himself, "Haha, I won't directly compete for the Jade Lion and 9 transformation pill. I'll make sure the genuine and the fake are indistinguishable." Finishing his thoughts, he said aloud, "Old Man Peng, I have a bag of powder medicine here. Could you do me a favor and make it into pills? You can add something disgusting inside. Once it's done, please deliver it to Wan Bao Auction House for me. Have them prioritize auctioning this first." In the original plot, Dragon King Deep then was also the first to see the 9 transformation pill. Now it's Lu Trak-kwan. I guess it'll still be the same. This powder medicine is specially formulated by me. It's impossible to tell the difference just by the smell or taste. Unless you take it yourself, you definitely won't know it's poison. Duong-du smirked, pleased with his plan. Hearing Duong-du mention adding something disgusting, Old Man Peng scratched his head, contemplating this wicked deed. "I haven't done anything like this since I was a kid. I never thought I'd be revisiting my childhood memories at this age." Cut to 2 days later. The auction was held at the Tu Tui Villa on the outskirts. At this time, Duong-du also arrived and was greeted. "Young Master Duong, you're here?" Duong-du entered, feeling cheerful, but then he saw Lu Trak-kwan chatting happily with Van Nan Na, both smiling brightly. Duong-du is Eisnahod. That dog, his smile is just like that deep dance. Put their mouths together, add those cross-eyed looks, and it's a perfect match. Now, she even finds Lu Trak-kwan's wicked smile a bit foolish, like he has some facial nerve problem. "These past 2 days, I've been thinking it over. I shouldn't rush my revenge. I need to make him let down his guard, then strike a fatal blow." Duong-du Siged, Sin King, Aji. They're all teammates with lowered intelligence, giggling foolishly with that Lu Trak-kwan. "I've made it so obvious, and she still doesn't understand. If this doesn't work, I'll ask Elder Zhang to make a truth serum for her father. Maybe then." Being able to hear Duong-du's thoughts made Na extremely puzzled. "Why can I hear young Master Duong's inner voice? Could it be that we have a telepathic connection?" The auctioneer announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is the White Jade Lion. It's a work of art. My knowledge is limited, so I couldn't determine which master craftsman created it. However, I believe its artistic value is very high. Therefore, the starting price is 5 million. Anyone interested, don't hesitate to try your luck. You might be pleasantly surprised." Immediately, several wealthy individuals started bidding. "I'll offer 5.5 million. Then I'll bid 6 million. Lu Trak-kwan observed and calculated. Either outbid everyone or secure it by any means. "Today, this Jade Lion is mine. After I take the 9 transformation pill, the first thing I'll do is kill that Duong brat." Thinking this, Lu Trak-kwan declared loudly, "I'll pay 9 million. The exorbitant price silenced everyone. No one could compete. The auctioneer loudly announced 9 million. 9 million going once, 9 million going twice. Just as he was about to finalize the bid, Duong-du strode forward and declared 50 million. In a certain plaza, someone addressed Duong-du, "Young Master Duong, this is quite the place to spend money, isn't it?" Lu Trak-kwan's face darkened with worry. He thought, Duong-du must have discovered the secret within the Jade Lion. Then the opportunity I've been watching. "You think you're worthy of competing," he said irritably. Then he abruptly stood up and shouted, "I bid 100 million. Do you think I'm afraid of your money?" Within the Longhan organization, not only was he unfathomable, but he also sat down smugly, sneering at Duong-du. "Just based on those superficial companies, my assets are at least 500 billion. In total, it must be up to trillions." Duong-du retorted 1, 2 billion. He stammered, clearly agitated. 3 billion. 8 billion, he declared firmly. The other man stood up arrogantly and said, 10 billion. Let's play at 10 billion. The crowd roared. "I won't bid any further," he said calmly. "Sold." Then congratulations to this gentleman, the auctioneer announced. Lu Trak-kwan sneered at him and said, "Useless. Is that all you've got?" Duong-du simply smiled and raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. "Would someone please remove this inconsiderate individual? He's insulting me personally." The auctioneer approached Lu Trak-kwan and said, "Honored guest, please mind your behavior. Disrupting the order and insulting others is not permitted at this auction." Duong-du turned to look at him, suppressing a laugh. The sight of his amusement further enraged Lu Trak-kwan, who gritted his teeth and muttered, "Now that I've bought it, this brat can at most live for." The scene shifted to a sunlit room. A man in a suit held a small white lion statue and said, "Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. If you require our transport services again, please don't hesitate to call." Lu Trak-kwan simply turned his head and said, "Leave. Without my permission, no one is to disturb me." The lion statue remained on the table, but he picked up a wooden box. Inside was a dark red, round pill. He slowly took it out and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, Lu Trak-kwan's eyes widened in surprise. Holding the pill, he began to speak with a pretense of deep knowledge. "There's a medicinal fragrance, yet also a faint foul odor. To blend these two scents is that remarkable feat of alchemy, like fire and water coexisting in a furnace. Truly impressive, worthy of a 9 transformations pill." He then popped it into his mouth. Only after swallowing did he realize this is feces, and it's poisoned. Upon this realization, Lu Trak-kwan clutched his stomach and began to vomit violently. Back at the auction hall, after Lu Trak-kwan's departure, the real Jade Lion was finally brought out for bidding. Duong-du made the first offer. Swiftly, no other foolhardy soul dared to compete. After all, young master Duong opened with billions. Anyone raising the bid now won't win and will only offend him. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Meanwhile, the humiliated Lu Trak-kwan cursed furiously, "You bastard. You dare mock me. Stealing the pill was one thing, but you tricked me with a fake and even poisoned it. This lock shouldn't be possible to open. In this world, the people who can unlock this 9-palace lock don't number more than 5. And this brat is definitely not one of them." Lu Trak-kwan, consumed by this thought, charged towards Duong-du, yelling, "Duong-du, I'll kill you." Seeing this, Duong-du immediately flung the door open and bolted. But Lu Trak-kwan quickly caught up, leaping high into the air. He landed squarely on Duong-du, knocking him to the ground. The Jade Lion slipped from Duong-du's grasp and tumbled away. Lu Trak-kwan swiftly snatched the box containing the pill. The moment he had it in his hand, he turned back to threaten Duong. "Do you, Duong? You dare steal from me? You're dead today." He opened the 9-palace lock, took out the pill, and sniffed it. It only had the fragrance of medicine, no foul odor. After confirming it wasn't excrement, he quickly popped it into his mouth and swallowed. As he did, he thought, "Today I'll break through right here, then beat that brat to a pulp and throw him in a cesspit to suffocate. Only then will this hatred be extinguished." Seeing Lu Trak-kwan swallow the pill, Duong-du smirked. Seeing Duong-du's expression, Lu Trak-kwan felt a pang of unease. He frowned and asked, "What the hell are you smirking at?" Then it hit him. Could this be poison? There's no way that brat could know how to open the 9-palace lock. That's confidential information known only to the Dragon Soul organization. Lu Trak-kwan still couldn't believe it. In truth, Duong-du had already consumed the real 9 transformations pill the moment he obtained the Jade Lion. He then surreptitiously replaced it with a poison pill. Duong-du looked at Lu Trak-kwan and chuckled inwardly. This poison pill probably won't be strong enough to kill Lu Trak-kwan, but it will definitely severely impact his fighting strength. As this thought crossed his mind, Duong-du immediately raised his fist and lunged at Lu Trak-kwan. Lu Trak-kwan, feeling the poison spreading through his body, was terrified. Preoccupied, he didn't notice Duong-du approaching. He looked up just in time to receive a punch to the face from Duong-du, spitting blood as he staggered back a few steps. He realized the previous poison he'd been afflicted with wasn't fully purged, and now a new poison was coursing through him. In this situation, continuing to fight would only put him at a disadvantage. So, he decided to flee. Just then, Van Nan Na-Sie arrived on the scene. Lu Trak-kwan sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning, he saw a familiar face and exclaimed, "Na-Sie, you're just in time. Help me deal with this bastard." He was confident that, given Van Nan Na-Sie's affection for him, she would undoubtedly join forces with him against Duong-du. Van Nan Na-Sie replied, "Get lost." Hearing this, Lu Trak-kwan arrogantly addressed Duong-du, Let's see how much longer you can be so smug, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Van Nan Nasier punched him hard in the back. While Lu Trak Quan was still reeling from the unexpected blow, Duong Du followed up with a kick, sending Lu Trak Quan sprawling face first onto the ground. Bewildered, he stammered, but, you clearly like me. Why are you betraying me? Upon hearing this, Van Nan Nasier glared at him and retorted, because you deserve to die. Don't think I don't know you wanted to kill my father. Duong Du was taken aback, thinking, wow, she knows. Not bad. I like smart people. Van Nan Nasier then pointed directly at Lu Trak Quan and shouted, I'll kill you. With no help in sight and suffering from both internal and external injuries, along with the poison, Lu Trak Quan felt the icy grip of death. He quickly scrambled to escape. Just then, a truck drove by. Seeing his opportunity, Lu Trak Quan seized it. He jumped up and grabbed onto the back of the truck. Then, he turned back and taunted, you two idiots. This is my escape route. Surprised, aren't you? Fanhan en ha calcium was furious. Let him go, we'll have other chances. You already know about your father's situation, right? Duong Du said to her. She bowed slightly and replied, yes, I do. Thank you again, young Master Duong, for reminding me. I won't forget this kindness. He said seriously, it was nothing. I'll continue to have people search for information on Lu Trak Quan. If there's a chance, we'll deal with him together. She quickly stopped him. Young Master Duong, she hesitated. Are you free now? Could you possibly give me a ride home? My father knows about this and wants to apologize to you. Duong Du simply scratched his head and cheerfully replied, sure. The scene fast forwards to a suburban area at night. A container truck is driving down the road. A figure suddenly jumps off the truck. You two fools. Lu Jia Guan, Thao Jet Dao, Zhu Ling Mokin Li. If it were me, I would have found a way to kill you both cleanly before escaping. This will be the biggest regret of your lives. He suddenly felt unwell. Ugh. He stumbled over to a park bench and collapsed onto it. Soon after, two bald brothers walked by. The younger brother said, hey bro, look at that guy. Looks like he's passed out drunk. They looked at Lu Trak Quan sprawled on the bench. Drunkards sleeping in broad daylight are the scum of society. They contribute nothing. So, we can't be like him. We have to change our mindset. We need to get back on our feet. Starting today, we must elevate our thieving skills and combine classic and modern methods to become stronger and achieve greater glory. They made up their minds. Of course, at this stage, the first goal is to steal. Like this kid, for example, not bad. Not many people carry tens of thousands of yuan on them these days. Let's show some gratitude and give our benefactor a few hundred back first. Got it. You go first and keep watch. Lu Trak Quan slowly woke up, scratching his head. How long have I been asleep? Ouch, my butt hurts. He reached down and rubbed it. Then something surprising happened. He realized the bottleneck of his peak profound inscription realm had loosened. He hadn't been able to open any acupoints before, but now one had loosened slightly. He was overjoyed, then suddenly remembered something. So what if I don't have the 9 transformations pill? The Earth inscription realm is within my grasp. Just you wait. Duong Du, you're all dead. Lu Trak Quan declared bombastically. At the Ha family's private hospital, during his convalescence, he cultivated diligently every day, consumed by anxiety. The image of Deep then standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky, filled his mind. Lost in thought, he finally broke through, entering the profound inscription realm. Mad Gale Dragon King. 2 beautiful and alluring women exclaimed in unison. You've arrived, he said. You two have worked hard hiding these past few days. How did the mission go? He asked insidiously. We successfully infiltrated the Duong family and obtained crucial confidential documents from the Duong Corporation. Things aren't looking good for them. You two never disappoint me. With your help, I'm like a tiger with wings. Those useless fools in the death squad betrayed me and followed Lu Trak Quan. Long Na is still picking up soap in jail. It's a good thing you two are still reliable, he mused. He then addressed the 2 women. Those useless members of the death squad betrayed me and sided with Lu Trak Quan. After I was ambushed by a group of experts, I unexpectedly encountered a blessing in disguise. I successfully broke through and am now at the Mad Gale level of the profound inscription realm. Therefore, I've decided to alter our plans slightly. We won't leave Jing for now. We'll remain in a hang. The 2 women listened, disheartened. This guy actually found a blessing in disguise and broke through. Unbelievable, they thought. Now it's time for our counterattack. Both Duong Du and Lu Trak Quan must die. Try AM. You continue gathering crucial confidential information. Ensure that when the time comes, we can deliver a devastating blow to the Duong Corporation. He rambled, boring, Try AM. Langham, you're in charge of the subordinates within the Duong family. I want you to light a massive fire when the Duong family is in crisis, ensuring this clan vanishes from Ahang. Langham wore the same exasperated expression as Tri-Am. The scene quickly shifted to outside the private hospital. After leaving the private hospital, Langham and Tri-Am walked in silence. Their relationship wasn't particularly close, but in this moment, their attitudes shifted. Tri-Am suddenly produced a knife and quickly glanced at Langham. She then lunged at Langham with a knife. Startled by the sudden attack, Langham immediately grabbed the knife, leaping aside, enraged and on guard. The two clashed fiercely, their knives flashing like lightning. Tri-Am and Langham attacked and retreated, stomping their feet, threatening each other. Frowning, Langham angrily asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Tri-Am retorted furiously, "No meaning at all. You're Deep Lang's dog. I'm young Master Duong's person. Killing you is perfectly normal. I'm determined to serve young Master Duong. Our fake sisterhood means nothing." Langham asked in confusion, "You're young Master Duong's person." Tri-Am reacted with explosive rage. Obviously, she thought angrily. "My father was the captain of the Duong family's bodyguards. Young Master Duong has shown me immense kindness." Hearing this, Langham, also claiming loyalty to young Master Duong, thought with frustration and helplessness, "I'm also young Master Duong's person." Tri-Am didn't believe her. "Don't put on an act. You think I'd fall for that?" Langham wearily explained, "What am I trying to trick you with? Does young Master Duong often compare you and me? He's so immature. He wonders if our diets are different, which is why we're so different." It wasn't clear where the difference lay, but Tri-Am was furious. She scowled angrily, trembling with suppressed rage. Meanwhile, at the Van Nan estate, the family's disciples rushed out to greet Van Nan Na Ca and Duong. They offered a warm welcome. "Greetings, miss." Looking at the beautiful, radiant Van Nan Na Ca, they praised her effusively. "Our eldest miss is truly exceptional. Her beauty is one thing, but her martial arts talent is also the greatest in the Van Nan family's history." Then they turned to Duong Du, gossiping about him. "Isn't that the Hang's most notorious leech, always clinging to people? Why is he with the eldest miss? Is he here to harm her?" Seeing his face, they became angry and indignant. "Everyone says the eldest miss only likes men who are stronger than her. That pretty boy could chase her for 100 years, and she still wouldn't give him a second glance." Suddenly, Van Nan Na Ca moved closer to Duong Du, intimately, with little hearts practically sparkling around them, shocking the disciples. "Wait, eldest miss, what are you doing?" Duong Du paid no attention to the gazes around him. He was still considering the reward the system had just given him, so he remained cheerful despite the insults. After the auction incident concluded, the system rewarded him with the Instant Mastery skill. The system screen displayed the reward, Instant Mastery. Its effect was quite simple. By holding an object, he could quickly master it completely. Unfortunately, it could only be used 3 times. So, Duong Du immediately took out the ancient martial arts manual, 8 Extremes Ice Spring, from his Jade Lion Ring. Using the Instant Mastery skill, he cultivated the fist technique to perfection. His combat strength increased another level. Perhaps that was why Van Nan Na Ca seemed to admire him. She pressed close to him. The two smiled intimately. "Young Master Duong, my father is waiting for you inside." Duong Du replied. Scene changed. The two entered the room and met Van Nan Na Ca's father. Upon seeing him, Van Nan Na Ca's father hurriedly took Duong Du's hand and expressed his respect. "Young Master Duong, I was a bit disrespectful a few days ago. Van Nan Veen's son apologizes to you here." Duong Du frônait inconfortably. He cupped his hands in response. "You're too kind." He bowed politely and respectfully. "Uncle Van Nan, there's no need to be so formal. Don't worry about it. Banan bien son chakev. Young Master Duong, I won't forget this life-saving grace. If you ever need the Van Nan family's help, just ask." "You're right, I was being foolish." Duong Du laughed awkwardly. "All right, I definitely won't hesitate then." Inwardly, Duong Du truly needed the Van Nan family's help. After all, he had offended Lu Trak Quan and Yi Shun. He would face considerable danger next. "Vanya ga spoke u." "That's right, young Master Duong. I took my father to see Elder Physician Zhang. He resolved the issue Lu Trak Quan left behind for my father. But even Elder Physician Zhang's medical skills can't heal my father's legs completely. Yes, Van Nan Nasier frowned and said, "So I want to ask for your help. If you have any way to heal my father's legs, the Van Nan family will agree to any conditions you have." Duong Du rubbed his head in embarrassment, replying, "I can try to treat Master Van Nan's illness, but on one condition." He held up his thumb. "If my family needs it, I hope the Van Nan family can lend some of their strength to ensure our safety. But I must warn you, any enemy that my family finds difficult to deal with will be dangerous for you as well." Both Deep Than and Lu Trak Quan came from the Long Han organization. This mysterious organization is like a divine dragon, hidden in the clouds, its head and tail unseen. No one knows its true strength. Based on this alone, I can't be certain that the Van Nan family will help with this. If they don't, he thought, the next part will be tricky to handle. Van Nan Nasier frowned with worry and offered, "I can swear that if young Master Duong can heal my father's legs, the Van Nan family will stand with the Duong family through thick and thin." Van Nan Veen's son smiled gently and said to Duong Du, "If I can stand again and recover my Earth Realm strength, that will be enough to protect the Duong family." Touched by the sincerity of the father and daughter, Duong Du confidently decided to proceed. "Then please bring me silver needles and a brush so I can write a prescription. Afterward, please bring me the medicinal herbs I require." Suddenly, a disciple burst in angrily, reporting, "Big brother, people from the Lu family are here causing trouble." What shocking news! Duong Du sneered. The Lu family, ranked 2000th in the ancient martial arts world. Their relationship with the Van Nan family has always been hostile, but they've always been suppressed by the Van Nan family. They're always looking for a chance to win. The way these two sides determine superiority is simple. The ancient martial arts tournament. It's held every year, and every faction in the ancient martial arts world participates, so the stand are always packed. The Van Nan family's firm hold on the top position is due to their consistent victories. He looked at Van Nan Veen's son. After what happened to him, the Van Nan family's strongest fighter became Van Nan Nasier. She's young, but her strength is still a bit lacking compared to that old fox. That Lu family. Van Nan Nasier seethed. "Father, please focus on your treatment. I'll go see what's happening." Duong Du stroked his chin thoughtfully. Normally, Lu Trak Quan would handle this trouble for the Van Nan family in place of Deep Than. But now, Lu Trak Quan isn't here either. How will this play out? What's the storyline for the ancient martial arts tournament? Duong Du called upon the system, but the system screen displayed a taunting message. "Plot reveal failed. Host, please prioritize your safety." Duong Du cursed furiously. "Is this damn system broken? It's supposed to be upgraded. Why did the reveal fail? This system is garbage." Outside, the old master of the Lu family stormed in, pointing and angrily challenging them. 35 East, 35 West. Stop bullying the poor middle-aged. Today, I've come to deliver a challenge letter to the Van Nan family. Duong Du furrowed his brow in confusion. What is this? He immediately noticed a strange mark within the heart of the old Lu family master. Goo poison. Duong Du wondered if he had been poisoned. Lu Trak Quan had just been seriously injured not long ago. It couldn't be his doing. He wouldn't need to target me either. If it wasn't him, it could be Deep Than. Deep Than was injured that badly, yet he's still able to make a comeback. Looks like he's had a breakthrough. It must be him behind this. If Deep Than wins this ancient martial arts tournament and gains control of the ancient martial arts families, then Duong family is in danger. At the Duong residence, after carefully considering the next steps, Duong Du bid farewell to Van Nan Nasier and returned home with a complicated mood. Back home, something caught his attention. He looked at the two women with a puzzled expression. Tri AM and Langham were sitting next to each other, looking rather close. He couldn't understand why they were together. They were spies. Shouldn't they be concealing their identities? Duong Du gritted his teeth, thinking that damn Deep Than must have ordered them to do something. Forget it, I'll just confront them directly. I've gathered almost enough evidence anyway. Tri AM smiled and said, "Young Master Duong, I'm here to confess something to you. It's about my father." Duong Du smiled and scratched his head. "So I was wrong. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Although you seem a bit, not very bright. You're just not clever enough, that's all." Langham followed suit, saying, "Young Master Duong, me too. I've investigated the Long Soul organization's involvement in the death of my family. So, to avenge them, please accept my loyalty, young Master Duong. Duong du Vasul Paist. After eliminating Lu Traquan, he's going after the Duong family. He also wants to seize control of the Dahang martial arts world. The Dahang martial arts forces are not insignificant. There are about 30 profound realm experts alone. He's spread his influence across Dahang, but how can he possibly achieve this? Even if he's broken through to the Earth realm, he can't withstand a combined attack from so many people. The Lu family head has been poisoned by him. Unless he poisons all the major martial arts families, how can he have the audacity to do this? Deep Than, the mastermind behind it all, laughed triumphantly. Duong Du was furious. That dog is going all in. He clenched his fists with determination. I'll need your help next. If he makes any moves, inform me immediately. Also, after the ancient martial arts tournament begins, I'll need both of you to act. We can't let Deep Than escape this time. Upon receiving the order, Tri AM and Lang Him silently complied. Duong Du thought to himself, this time, I must gather all my forces and seize the opportunity at the tournament to kill Deep Than. Otherwise, once he controls the Dahang martial arts world, I'll be the one in trouble. Either way, one of us won't survive, so I'll kill that lucky bastard first. A few days later, at the ancient martial arts tournament venue, a massive indoor stadium was packed with spectators. On the day of the tournament, Van Nan Na Ca calmly led the family heads to their seats. She was in charge of ushering them. The judges had also arrived and were seated at the table, waiting. They were the family heads who had been poisoned. They all discreetly sipped their tea, awaiting news from Deep Than. Instead of receiving news, they found the tea in their hands surprisingly delicious. After drinking it, they felt refreshed and satisfied. They noted the refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of jasmine and chrysanthemum. The ancient martial arts tournament began in this manner. Deep Than fought one-handed and successfully subdued the grandmaster of ancient martial arts. With a single blow, he knocked out a prominent martial artist, instantly becoming the most dazzling presence at this ancient martial arts tournament. Van Nan Na Ca, originally considered the most talented prodigy of the younger generation, was overshadowed in his presence. Deep Than's next opponent was Van Nan Na Ca, who had also won her previous 4 rounds. However, compared to him, Van Nan Na Ca wasn't in as good shape. She was starting to feel the fatigue from the intense matches. The arrogant and irritable Deep then taunted her. Where's that good-for-nothing Lu Traquan? Where's he hiding? Van Nan Na Ca remained vigilant, replying, go look for him yourself. Deep then smirked, a predatory gleam in his eyes. His face flushed with excitement at the thought of his prey. He clenched his fist and chuckled. After I knock you down, he'll show up on his own. I'll even give you a head start. Provoked, Van Nan Na Ca launched a powerful punch directly at Deep Than. His eyes widened, and he swiftly dodged the blow. He thought, let's see if Lu Traquan can stay hidden after I send Van Nan Na Ca flying with one punch. Their fists collided head-on, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow staggered Deep Than, leaving him shaken and stumbling backward. The judges were stunned. What's going on? Could Deep Than not be a match for Van Nan Na Ca? Impossible. The arrogant Deep then looked at his bruised fist and roared in fury. Poison. That damned woman used poison. Deep Than yelled, get them. The judges started to advance, anxious and agitated. Suddenly, Zhang Chu Noyet intervened, shouting, uncles, please remain calm. I've dealt with the goo worms Deep Than planted in you. The herbal tea you just drank will put them to sleep for a while. Don't listen to him. Just kill him, and the goo worms within you will die too. The judges' eyes widened in realization. No wonder we felt better after the tea. They roared in anger. This debt will not be forgiven. Deep Than was shocked and disbelieving as the judges charged towards him, yelling in unison. Knowing he had no escape, Deep Than pulled a black pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Surrounded by enemies, he thought, this pill will temporarily boost my strength several times over. His power surged, and he lunged at the judges. Surrounded, Deep Than gritted his teeth, assessing the situation. Suddenly, Lu Traquan appeared out of nowhere and kicked him hard, catching him completely off guard. The powerful kick sent Deep Than sprawling, coughing up blood. He roared in pain and rage. Lu Traquan. Under the influence of the pill, Deep Than's vision blurred. Everything seemed to shake and waver. Compared to the other weaklings of the ancient martial arts world in Suong, he alone, at the peak of the Huin Tu realm, was truly unstoppable, too dazzling. There was no way. Lutrak Quan threw a punch at Deep Than, furiously yelling, "Die!" Deep Than immediately dodged to the side. Of the two fighting, one had taken a pill, forcibly raising his strength to the earthly realm, but his body was already covered in wounds. The other was only a hair's breadth away from the earthly realm. Their fighting strength was comparable. The two clashed, punches flying, blood splattering, and scrapes appearing everywhere. "How much longer can you hold on?" Lutrak Quan asked, battered, bruised, and with a bloody nose. Deep Than, punched in the chest mid-sentence, his lips split and bleeding, yelled back, "F***CKU. You know damn well." Just as both men were nearing exhaustion, and Lutrak Quan showed signs of serious injury. Deep Than, on the verge of collapsing from the pill's aftereffects, was surprised by the appearance of Duong. He smirked, arms crossed. "So, senior brother, junior brother, you joined forces." Surprised, shocked. Deep Than, exhausted, blood smeared around his mouth, angrily asked, "So you orchestrated all of this today?" Lutrak Quan immediately shouted at Deep Than, proposing they join forces against Duong. Deep Than, with a furrowed brow, agreed, wary. Deep Than immediately stretched, then leaped down from the fighting platform. Annoyed, Duong reached out a hand to stop him. "Don't run."